I guess that makes sense.
You want to find out, remove it from the Wii motherboard and just try to boot it.
True. I don't have a, well, I mean, I do have my 6 layer, but I'm not touching that. I don't have another Wii on hand at the moment.
6-layer Omega when.
Oh no. I do
I
wonder
wanna
what
do
this, I do wonder what this one is though. It's pin number 5. It's test point 46. Pulses occasionally to high. Wonder what that's about. But it doesn't really matter in the sense of an MX relocation though, so whatever. I guess I'll just say it's an NC.
What did I miss?
We were going down the line, mentioning how we got into the portabilizing scene.
Oh.
We were gonna have Crash. We were gonna have Crash go next, but I guess he's a bit busy. So if you wanted to go,
No, I was gonna go.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead then.
Let's see. I think it was the summer after when I was in 4th grade. I was on YouTube, and I think I was looking up some stuff related to programming, and by chance, I ended up stumbling upon. It was one of Shoxler's videos. I'm pretty certain it was Shoxler's video. One of Shoxler's videos. That was the very first one I ended up finding. I cannot recall if it was the first GameCube portable that was made from 5 gallons of hot glue, and I quote, even though it was not actually. The second one, which is the one that was remade from the first one because he hated life and he dropped it. Or if it was one of his N64 portables. I always accredit it to the GameCube ones, but I feel like it may have been one of the N64 ones. Then eventually, I kind of just didn't do anything with it. Up to through high school, eventually, God, when that would have been 10th or 11th grade, Shoxler eventually ended up putting his Minecraft server public, and I jumped onto that, and I ended up becoming an op on there, and then there was SSF, the Shoxler forums at the time, because Moderator was kind of dying. So I was mod admin, whatever you want to call it. I was staff there, then that died. And then while that was all going on, I was on Minecraft one day just dicking around, and this dude who had this really messed up username called, who had this name that kind of looked like he was dyslexic and he just couldn't spell his own condition. Ended up going and asking me how he could get a hold of Shoxler because he was, interested in getting a hold of him for some portabilizing stuff. Well, that was Shank. So I connected Shank to Shoxler, and that's how that all went down. And then, yeah, I think I'm user like 23 or 18 or something in the database for BitBuilt when BitBuilt went live in 2016. The rest kind of, I think everyone knows, just kind of being that weird lurker dude who just showed up to MGC one time.
You mentioned the user database. I probably can guess who number 1 is. Do you or want to mention who number 2 is? Because I'm very curious.
So it's not as straightforward as you would think. Because PHP v3, which was the forum software that the forums were originally using, did just stick directly to the MySQL, so MariaDB, auto increment, self-managed IDs. Yeah. Now that we're running off of Zen4, the migration script there, as I don't know why, but the migration script handles randomization of the IDs, and so they're somewhat usually incremental, but user 1 might not be user 1. I think user 1 is user 3 or 6 now, and I think user 2 is like 12, and so I have to go like into the it's easier for me to like if I know what user I'm looking for to find out what ID it would have been than like the other way around. But I think user 2 is either I don't remember. I can't. User 2 is might be the Bitbolt bot, or that, or it's 3. I guess I can just check real quick.
I almost completely missed the code.
Oh no.
That would have been shameful. Alright, well, 8 hours left.
Yeah. I don't remember how I found that. This is saying 62. I am definitely not user 62. Good lord, that's hilarious. I've visited this site from a shit ton of IPs.
Even if it was the same IP every time, it could have been your cousin that logged in and hacked your account.
You right.
It happens.
Oh, I may have accidentally just almost tried to change the BitBuildBot's username to Noah.
That would. Oh.
All right. I think let's stop touching sensitive databases.
Let's
While we're
stop
tired.
trying to. Well, no, it's because the field that's like is the search field then becomes like their username, and then like you're like, oh, I want to search based upon that, right? But no, it becomes the change field.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
should probably
But-
stop while we're like ridiculously tired.
Yeah, I was about to say, but to your point, it is 3 a.m., so maybe I will.
That's an interesting way to say 4 a.m.
Get in the right damn time zone, you pleb.
Ah, Eastern gang.
Man, I forgot about the big ass Cloudflare cache test thread.
What'd you say?
When we
Never
were
mind.
testing-
Sorry, my brain is foggy. You're good.
Ah,
What do you think? Is there something that we don't know that like triggered something that like?
No, you're good.
don't worry
you're good.
about it.
Oh man, this Wheat Brew page is super freaking confusing. It's just like guessing on 90% of what the MX does. It's kind of funny. So 11, 12, 13, and 14 are the data pins, but this does not actually mention how that even works.
I gotta say, Ginger, you quite literally have good taste.
I suppose so.
I need to pick up some Cheez-Its. It's been a while since I've had those.
I tend to prefer the what's it called? The extra baked ones or whatever they're called. Those are really good.
Bro, but the Parmesan ones.
Well, those are pretty good too.
Oh. This MF has whipped out like 3 or more Louis, and I'm still working on this. Louis, wow. Wee Boy Colors, and I'm still cranking out a singular G-Boy.
Don't worry, I didn't even make a dent in the GC Micro today, so it is what it is.
It
What the heck is-
is what it is.
Where the heck is my MX chip? Oh, there it is. Should probably have a physical reference in front of me to just make this easier.
Compiled successfully.
Oh no, I lost the little foam thingy that goes on my microphone.
Well, the spit sock, I think they call it.
Oh yeah, never mind. It fell on the floor. I must have whacked it.
Spit sock recovered.
Yeah. Oh goodness gracious.
Where on earth is my damn?
Chaos Emeralds.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Index.html. That's what I want. Okay. This is app category display.
Is there a
I
video
did-
showing different Wii portables and comparing them? That's something I'm probably best equipped to do. At least I will be in a couple months once I build some more. But I'll be doing something kind of like that.
Gosh, I did a really horrible job of wiring all the voltage lines together on this MX chip.
You know you don't need to actually do any of the wire tying. You don't have to manually wire any of them.
Really?
Really, if you know the two pins that are shorted together, that you like run the
Which?
solder blob between the two.
Oh yeah.
So what you do is you blob those two, and then you run a singular wire between the I guess you could say top two legs of where I think it's either U9 or U10, whichever one is closest to the MX chip. You run your 3.3 volt line to both of those pads, and it powers the whole thing.
That is way more convenient.
Right? It completely eliminates the need for any of that crappy manually like wiring pin to pin, because it's all interconnected at that point.
Okay, good
Yeah, I
to
do
know.
something similar. I blob the two and then I just jump a wire from the two blobbed ones to like the pin that's two below that, and that's enough.
The pin that's two below that.
Right? Isn't there one just like slightly below? Kitty, what are you doing?
Oh yeah. I'm geeking.
Don't worry, we're all geeking.
We are all geeking.
Oh, here, let me put some
Select D master
files.
clock C.
Did I lose that cap? How important is C100?
What is it?
I think that one's important.
Yes, I just lost it.
Which one is that?
It's the one right next to the two. It's the one that's right next to. That's right by the MX, right next to U9 and U10.
Oh,
It's like
actually,
right,
it might not
like-
be important. That one might just be for like U10 stuff.
It's connected to pin 27, which is a voltage line on the
Oh,
MX.
is it
That's why I was
between
wondering.
3.3 and ground?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a few of those. I don't know if they're like super important, but I would
They're probably
really
just
think
100
they're-
nanofarads. I can
Sorry.
actually check.
There was a Windows sound. That was me.
I've gotten rid of them before. It'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't worried about it, but I'm gonna check anyway just to see what it was. What was it again? 100? C100, like I thought, 100 nanofarad. It's a decoupling cap, probably fine.
Sorry, my computer's gonna make beep boop noises for a little while I format stuff. That is all on my end.
Categories does not exist in index components? What? Yeah, it does.
What's
Doesn't it?
interesting, I've never had to shield
Oh.
master clock in a or megahertz clock. I don't think it's actually. I don't know if it's master, whatever. The
That's
MC
for-
line.
That's for audio in
In-
it.
Yeah, I've never had to shield it in a G-Boy. So I'm going to not shield it in this G-Boy and see what happens.
That's interesting, because that has to go pretty far in the G-Boy, right?
Yeah, right? Dude, it has to go farther in the G-Boy than it does into any of my Ashitas. My Ashitas.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I'm not going to bed. Yeah, I know.
Never had to do it in any portables, but I suspect I'm gonna have to do it in my Steins Gate GWE. I talked about this a little earlier, but I don't know if you were here at the time, Crazy.
I've been here the whole time.
Well, you might have been AFK or something.
Yeah, never. I didn't even think of that.
But yeah, I've had a few audio hiccups, we'll say, with the classic staticky, overly loud audio.
Interesting.
It hasn't happened in quite a while, but I suspect they'll fix it.
Anyone else enjoy the smells? Anyone else enjoy the smells of MG Chem Flux fumes?
Yummy.
I don't know. It's just oddly a sweet smell, and it's like very off-putting.
I forgot the goddamn hyperlinks.
Nah.
I don't even know how I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, now that I come back and clean this MX chip up, no wonder why it didn't even work. This was a mess.
Hey, Crazy.
Yeah.
Hick.
Hold up. Let's take a gander. Ooh.
Can we see more of the cat?
Just say no, just to spite them.
I'm down to show her off more, but she doesn't like being picked up, so she's
That's
gonna
my
walk into
cat.
camera range. That's on her.
That's my cat too.
People want to see.
Well, she doesn't mind being picked up, but she will immediately try to get down.
Yeah, that's kind of how she is, and she's in a very energetic mood right now. So I don't think she's gonna take well to being picked up.
Mine's just been sleeping all day. I'm surprised. Normally she's zooming around, but she's been sleeping all day.
Yeah.
I guess today was a recharge day.
Hey Ginger, if we can't build the Wii ourselves, will you send over a pre-built one? No, I don't think I'll do that. If the person who wins, if I do finish out the stream, if they have zero ability to do it themselves and have no interest in doing it themselves, then I'll just offer them rough-ish cash value of what the parts would cost instead, so that they at least get something they can use. But we'll see. My cat is watching with me, laying on my chest. Yeah, she likes to do that sometimes too, but not when I'm talking. And I have to do a fair amount of talking right now.
Oh, this thing has gotten uglier and uglier.
You gotta be getting close, right? Weren't you just fixing the MX ship? Or did another issue
Yeah,
pop up?
I fixed the MX, but I did the MX first. I just finished up audio, so
Oh, that's right. You still need to
after
do
that, it's just the MX battery, and then I'm done.
Nice.
Alright, so now my audio should work. Let's see.
Wait, I can do it on the client side.
Don't forget your safety goggles when you solder to the battery.
You know what? I never forget them now.
The minute you realize you can do something on the client side.
After that incident, man.
Well, it's evaluating.
Oh yeah, you know, circling way back.
URLs.
Have you ever created a portable that's set on fire and then I was like, oh yeah, and then I talked about my one sketchy setup that melted one of my battery terminals. I guess you could say I have caused a very quick fire of sorts, maybe, because I exploded a watch battery. Like a boss. Not many people can say that.
Are you going for the
That's right.
switch light aesthetic with that?
I didn't realize that until I put these side by side, but yeah, I do have a yellow one and a pink one. I just
Those are
need like
beautiful.
the light blue one, but yeah, they look pretty nice. But I think I'm all done soldering for the night. I don't think I can do much more of that without starting to mess stuff up.
Yeah. So,
I do want to do
This is
some
where the
resin
fun
casting. I don't know if I want to start
Mario.
that now.
Mario Party time? No, I'm kidding.
Hmm.
I don't think we're all in the mental state for Mario Party.
What do I have? I feel like I had an activity that would take like an hour and not much. Oh, I was gonna play test portables. I'm waiting for the files to copy. That's what I'm doing. What? Come here.
Oh, that is a good question. Is the parts that you're going to be providing include a pre-cut motherboard, or are you going to need to provide a trim?
Not entirely sure. I might just provide like a stock Wii motherboard. We'll see. Depends on how generous I'm feeling.
Computer booter, everything that we were doing today, or everything that Ginger and Crazy Gadgets were doing today were on Wii's, so they're all portable Wii's.
Yep. So, the Wii Boy Color is a Game Boy Color sized portable Wii. The G Boy is a like DMG Game Boy sized portable Wii. They're fun projects.
As for prices of them, usually if you were to buy one instead of making one, on the low end I've seen them go for $800. On the high end, $1,500, $2,000 at most. Anything more than that is a bit of a rip-off. Usually.
Yeah, I think 1,500 is the max for like what you should reasonably play for a portable.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the kitty is back for whoever was interested in Kitty.
Yeti.
Although she's not really in frame. She's kind of her head, but
Cool. Close enough.
We have what we need.
We know she's there, so it's good enough.
We know she's there.
oh, the files are done copying. All right.
Yippee. You know what? Well, let's see. Pin 1, I guess, is power button.
Is this documented and buildable by anyone or your own creation? So the Wii Boy Color isn't like open sourced right now. But the G Boy, which the lower, that's what Crazy Gadget is working on in the lower cam. That one is open sourced and has like a parts list and whatnot. There are also other portable Wii designs that are open source. Like there's the Ashita, which is one that's kind of shaped like a GameCube controller and looks really cool. There's a couple others, but I recommend starting with the Ashita or the G Boy one.
I'd start with the Ashita. The G Boy isn't like as flushed out.
Yeah, especially right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kit was much better.
I'm sure I can get there, but yeah. Let's see. We love the Wii puns. Keep them weeing.
That last one was weak.
Yeah, that last one was a bit of a stretch. Actually, someone did work on a Wii portable that looks like a Switch. Was it that
Switch
random
huge.
guy? Yeah, was it that
think
random
so,
guy? I can't
yeah.
remember. Yeah. I think he said he was going to work on one where the controller, or he wanted to work on one where the controllers detach and reattach. I was kind of helping him with some of the ideas on that one, on how to actually do that. I don't know if he's gonna do that or not, but it's a cool idea.
Oh
Just be
no.
Super Mario 3D Land right now? Well, congratulations. Thank you for the $2.
I have one more wire. My Bluetooth sync line.
Oh, one more wire.
Well, I mean, after the MX battery.
Taking a bit of
Ooh, Paper Mario, let's go.
Yeah, my cat's sitting on one of my hands, so gotta be able to play this one one-handed.
Very nice. That is a glorious game.
I've never
Tickets.
actually beaten it. I got to the final boss and then got annoyed because I had to watch the same cutscene over and over again every time I lost, so I never finished
Yeah.
the game.
The key
Only-
is the broken power rush strat where you stockpile Piantas at the parlor, buy a bunch of power rush strats, and then you use a bunch of it's like HP down, attack up, or whatever. Or no, you bring your HP all the way down to 5. That way you're always in peril, or I forget if it's peril or danger. I think it's danger. And then let's see, the power rush increases your attack by whatever when Mario's in danger. So it's like each jump would do like 60 damage when I had my max amount. So it was insanely broken to do a like a power bounce.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that. I was just playing the game.
I only ever beaten one Mario RPG game, and that was Super Mario RPG. I played that like a ton when I was a kid. I don't even know how I managed to beat it, but I did.
I played a lot of Super Paper Mario as a kid, and I beat that one.
Oh, I did
But-
that one too. But that one I don't really count as a Mario RPG.
It is kind of it's definitely its kind of own thing, but
It's kind of like a flat, like two. I guess you could call it like 2.5D platformer.
okay, my camera's actually playing pretty nice with the screen. Sometimes it doesn't, but that's pretty readable.
The screen looks really nice.
Yeah, it's a nice IPS one, 480p.
Taking some inspiration from Ginger right now. I'm playing on my G-Boy.
I'll be playing on mine soon.
All right, Rain, thanks for stopping by.
Playing some Rune Factory here.
That's probably what I should have been doing this whole time.
How are you doing? I'm from India. Doing all right. I'm pretty tired. So we've been going for almost 17 hours. I'm doing well overall. I was always stuck on a level where you need to collect rupees to get out of debt. I do remember that one.
Oh, jeez.
You're not supposed to run on the treadmill for 300 hours or whatever it is, but
I remember that one. That
yeah.
was not fun. That was kind of cryptic.
Did I get that far? Because I don't remember that part.
I think that's like World 3. It's not too deep in.
I think it's the
I had
second
to-
part of World 2.
I had to have gotten that far at least. Then.
Maybe it is
like
World 2. It's been a while.
It's like the mansion. I think it's 2-2.
Battery still has 3 volts on it, so we're
Yeah,
good.
what's up, Neptur? Doing pretty good. Do we have 2 Saul Goodman profile pictures in the chat? That's confusing.
Oh, that's great.
No, one's not Saul. I think.
No, I think that they are both the same Saul Goodman picture.
I think one of them is like slightly more left than the other.
No.
Oh yeah, it's a little
No.
dimmer, but
One
it's
is
definitely
Hank.
definitely a very similar picture.
Yeah, no, one is Hank, I think. The other one's Saul.
Oh, you're right. That guy's bald.
Oh
Alright.
yeah, you're right.
Wii Boy Color has some really clean screen bezeling going on.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
I think the screen
Beautiful.
bezel might be pushed in here. I'll grab like an old, like the original Wii Boy Color to compare it to.
Yeah, that's kind of the only. It's kind of the only gripe I have with the original GWii is just the bezel situation. It's a little bit weird.
It's
But
incredibly clean.
So you can see the original Wii Boy Color, like it has much like thinner bezels, so you get like the full like black space of the screen. But like the Wii doesn't actually like use the whole screen, and so there's just kind of permanent black bars along the sides, which I didn't like. So I made the bezels a little bigger.
Wow.
yeah, I think it
Seems
looks much
crazier.
cleaner.
I guess it's tough to see the black bars in this menu. I changed the style of the exhaust vent because the heatsink didn't line up at all with the holes and it looks really ugly. So I changed it to this one, which looks nicer.
Mm.
You can see the triggers. Oh, wait, I need to zoom out. There we go. You can see the triggers. For some reason, I made the Z buttons absolutely minuscule on the Wii Boy Color. And then the triggers are this like wacky design that I think could be more comfortable, but they also have the added effect of they could just fall out. So I just ended up switching to more G-Boy style triggers.
As featured in MGC.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, on the original though, with the triggers, it kind of looks like you freight encased the actual not the triggers like the buttons themselves, but the actual like the plastic around them. Kind of looks a little bit freight encased.
Yeah, I think those were like a different separate 3D print that I super glued on or something. Can't remember at this point. It's been too long. On the
So
top,
does-
I added like a volume buttons because the original didn't have them. And then along the side, I added an extra button for like screen controls and menus and whatnot. And aside from that, it's mostly the same. The reason why the Wii Boy Color is currently taken apart is because I opened it up to swap the batteries out, and I stripped the screws that were in it. Well, they were already pretty stripped, but I stripped them even more. So I took them out completely, but I haven't been able to get new screws to bite. So I'll have to find some other way to close it up.
Is
But
that,
those are the differences.
Are
The
those
original.
two Z buttons on the new one?
Yeah, there's still two on the new one. They're just much larger than the old Z buttons.
Or like, so they both map to Z, I guess, is what I'm asking.
No, it's just the GC Plus has like the Z2 button that doesn't do anything right now. It's just connected to that.
Yeah, I was wondering which, so it's, okay, that's cool at least.
Honestly,
Yeah.
though, you definitely did it. You definitely did a good job at optimizing the design, and, cleaning it up. Just because, yeah, you can definitely see that you made a lot of improvements from the original.
Yeah, very clearly.
It wasn't too bad. I essentially just stole more from the G-Wii or the G-Boy and fixed the issues I had with the original.
Yeah, wow, that you really dialed in the bezel there. That's crazy.
I think it might be a little too overdialed. So like I can look along the edge, and there's like a slight row of pixels that is covered up. But
Yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily better or worse than having black bars on the side.
I think that looks great regardless.
Yeah.
It's like almost nothing but screen on the edge. It's crazy.
Yeah.
In the I don't know, it might look different in person, but in the video feed, it almost looks like the display is laminated. It's just kind of
No, I think it's just fresh display because the screen protector got removed recently.
Oh yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure once it gets scuffed up a bit, it won't look nearly as pretty.
Yeah, that's definitely something I want to see in the future, though, is laminated displays.
Oh, it could be cool. What
Because I
about
pretty much-
GBA
pretty much-
games? So there are emulators for Game Boy Advance stuff on the Wii, so you can do that. And that works reasonably well.
Because we're starting to see a lot of laminated display mods for actual Game Boys, though. So could be cool to see that start to trickle down into the portables. But I doubt it.
Gotcha. Yeah, crazy. I was worried for a second because I saw you had like a helping hand like clamped around the battery. Then I realized yours have those rubber things on the end, so that's safe.
Oh,
Because mine are just like raw metal. If I clamp those around a battery, that thing is getting shorted to hell.
mine was raw metal, but then I just took some heat shrink tubing and put it around it because biting bare boards is like horrifying to me.
Yeah. Is there a reason the Switch has that black border around the screen that isn't used screen space? There's probably
Ask
a reason.
Nintendo.
Yeah, I think it's just like the
the
panel
aesthetic.
has extra space around it, and since it's all, they wanted it to have like a clear like glass look all across the front. If I had to guess, they didn't want it to have like more chunks.
Might be
But
able to answer that question a little better because I've looked at the inside of a Switch.
Oh,
like the
yeah,
screen area. There's adhesive under that black area to keep the screen in place. Some very, very strong adhesive. And there's like a spacer as well to like keep the digitizer from touching the screen. It's a little
Yeah.
weird, but that's more or less what's going on there.
that makes sense.
They definitely refined the bezels in the OLED version, but yeah.
The digitizer also has a ribbon cable coming off of it, and the black parts hide that, the like black cover-up area. I'm not sure about the OLED. I don't know what the hell kind of black magic they pulled off there, but
Yeah, I don't think it's too terribly different. They just have they're just able to get a digitizer with the thinner bezels mainly.
something. Well, the screen, the what's it called? The digitizer's ribbon cable. Geez, couldn't find the word there. It is pretty thin. It is kind of coming off the edge, but there are some like exposed areas on the inside where there's some like more technical things kind of going on the back side of the digitizer. Various, I can't tell what exactly, but like it looks a little circuity.
I'd love to
Interest-
build. Oh wait, did my Discord cut out?
No.
Oh, okay. I think we're good. I'd love to build my own emulator. I'm 6'7" with huge hands and bad eyesight. Everything out there is too small for me. I mean, I guess the goal of most portables is to make them nice and small, but if you wanted to go through and
Do
build
the
a big
opposite.
handheld for your needs, I think that'd be pretty cool.
Where's the mega? Where's the big boy?
Oh,
Big
the
three
big
for you
orange
guys.
case? I've got a big
Yeah,
orange
we're-
case back there that's all stretched out and massive. Maybe that's what you
Big
need.
that.
It's perfect.
When you have to get a 16:9 screen and put it sideways just to fill the screen gap.
You literally
Yeah.
have to get two displays just to fit it.
Yeah. Love the stream setup with the yellow borders and everything. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Spent a little time on it. I do want to make like more spinny consoles that can like phase through rather than just Wii Boy colors. But I'll do that for future streams. This stream is rather Wii Boy color themed, so I don't feel bad about having just one. Do you sell them? I do occasional sales. Like when I have one for sale, I'll just post it on Instagram or Twitter. I'll probably have like 6 or 7 up for sale in a couple weeks, since I've got that big pile over there of ones that are either assembled or half assembled or somewhat assembled. So, but they are pretty expensive because they take a lot of time and effort, and they're pretty rare.
Oh, I was like, why is this thing telling me that I have 1% battery when it was telling me 99% before? And then I just remembered that the PMS2 uses a Coulomb counter instead of a a voltage monitor. So it probably calibrated properly to this battery, which is only 3,500 milliamp hours, and it's expecting 7,000. So with that, I think it's done.
Nice.
I haven't tested. I want to just get this in place, and then I can kind of close it up and test a couple more things. Like I need to test the Bluetooth sync, all my screen buttons, volume controls with the RV loader HUD, all
So
those
how you-
finishing touches,
How you
and 6
managing?
screws.
How you managing Bluetooth syncing that?
That's custom screen controller board that I have.
Oh
I just
yeah.
wire one of the outputs to that, to the
I
Bluetooth
see.
sync. Definitely not the prettiest looking internals I've ever done, but what can I say?
What do you think is the best game on the Wii or GameCube? I don't know what the best game is. I mean, there's lots of good ones, but I really like Wind Waker, the Pikmins, Mario Galaxy, Mario Sunshine. Those are all pretty good. I have a Wii that I want to make into a portable, but don't have the tools. Where do you recommend the best tools and kits to start with? If you go to the BitBuilt forums, there's at least a couple threads with like the recommended tools and stuff. I think Crazy Gadget has one.
I posted in someone else's thread.
Okay.
But I link it often to people.
Gotcha. And then as far as a kit goes, there isn't like a start to finish kit that's just available for sale right now, unfortunately. But you should check out the Ashida, ASHIDA portable Wii. That's a really good beginner portable. Any portable Wii is still going to be pretty tough, like as a first one, but the Ashida is definitely the best one to start with.
I feel like I need to have my Ashida shell next to me so I can show it off every time you say, or every time you talk about the Ashida.
It comes up a fair amount. Uh-oh, Nintendo's back in the chat. Everyone pack up the consoles. Hide what we're doing.
Everyone run! I think that's the only hot glue I need.
Someone
Lies.
was asking you earlier what the best game for like the GameCube or Wii was, and I was gonna safely answer for you because I know this is just objectively the best. Hey Pikmin.
No, that wasn't
And
for
yes,
the GameCube.
I know that wasn't. It's absolutely awful, but that's the point.
Now, I don't trust the batteries to not pop out of here.
Just put some Captain Tape on there.
I mean, I'm kind of thinking about that.
Are they not
Does this
holding
get
them
pressured in? No, it doesn't.
Does anyone here know anything about the EXI bus? Because apparently this seems to be a GameCube specific thing. And it has a lot to do with the MX chip.
Is that the one that like fonts are stored on or something?
Well, so the four data lines that come off the MX chip that we use, according to Weebrew, are possibly related to EXI. And I don't have much information on what EXI is otherwise. Just a generic dump of information on the GC Linux wiki. So I really don't know what it's about.
Gotcha. Also, you consider to make a collaboration with Shank Mods. Seems pretty cool. And the collaboration with YouTube would be awesome since both you make portable Wii's. I mean, if there was a project that like came up, that would be good for like Shank and I to work on. Then I mean, we'd probably do it. But I think part of the problem is that Shank and I have very similar skill sets in terms of what we're good at, and what we're like not as good at. So I don't think like either of us would like help the other out a whole ton on things, if that makes sense.
All right, so that should hopefully keep them in place a little bit more. All right, just throw some hot glue in there.
Yippee! Do you have to 3D print the Ishida shell? Yes. You have to get it 3D printed. If you don't have a 3D printer, there's services that do it for you. I use PCBWay a lot. They also pay me a lot of money, so that's part of it. But they do good 3D prints. But there are also other options out there. Other websites that'll do well done cases.
There's some
So-
community members who might be willing to as well.
Yes. I don't know if I'd... Honestly, I feel like getting a professional print on Ishida is the way to go. FDM is... I mean, it's alright, but...
I say that because I do that here and there for people.
Gotcha. Yeah, there are people who will 3D print cases for you, which is great for like Louis or G-Boys or whatnot. And it works for the Ishida. But...
Kind of a win-win too, because you kind of can get some free filament out of it. At least in my case.
eh.
I don't really have much filament, so...
Mad Morta collab to make a Waluigi V2, but good? I don't need Mad Morta to do that. At this point, I'm much better at making things look nice than I was back when I built the Waluigi.
I think I'm going insane. I don't know where my multimeter went.
Oh no.
Don't worry, that was me for a solid like few hours last week, and then I found it was like a foot away from me.
I will be right back. I am going to go find it.
Since I don't trust any of the clearances here.
All right. It's 4 in the morning for me, so
Oh, why is the joystick bugging out? I'm not holding left.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
were you holding right when the game started?
No, like I've been in the game
Just
for a
started
while. It
happening.
just started doing this.
Oh,
I am back. I forgot that I put it in a drawer because it was in the way.
Would you recommend SolidWorks or Fusion 360 for CAD design for portables? I mean, if you have like access to SolidWorks and you know how to use it, then SolidWorks is awesome. But if you're just getting started and like you don't have access to any programs, Fusion 360 is a really good beginner program. I personally use Inventor, but that's just because I took classes in high school that taught it, so I'm already familiar with it. So if you already know like a different CAD program that's good for like modeling like actual things, then feel free to just use that. That'll work great. Yeah, I've got access to both. Okay, yeah. I think Fusion 360 is probably easier to learn than SolidWorks in most cases, but SolidWorks is a very professional, popular tool, so. Okay. That was me. Sorry. So now we're gonna spend at least a little while seeing how much this Lead by color actually works. Alright, it boots into RV loader. That's a big yippee. C-stick. Okay, the controller works, but the C-stick doesn't. Gonna have to figure that out. Let's try booting into a game.
I need to auto home or auto the screen. That's cool.
Does the A button not work? What's happening? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's a shame about that little bump. Oh well.
Nice. It looks like it's working.
Yeah. I just need to center the screen now.
Okay, the A button in this guy is really finicky. I'm gonna need to fix that, but I think I know how to fix it.
That's a good still background, I think. Let's see, is this square one the auto? Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Audio works.
Wow, that band just sounds absolutely horrid. Not gonna lie. Where's a good ground that I can just yeet this to? Right here.
Why exactly does the fan sound so bad?
Because it's running at a PWM that makes it very unhappy. Hey, why didn't that do anything?
Thanks, James. Can you use USB Loader GX? No. Because the software that the portable uses, which is called RV Loader, patches out a couple things, like the Wi-Fi module and the Bluetooth module, which makes trimming and like using a trim to be way easier. And USB Loader doesn't have those same features. So for a portable use case, you pretty much have to use RV Loader. Ashita looks awesome. Thanks for the recommendation. Yeah. No problem. Have I considered turning my cat into a portable Wii? I have not considered that. What do you think, kitty? You want to be a Wii?
Wait a minute.
She's ignoring me.
appreciate
I don't
that.
think she wants to be a Wii. The code is not working? I don't know. I think the website is a little finicky. I'm not entirely sure what causes things to work or not work. There'll be a new one in a few minutes, so don't worry about it too much. Okay, C-stick. Why doesn't the C-stick work? Let me just reseat the connector real quick.
Okay.
Are you picking a window randomly or by most entries? So it's random. So the more entries you have, the better your odds will be, in theory. But there are a lot of entries, so.
There we go. So it's centered and I know that my screen control thing works. So that's cache.
Nice.
Wait, why? Oh, it reset the game. Okay.
I told you.
No, I forgot if it reset the game or if it reset RV Loader. I remember that it reset the game. I should have set it to something else. Oh, I gotta check the volume. Okay, it does work.
Okay, I'm just gonna shove another joystick in here and see if it works.
That cheap boy have a second Z button?
Me?
Yeah, crazy.
Oh, no, it's ye ol' standard.
Ah, okay.
So what kind of screws did he use for this?
G-Man's like second revision or newest revision has like a Z2.
Oh.
Alright, I think I'm at a good stopping point for tonight, finally. Oh man, I'm gonna add more. I'm gonna have to add more
Okay.
postman tests. Damn it.
So the issue is that the joystick isn't seated properly, which is fine. That's not an easy issue to fix, but I can fix it.
The holes seem awfully huge.
Can you watch YouTube on the Wii Boy? I think if I remember correctly, the YouTube app for the Wii isn't supported anymore. So the answer is probably not, but maybe there's like a web browser app or something that you could make work. But
There was. I don't think there was the. I don't think there was an official YouTube app. You could watch YouTube on the Wii browser because it supported Flash, but YouTube doesn't use Flash anymore. It uses HTML5.
okay.
There were media players that allowed you to directly browse YouTube. I doubt if those have been updated, but they might be, or you could make it work if you so very much so hard desired and had the will. And put Wi-Fi into it for some reason.
Yep.
Final
Okay,
question related. Final question related to MX. Anybody know what this little tiny chip on the bottom is for? Can't really get a good picture of.
Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about. Hang on, let me grab a motherboard. Is it? Does it have like 5 pins shaped kind of like a
Yeah.
tiny? I believe I asked about that. I think she said it was for like. Oh, what did he say it was for? It was for something that's absolutely useless for portables.
Oh, so technically don't
I-
even really need to have it on there.
No, that's not something you need to relocate.
Okay,
I can't
well, that's-
remember.
that's
It was
all I need
like
to know.
disk drive or like LED. Oh wait.
Is it Wii Connect 24 stuff maybe?
That doesn't sound right, but it could be. It was for something that was like, oh,
Like
okay,
for
yeah.
flashing the lights or something. when you have,
Yeah,
like,
I think it was like an LED.
It could have an
It
RC.
might be the.
It could have an
might
RC
be a-
circuit on it.
Yeah, it could be controlling the disk drive LED or something.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Sweet mother of nylon powder.
So, only things I would need to take off the Wii then is the MX chip and then the clocks.
Oh,
That-
code. Actually, there's a few components on the bottom that you'll want.
Well, those are just passives.
Oh, sure.
Oh wait,
sure.
on the
yeah.
bottom. Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
they were
yeah. I think
on
they're
the
still
bottom.
just passives. It's like a diode, a resistor, and a cap. But
Oh yeah. It's just
you could source those from elsewhere.
All
All
right.
right, new
I'm gonna
code,
actually
new
head off,
code.
guys. Have a good night.
All right,
Have a
Crash.
good
Thanks for
one.
hanging out.
Yeah, take your
hold on.
crash.
Now I
Have a
need
good
to
one,
go get the new
Crash.
code.
Oh, hang
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Let me get the new code before you go to bed. Oh, here we
Yeah.
go. Another classic for you.
You got a good one for me?
I got a good one for you.
All right. Well,
Oh. Why you gotta be doxing people?
No one would know that was a dox if you didn't say anything.
64 entries out of 27,230 entries.
230.
all right. Now I'm confused. What did this guy do? The holes
Night, everyone.
Or- there are no threads. There's nowhere to thread the holes. It's just the same diameter as the whole part of the screw, you know what I mean?
Oh. Like for
So I
like the
can't
screw
thread a
posts that
screw
hold
into-
it together?
Yeah, so it's like, you know how the screw passes through the hole and then eventually goes into the screw post?
Yeah.
It is all the same diameter.
Huh.
So I can't put screws into it. This is agony. I cannot close the portable.
That is a dilemma.
Bro, what do I do?
Is it really just designed like that? I feel like at least a couple of the
No,
people have built them, right? Someone would have like caught that?
It must be... I
threaded inserts.
I guess that's an
I don't
option.
think he used threaded inserts.
Oh, actually, he might have. That sounds like something that was on the thread.
Time to go to the thread.
Yeah, check the thread. That actually does sound familiar. Fill each hole with hot glue and screw into that. I wouldn't recommend. That is a method, but hot glue is not the strongest for like screw retention.
I mean, this
I have
portable's
done
kind of
that
jank
once
as
or
it is.
twice, actually. The hot glue method. It's not amazing, but if you need to screw into it, there are worse methods.
There are certainly worse methods.
Threaded inserts are quite nice, though. Do
Oh,
enjoy them.
someone asked earlier what the like storage capacity of a Wii Boy is, or like any portable Wii. It's whatever size USB drive you put into it. So I think the right size is like 128. That's enough space for a lot of games, but you can put in a terabyte like USB drive if you really want to.
256 is kind of like a good sweet spot. I don't think you would want to go higher than that. The more games you add to RV Loader, the longer it takes to load. So if you fill up like with a crazy number of games, then you might be waiting a lot of time for it to load. It might not be worth doing that.
The major, the only like actual limitation is FAT32. So I think that's like 2 terabytes max you can throw in there, but you wouldn't want to load 2 terabytes worth of games into that and expect it to load in current year.
A terabyte is already kind of like way more than you need, and I think for the Starlight G-Wii, just to like make it like the ultimate Wii, because that was kind of my goal. I think I threw a 512 gig micro SD in it, but that was just because like I wanted it to be like an ultimate sort of like Wii. I'm certainly never going to use up all that storage, but I mean, it's there.
I don't see anything about threaded inserts in the thread. Let me search.
So what exactly is going on, Crazy? I wasn't paying attention.
Hold on. The diameter of the screw posts it's too much. Like no screw is going to fit in that. See, the silver screws, they go right through. Like they would when they pass through this part of the case.
Oh.
So I cannot close it.
Oh my goodness. Well.
Oh, look, just bust out the super glue.
You're like, yep, the portable's good.
There will never be another issue with this portable.
I mean, I was already planning on dropping off an extra.
I mean,
just
I don't...
giving a Switch joystick so he's not stuck with a white one, but...
You know what? The other guy, what's his name? Jixon? JYXN? His looks the same exact way. Let me see if I can... Killed an LED. All done, though. The game's 40... Let me see from him with the word screw.
Good luck using the search feature on the forums. That thing is...
No, in the Discord,
Oh.
which, I mean...
in the Discord. Gotcha.
Yeah, Zen 4.0 search is just god awful.
Yeah, no, that's... No, just no.
Oh, this is literally... Oh, I see. So the resistor cap and diode is literally just for the coin cell battery protection, I take it.
Let me look in the original thread. He posted a picture of... He has a picture of one that he built.
Okay.
And... No, I mean... I can't tell the exact... No, that looks to be the same size. So I don't know what he did.
home server circuit protection limit the current point through battery. Keep you from withdrawn. Okay, that's exactly what I thought. So where does that go?
After a Wii U NAND dump, how much would you recommend to have for SD card storage? I don't know enough about Wii U modding to give you a good answer on that. How many battery life is that? I'd expect to get between probably 2.5-ish and 3 hours on a Wii Boy Color. So the battery life isn't crazy, but I mean you're powering a whole Wii, so what do you want?
I don't have any fat. Wait.
So it's a separate input.
Did he use one of these? Is he a madman? Did he use one of these?
How you feeling there, Ginger?
Oh, a little tired.
Alright, do I trust it with my life? No. But do I trust it to hold this thing together? No. No, it might.
What method are you employing?
I found fatter screws.
Ah.
They're gonna be
Chunky
short.
board.
I don't know if the heads are gonna fit through the holes in the back. Actually. Yeah, okay, these must be the ones that he was using then. I don't know why he would make that choice, but okay. It closes, man.
Any way of playing multiplayer games? I mean, if you really wanted to, you can relocate the Bluetooth module and then like hook up external Wii remotes. There are a couple portables out there that have
Yep, that's it.
like breakout boxes for controllers. So it's possible, but not terribly practical. Do I want to run Excite Truck? Lol. What console is Excite Truck for? Is that a GameCube game? Because if it is, then this thing can play it. No problem. But
Alright, I think I have a symbol done for the MX chip that's just good enough to be used for a relocation. I'll post it in the voice chat text. I think that's correct. I mean, I beeped everything out and went off the trim guide, so I think that's...
that looks pretty reasonable.
I guess I can turn off my soldering iron. Wow.
Hooray. I wonder how
Alright.
long it's been on for.
Ashita up next.
Oh boy, let's go! We still got 6-7 hours. Let's do it.
Tell you what, I'll drink my monster. Wait. I will drink my Java Monster triple shot, and we'll be good to go.
Oh boy.
Did you see the Mac Mini in a Wii? I do remember seeing a little bit about that project. That was a fun one. I never owned Donkey Konga. But I did have Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which was just the goofy platformer they made out of the DK bongos. So, I did get to experience the DK bongos at the very least. When will I be notified on who wins? I'll probably put out a tweet, like, probably tomorrow evening, I think. When I, like, draw the winner after I've gotten some sleep. Yeah. I'm not going to pull the winner live on stream because it shows like the first name, their last name, and their email. So And if you do win, you'll be notified through an email. If you don't get an email, then you didn't win. Sorry. DK Bongo portable win? I mean, it's on the list. Not very high up on the list, but it's there if times are desperate and I need to get rid of some DK Bongos.
What are we inside a set of DK Bongo?
Oh, that'd be too hard to do. DK Bongos have a fair amount of space in them. I think they're just hollow.
And then, like, make it so that the only controls, literally, like, the only way to control it is the DK Bongos.
No, of course.
Yeah, no Bluetooth relocation here.
Nope.
You would
DK
need
Bongos.
Bluetooth.
It's bongos or bust.
You would need Bluetooth actually to like boot into the game probably, unless you have some sort of custom solution for like navigating RV loader.
You know, clap to move left, smack the side to move right. Left bongo is A, right bongo is B. You can make it work.
Yeah. If you wire the bongos to a GC Plus, you can probably make it work.
Oh, your bongos don't pick up the claps anymore? Oh, that's a bummer. That's such a funny issue for a controller to have. Yeah, my Donkey Kong bongos don't pick up when I clap anymore.
Yeah, how does that even happen?
I think it's like a mic, like a really cheap like mic built into it, so I assume the mic is just busted. You clap too hard, you blew it out or something.
I don't know if it's a mic, but it might be a... Wow, I am forgetting the name of it. I will come back to that once I remember the name, but I think I know what it might be instead. It's cheaper than a mic.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Were there any Wii games with LAN play? I don't know. I don't have any that immediately come to mind. I know the GameCube had a few, but... can you connect Wii remotes to the Wii Boy? Yes, you can, sometimes. You have to relocate a module called the Bluetooth module that lets you connect Wii remotes wirelessly. And so I haven't relocated that in these builds because it's a lot of work and I don't think it's worth it. But if you're doing your own portable Wii, it's pretty straightforward to do. Let's go Pikachu, but actually portable. Let's go full gimmick. Isn't Hey You Pikachu portable? Or am I thinking of a different game? No, is that the N64 one? I'm thinking of
Yeah,
Let's Go
it's
Pikachu.
It's the N64 one with the headset.
Oh,
I
okay.
think. Or
Yeah,
the
they're
microphone, whatever it is.
They're N64 portables. I'm sure one of them could probably play it. Does any portable Wii have Wi-Fi for Wii MMFi? Wi-Fi module is a pain to relocate. A few people have done it. I did it on one portable. Wasn't worth the effort. Don't think I'd do it again, but it's possible. Is the Wii Boy Color capable of motion controls? Not really. You can emulate really basic motion controls with it. But you can't do anything too crazy, unfortunately. Make portable PS4. PS4 uses a lot of power. I don't know how to relocate stuff on it, or trim it. So that's a not right now, unfortunately. Peter Nieder made funny portable PS4. That does sound like a project of his. I don't know if I've seen that one.
Oh
I'm gonna
Lord,
cry.
imagine Wi-Fi on the Kill Me. Oh Lord, I swear.
I don't even think you could
feel
fit
like-
the Wi-Fi module in there.
I feel like Peter Netter's like videos or his portables, if you will, are all portable with a few sets of quotation marks between the beginning and end.
Yeah, he's got his own style of portable for sure.
Yeah. It's interesting though. It's kind of cool to
Guys,
see.
It's
I
not
screwed
working,
it together and it doesn't work anymore.
Oh no.
That's
Classic.
painful.
You know, I'm gonna slightly unscrew it.
See if it's a pressure thing.
Yeah.
Saw the Dreamcast portable. Those are really cute. Yeah, I think those are gonna be more common in the future. Because some people are working to improve Dreamcast portabilizing. Any new consoles you want to make into a portable? like new to me consoles, maybe an N64 portable at some point. But I'm primarily interested in like Wii and GameCube stuff, so I'll probably stick with that for a while. Do you
Oh,
know
by
why
the way, actually,
Oh, go ahead.
no, yeah, about the home console 3DS stuff. There actually is a potential on that's actually happening. I think Gamebox Systems put out a poll about it. They do. They actually are going to look at a home console 3DS system. I don't know how that's going to work, but I mean, Gamebox does some pretty good stuff. They've done a lot of consolizer kits for several consoles, so I would look out for that if you're interested in that.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff like that. Someone asked, do you know why the G-Boy discontinued? I was really excited a while back to get one. I'm not sure like how public the details on it are, but essentially the BitBuilt store had 3 people in it, and the BitBuilt store needed to go through some major changes because it was getting a lot bigger, partially because of the G-Boy kit. And the founders disagreed on a few things. And then one of them that was important to the kit essentially quit portabilizing entirely. So that's just kind of the end of the G-Boy kit. And then the other 2 founders went on to help make 4-layer tech. But I think they're pretty burnt out on kits. So I don't think the G-Boy kit will be making a return anytime soon. But that's the Spark Notes explanation.
Oh,
Oh.
my VSync wire snapped off.
Oopsies. Did it get like pinched when you screwed it shut or something?
No, I honestly don't. Maybe it got bumped by something.
It's
I'm not
always
entirely sure.
It's always the sync wires.
At least it's a
Yep.
clear-cut issue.
Yeah.
Oh, hurrah, Zadib. Thank you for the 67 cents.
Sync is always fun when it breaks off. It's even more fun when it's the one that's between the 2 pins. I forget which one that is. It's H or V,
it's gonna
but
be
That's the
V.
VSync, man. And guess
Uh,
which one broke off?
it was VSync,
course.
wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, man.
Every time, never fails.
But you know what? Oh, wait, that one's not.
Didn't someone do the Wii U portable into a case that's the Wii U tablet? Thought I saw that. I think you may have seen. I don't remember.
It was a
what the name-
Wii in a Wii U shell. There's that.
Yes, there has been that before, and there's also been a couple guys who like just strapped massive battery packs to like a Wii U console, and then walked around with the like Wii U gamepad and called it a Wii U portable, which I mean it technically is. It's not a terrible way to do a portable, but it's certainly not a like all-in-one fancy unit. What if Nintendo sees this and make Wii Boy as their own official console? I don't think Nintendo's going to do that because it would just be creating another handheld to compete with their already Switch handheld. I think if anything, they're just going to like add like GameCube and Wii emulation to the Switch. Like I got
But
real
also-
nervous during that last Direct when they announced like Game Boy stuff and they were like, "Oh, and one more thing." But it was just GBA, so I am safe for at least another year.
That also implies Nintendo spinning up or Nintendo and I guess whoever makes the Hollywood chip and I guess technically IBM for the PowerPC chip on the CPU. That implies them re-spinning up those processors, and that's probably never gonna happen.
Yeah, it would be a very expensive project that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for Nintendo. So it'll probably just be up to us modders for a while.
I think that's a
Bro,
more
there's
solid
actually
joint.
A PS2 portable on a Wii U gamepad? I believe it. Seems like a pretty reasonable project. Hey there, Umbrella Man.
I still want to do like a 3D printable and accessible like Wii U gamepad 3D print at some point. Or a project really. Wii portable inside of a Wii U gamepad.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
I know that like the idea has been done to hell and back, but I want to do one that's like reproducible and like not totally Frankencased, you know?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Wes did some 3D scans for me for that, so
Nice.
Mad Cow's got a good tip for you, Crazy Gadget. Don't turn off your soldering iron before you close up a project.
I thought that I would have been safe. Because here's the thing, I tested it with like one screw in, and it was cool, and I'm like, oh, I'll just put the other ones in. Big mistake.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's the-
fine 9 out of 10 times.
That's the equivalent of putting the side panel on your PC before you like install Windows and benchmark it and all that.
Oh yeah, speaking of that, I completely forgot to put my side panel back on, and I've been running it for like 2 weeks now.
Extra airflow.
Yeah, fair enough.
Should I try Super Luigi Odyssey on the Switch? Are you talking like Luigi's Balloon World?
I think he's
I
talking
did-
about a ROM hack.
Oh, no, I've never played any Odyssey ROM hacks.
I think I saw him in chat asking about that earlier.
Gotcha. No, I've only ever played Vanilla Mario Odyssey. Although the ROM hack scene for it does seem pretty cool. So,
Oh god,
definitely be fun to check out.
Yeah, Odyssey ROM hacks are crazy.
Is it possible to make a Switch Lite Game Boy shaped with a smaller screen? I was talking about that earlier. I think that'd be a fun project to attempt. As for, like, if it's possible, I mean, I don't really know. But I would say it's probably within the realm of possibility. ROM mod hack? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, donkeys. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Appreciate it. Does the Wii Boy use USB-C? Yes, it does. It charges over USB-C, and you can access the USB drive inside of it over USB-C, which is handy. What are the most comfortable portables I've built? I mean, Ashita is #1 by a pretty significant margin, because it's literally just a GameCube controller, so it's nice and comfortable. As far as other comfortable ones, the Louie is probably my most comfortable build that I've built personally. It just feels pretty good in the hands. The PS2 Eclipse is pretty good. The Nintendo Fate Cube isn't great. And I'm not a huge fan of landscape portables, so like G-Boy and Wii Boy Color. The triggers are just a little awkward for my taste. But, I mean, they work fine. And it's for the form factor is what makes them cool. So you gotta make some sacrifices. How long does it take to charge? I think 4-ish hours over a fast charger. The batteries inside of them are really beefy, so they take a while to charge up all the way. And you can't just like have magically faster charge speeds without like destroying the batteries. So, are you gonna sleep for like 30 hours after this? I think I'm probably gonna sleep for like 6 hours, and then wake up, and then like just kind of exist until my normal bedtime, and then go to bed again. Because I do have like class on Monday, so I don't want to wreck my sleep schedule too hard. But we'll see. Will you ever try to figure out data or display over USB-C? I mean, I won't say never, but I will say not soon. I don't really have a whole lot of interest in it. I think for most projects it'd be more practical for me just to have like a separate HDMI out port, but
Yeah, USB-C alt modes literally suck.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not a like a simple process to get working, because USB-C is kind of jank as a protocol. PS2 inside a PS5 casing, it would essentially be a catfish console. I mean, it'd be really easy. You could just shove an entire PS2 Slim inside of a PS5 and probably still have the PS5 work. What college major are you? I'm doing marketing. I've got essentially 1 semester after this, and then I'm all graduated. Make a game sphere, it's spherical? I think someone was talking about that the other day, but I think someone already did it. They like put a GameCube inside of like a spherical like MP3 player boombox thing.
I think I've seen a few projects like that actually. I think Peter
Oh, yeah.
Netter did one too.
Yeah, I think they're all based on like the Drake and Josh version. I need to see. We need to see the Okama Game Sphere though.
Absolutely. Alright, Ginger, did you go back to your habit of inhaling water again?
Yeah, sometimes I forget how to swallow water. Just sent it down the wrong pipe there. Ugh. Alright, I'm all good. Yeah, if I die now, I have to give away the Wee Boy color. That would suck. Oh, great. My throat was already sore from all this talking. Oh, oh man.
Could an iPod MP3 player be a Wii portable? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe.
Very tight.
I mean, there's like a very small chance that like one of those original like brick, well, not really bricks. iPods were always pretty small. Maybe like a really old one. You might be able to cram an Omega trim into, but
That sounds like a Frankencase project.
it wouldn't be a very practical project. That's for sure. Any other weird controllers you want to shove a console into? I do at some point. I think I'm going to try and put a Wii inside of like a Wii steering wheel. And then give it motion controls. So that you can like play Mario Kart by like tilting the whole console. I think that would be fun. But I think that's still a ways in the future. As of right now.
Have to make sure the internals for that one are solid.
Yeah. What about a PS2 and Wii hybrid portable? You'd have a physical switch to switch between two consoles? That would be cool. It'd be a lot of work because you would have to make a switch to switch between the controller. And you would need a way to switch like the video from the Wii to the PS2, and you need to switch audio, you need to switch other things, voltages, which board is powered. So it would be a pretty complex portable. It would be a pretty bulky portable because you have to fit like two whole consoles in there. It would just be super complicated. Whereas I could just build a separate Wii portable and a separate PS2 portable and essentially have the same thing. But it would certainly have a good cool factor to it.
Ugh.
Is it working all right now?
Yep, I'm gonna update the firmware and then I gotta put settings editor GUI on it because I actually have this one in 16:9 mode, so I think that I think this was supposed to be for the Ishida, and I mixed my two Wii's up when I did my trims.
Well, good thing setting is editor GUI is easy.
Yeah.
was thinking a little bit earlier while you were answering some of those questions about, like, I think I've seen someone do this before, putting a Wii inside of their gaming PC.
Dude.
Yeah. This sounds familiar.
Do you guys remember that abomination that I sent to you guys earlier this year, where it was like a GameCube, an Xbox, like a PlayStation, a gaming PC, all in this monstrous tower, and it was all like bodged together?
I think I remember that.
I don't know if I remember seeing that, but that does sound like a project for sure.
It was funny looking. Oh, don't have much time to do this. This thing's about to die on me. Maybe I
Only
shouldn't
could
do
charge
a.
and play at the same time.
Yeah, that's true.
Brought to you by 4-Layer Tech.
What I was gonna say about the like Wii gaming PC thing is I was like thinking, that might be like a use for the PSU that I might be picking up at MGC from Crazy Gadget if he has a few to spare. And
What was
then I
that?
thought, putting a Wii in a gaming PC, and then after giving it a little bit more thought, I thought, well, am I really gonna do that and like come up with this elaborate setup and solution and like modification to my PC to turn it on and all that, when I could just plug an HDMI cable into my like GP?
Actually, you could technically make it a quote unquote PCIe card that just saps power from the PCIe lane. It does nothing
Really
else.
interesting.
So it's just a dummy card, and then it just has the outputs on the back. It's not a bad idea.
It's actually really interesting. That seems like a really cool idea now that I think about it. And then you just like swap maybe you put like GameCube ports on the back, and which isn't the most ideal location, but and then you just take HDMI out or whatever, swap the cable and plug in a controller when you want to like play something.
Yeah, because I think you can do like 75 watts off of a PCIe bus. So no, I don't know if there has to be a device enumerated on the bus in order to actually be able to power it. So that could be a problem. You could probably do something with a microcontroller at 1x speed and just like enumerate like a dummy device just to get the power output if you need to do that, but it's really not a bad idea.
Seems interesting. The only thing I wouldn't like about it would be like, I would only want the portable on when it needs to be on. Not portable, just the Wii. But
I don't know, if your PC has like a reset button on it, like mine's got one that I never use, you just map that to be the Wii power button.
yeah, fair enough.
Or you just
Very
like
good
drill a
point.
hole into like your I/O shield and add another one.
Yeah.
Easy. What are you dipping
Okay.
that brush in before cleaning the boards? Isopropyl alcohol, 91%. It's good for cleaning boards because it evaporates, unlike like water, which will like sit in it. It is portable approved.
I tend to prefer 99 just because I feel 91 takes way too long to flash off, but I think 91
that's
works
fair.
fine too.
You know, I get more phone time when I use 91, you know?
Meanwhile, I'm stuck with 95 over here, because that's the highest percentage I've been able to get.
But
Not
see,
bad,
the
though.
the thing is though, you can get like literally 2 times the amount of like 91 compared to 99 on like Amazon for the same price. I literally just bought like two bottles, like one bottle of 99 like I usually do, and then I just decided to buy a bottle of 91 for my resin printer setup, and it was like 32 ounces versus like 32 fluid ounces versus 16 fluid ounces, same exact price. So it's just kind of funny.
Yeah, 99 is probably the better choice, but 91 works.
That's an interesting keyboard you got there, Crazy Gadget.
I showed my Game Boy Color into a TI-83. I think it would be fun to put a Wii into a TI-84, but like you don't like put joysticks on it or anything. So you just have like all the buttons on the TI-84 do different things on a Wii. That'd be another goofy, silly little project.
Yeah, I remember wanting to do something like that. Put a Game Boy Color in a TI-83. That was like a big thing, like way back then. It's definitely a cool project, though.
Oh, the classic dead bugs in the console, huh? Yeah. Whenever I get like a roach-filled Wii, yeah, I don't bother with it. It's not worth the effort. Even if you can get it working, it just has this like horrid smell to it when it's like powered on. It is not it, I will say.
There's also the classic.
Worst smell, yeah.
There's also the classic. The Wii lived with a family, and someone in that family smoked in the house.
Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten a smoker Wii. Surprisingly, I get plenty of bug Wiis, but it's weird how they want to live in things. Well, they want to live in warm things. And, like, if you just leave that Wii plugged in, that Wii is still, like, drawing back watts and pumping out power. Just, like, nice and warm inside of a nice Nintendo Wii. You can crawl it into the disk drive and hang out, start a family.
I've actually gotten really lucky with Wiis that I've gotten. I don't think I've ever gotten any bugs or anything disgusting at all. I think the worst I've ever had in terms of that has just been like horrendous water damage, like corrosion.
Oh yeah, I've seen that before.
And it still ended up working no problem. So like that's like the most disgusting thing I've gotten, which is really not that disgusting.
Yeah, it's just kind of a pain to work with.
I've never had a Wii that had roaches in it, but I had a PS2 that had roaches in it that I had to clean out. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever done.
Yeah, not fun. Did you ever get a Wii with a cookie in the disk drive? Never saw a cookie in the disk drive. I've seen like plenty of like coins and cardboard and paper. Sometimes there are like multiple discs jammed into the disk drive for some reason.
You unlocked a memory. So y'all are probably gonna hate me, but so when I was like a really young kid, we used to still have our N64. And yeah, I decided that I would jam like, and keep in mind I was like 2 or 3, that I was just gonna jam like at least like 5 or 6 cookies into the cartridge slot. And yeah, that N64 never worked again.
Dang.
That's how it goes.
I wish I still had it though, because I could probably fix it. It's probably just bent pins on the cartridge slot was all it really was.
What about games in like the not cartridge, but in like the disk drive slot? Have you found any games before?
Oh yeah, I have like 10 copies of Wii Sports. So that's the most common one. Really? C-Stick still doesn't work? How? Why?
I got SpongeBob's Boating Dash, and I think some country dancing game or something, both from Wii disc drives.
Yeah, it's rarely like any particularly good games. Oh wait, okay. It looks like oh boy.
connector not connected all the way.
I think so. The C-stick connector is like a little like... Oh, I see. It's angled in a weird way. Can I just like bend the pins and be really jank? Okay, the answer is not easily. Best bonus game I ever found in Wii was GameCube Super Smash Bros. That's a good one to find. Would be really cool if some portable has a similar disc feature to the PSV's mechanism. That thing was sick. Yeah, I'm not super knowledgeable on like PSP discs, but I don't think those are actually like discs. There's some other like weird format that are very similar to discs. But I do wonder, I don't know, maybe probably just a storage thing. Or they went with discs instead of cartridges. UMDs. Okay, yeah, that's what they're called. Oh, you just meant like the physical disc insertion? Yeah, I guess you could, but I don't think anyone's building a disc drive portable anytime soon. But if I were to, that's definitely a good mechanism to rip off.
I feel like
right.
I feel like inevitably someone's gonna do a disk drive Wii at some point.
Sure.
Terrible battery life, but
I have considered building a portable Wii based off of what my YouTube comments want. And that would obviously have to have a disk drive, but
if you're gonna do that, you'd probably end up building like 5 portable switches.
something like that.
Oh, the C cube. Oh man.
Is that the one that was just like a giant brick?
Kinda, yeah. It was TJ's. I think it was his first portable.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different one.
Okay.
The one I'm thinking of was like literally just like a massive brick.
Yeah, I don't think it was that then. Oh. The G-Boy's all done. It's good. It's updated.
Yay.
Everything works right. I played with the fan, the fan minimum speed to get it to something where it doesn't have that horrid buzz that you get when you're doing low PWM with fans.
Nice.
Ah, good. We have an Amogus in the chat.
Oh, thank
Amogus
goodness we were
spammer.
missing. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, it would appear that my mods have gone to sleep.
Mod
Those
just
lazy
sleep
bastards.
post them. I don't think I'm strong enough to start the Ashita,
Oh, I won't fault you for that.
but you're still going, man.
I'm like... My plan was to like troubleshoot this until like you were done with like your project. And I assumed you were going to go to bed, but if not, that's fine too. And then I was just going to start playing some Spelunky.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm not here to stop your plans or anything, you know. I mean, if that
true.
means that I can't, if I can't build my Ashita, then I guess that's just how it is, huh?
Crazy Gadget, you're building the Ashita tonight. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
I'm not gonna.
You know, I would hate for you to somehow ruin those beautiful buttons you just got. So
That's fair. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Don't worry, you can just build it tomorrow.
Yeah, we're doing another 24-hour stream tomorrow. You're gonna be there, right?
Yeah, it's starting at noon tomorrow, right?
Yep. I get 2 hours of sleep. Oh wait,
48
no, noon
hours!
EST. I don't get any hours of sleep.
Exactly. It is the 48-hour stream.
Yo, that'd be a crazy surprise.
Oh lord, I think we'd all die of exhaustion by hour 36.
We should have like a, you know what we should have? We should have a 72-hour stream where we all take turns being like
Everyone
the
just
spotlight.
takes like an 8-hour shift or something.
Yeah,
Could be fun.
I think that would be completely wild.
I feel like for every 24 hours we would have to do like a giveaway.
It would be like this huge collab between Ginger, Gunner, Shank, Porta Packet.
Oh, yeah, we're bringing in the OGs, huh? Yeah, I think GameCube uses mini DVD. Portable Wii for Just Dance on the go when? Whenever you want, brother. Just replace yourself with an AI of yourself if you're sleepy. Oh, I don't have that set up yet. Unfortunately, but that would be a good idea. And probably not all that hard to put together at this point, too. Since there's like the
ChatGPT.
voice thing. Yeah, that too.
Yeah, ChatGPT set up to sound like Ginger. Yeah, why stop at 72 hours? Just infinite, and yeah, no time limit. Just live streaming forever.
It's a game of hot potato. Like, everyone has to do a 24-hour stream, and whoever fails it has to do, like, the Portable Wii giveaway.
No, they just have to give away their whole setup.
Oh,
God.
no.
Leave the community.
Okay, and now we have the new crazy gadget.
Yeah.
The crazier gadget.
I just had a good night's rest. I don't remember asking. Mods, ban that guy.
Too bad
Oh
all
wait,
the
I know
mods are
that
still-
guy.
Yeah, we got a thief in the chat. Yo, Shockslayer, I got a question for you. Can you explain what might have happened to the left shoulder button of the original Wii Boy Color? I stole it! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Yes, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Alright, well, the confession was easy enough.
At least he's honest.
What's the best portable to start with the hobby of portabilizing? Probably the Wii. The Wii's got the most resources, the most products for it. If you're really not interested in the Wii, then like the PS2 and the N64 are reasonable choices, but they're gonna be trickier. The sweet release of truth is the only release I receive. Well, that's better than nothing.
Just wait till MGC, bud.
Are you going to MGC this year, Shockslayer? Oh, that bent the wrong way. Let's not do that. Really want to, but like bills and whatnot? Yeah, fair enough.
Just get Cyframe to chauffeur you. Then
Yeah,
you don't have to
yeah.
do anything.
You can stop down
Actually-
in the south or wherever you're at right now.
I actually do have. Oh, but never mind. That was unrelated to what I thought you were saying. Yeah, I don't think that's.
You're
Okay.
timed out, guys. Already back.
Okay, sorry, Among Us. You are banned. Actually, you can continue to post Among Us. It's just that no one will ever see it. Portable NES is super easy for beginners and affordable if you use a Retron or other clone system as the base. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I haven't actually pulled out all of these, all of the sticks and everything. So now I gotta actually look at it.
Yeah,
What
might
does
as
it
well.
all look like?
Where
Really, if
is
someone's
Shock
road tripping,
Slayer?
that'd be something I'd consider. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's road tripping from your area.
Yeah, like where exactly is Shock Slayer? I'm curious now.
Yeah, what's his address?
Oh,
Yeah,
Just asking, like, state-wise.
Florida-ish. I think he's. I don't know if he's necessarily in Florida, but he's in one of those states down there. So, not super
Okay.
drivable from where MGC is.
I'm
Close enough.
in Michigan, so
Don't dox me on stream. I already did.
Too late, pal.
Yeah, it
That's
only
more-
made sense. It only made sense to come grab me just because I was literally on the way there. So
that's literally like that's more of a cheese would pick him up and not like me if anyone's gonna pick him up. But
Yeah, that'd definitely be a cheese roll.
It'll be
Wow,
cheese's carry on.
How does the C stick still not? work?
Oh, these Z buttons.
Oh, I didn't latch it into place. That's why it's not working.
Bro, these Z buttons. I don't know.
Thank
See,
you,
I like-
Outsider X. Appreciate it. Are they just like little like drops in them?
God, I like
better?
how the camera wants to focus for like a split second.
Oh, that does look pretty.
Dang.
that's
so
real
cool.
nice. Wow.
No way there's a reasonable PS3 portable? There's not right now, unfortunately. But maybe someday.
yeah, those space buttons are really nice.
Yeah, those are like jewelry.
Come on.
I wonder what they use to get that effect. Like, there might just be like alcohol ink, or it might be something like a little more wild.
I don't know.
What about the joysticks?
S-
Shiny.
That looks real nice. I was focusing for a second. Yeah.
You get the gist. You'll see it. I'm just.
Yeah. Yeah, I could actually see it on Discord pretty well. Does it feel rubbery?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
it
wow.
has the feel, man.
That's great. I was gonna say, whenever there's like any casted things
Mm.
like that, that's always a concern.
Shame I won't be using the start button.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to try and get into what was it? Polyurethane resin, which ends up curing as more of like a rubber than a hard resin type of material. Might make for good stick caps, but
I think like good like GameCube casters like that guy. They use like actual like rubber like casts, or not like necessarily rubber. Maybe it is polyurethane. I don't know. I'm tired. I can't think straight.
So
But I know
good,
they use
man.
like actual like rubbery materials, which I would like to use in some projects. But you need like a pressure pot and all this fancy stuff for it, which I don't have yet.
yeah.
I did do some initial wiring on this before.
Oh no way, the Z button doesn't work? Dang.
That's
All
like
the
the
controller
worst
stuff works.
possible.
Except the Z button. Why is that, man?
It's like the worst
Crazy, is
possible
that,
button
um,
potentially.
Crazy. Is that resin printed or is that SLS? It's hard to tell in the camera.
It's SLS.
Okay, yeah. it
Or
just looks
I
like-
always forget if it's SLS or JLC's like MJF. They're both nylon, whichever one was cheaper.
Yeah, it's just hard to tell in the camera because it looked like super smooth. I thought you might have had it resin printed.
Oh no, it's got the texture to it. It is. Oh yeah, I drilled a little pilot hole or a little hole and filled it with hot glue as a light diffuser.
There you go. Which is easier to make, Atari 2600 or Philips CDI? I have no clue. Never done either of those or done anything with them.
2600. You can
2600 is pretty
realistically-
easy because
Okay.
it has the square you can cut out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Then I guess the answer is 2600.
You can realistically hand wire it though too.
Oh yeah. I
Makes
know we're
sense.
both thinking of the same video.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
plan on making essentially that, but on a actual PCB, so you don't
That
have
would
to
be
hand wire it.
Are you
You're
gonna
talking
attempt
about-
to make a real Wii phone? Maybe. That will probably be my next, like, fake console turned real. If I end up doing another one of those.
You're talking about Ben Heck, right? Crazy Gadget.
Yeah, his super soldered Atari 2600.
Yeah.
I like that Metal Gear Color GUI. Oh, I'm talking about like I'm not familiar with Metal Gear. Does it look like Crazy Gadget's portable? I've seen videos of the world's largest Game Boy. I think the world's largest Game Boy was at MGC one year. And it was a really good display piece because people really liked it. They would come in just to see that and then check out the other stuff. Thoughts on Sons of the Forest? I don't know much about it because I didn't play the original Forest game or whatever. But I thought it looked not like a good game. So, but I'm also
Wait,
not a
Ben
big
didn't-
like survivor horror or whatever. That's not really what I like to play. So,
Wait, Ben made another Atari portable after the single chip one?
Oh yeah, I gotta make one of those.
Yeah, you can find one.
I have 4.
Okay then. Maybe send one over here.
I gotta send one to Red, bro.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun.
That'll be fun.
Oh man.
That'll be the smallest Atari 2600 portable.
Hell, what could you? Yeah, that could be really tiny.
Dude, maybe someone could put it in an Altoids tin.
yeah, Shock Slayer. We had someone come into the chat earlier who said they would start using a fume extractor when Ben Heck went crazy. But you're right. He only went based, not crazy. So it's still okay to solder without a fume extractor.
He went big.
Code? Oh, okay. Code time. Code time. Smiley faces for code time.
Oh, time.
What codes do I have left? We're
Wait.
running out.
Got
Ginger-
about 7 left, I think. 6 maybe.
There we go.
Ginger, did you put Bluetooth or MX in your Ashita?
And the one I built, I definitely put MX. I don't
Where
think
did you
I
put it?
Bluetooth. I think I just put it like underneath like the vias for it. Like it just kind of like that square where nothing really gets soldered to.
Oh, so it sat on top of the Wii board?
Yeah, I think that's what I did. I think it fit fine.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering about clearance things, because usually I would like jam it in the corner, and then I forget where. I usually would stick Bluetooth down here, but I don't think that's necessary. I think it can all be put on the Wii board without any clearance issues.
Yeah, I
Unless I'm
think so. That's what I
wrong.
do on the Louie, and I think I just didn't even think about it. I just did it again.
And you know what? I'll actually have room on the Wii on the, I guess the front of it, since I won't have the LDO on there.
What's this code in reference of?
That code is in reference
Oh,
to a particular modder who went by Mills DJ, who had a meteoric rise and a meteoric fall. That was a fun meme. Basically, there was a contest to see who would replace Ben Heck, and there was a guy named Mills DJ who entered, and he was kind of an asshole. He built the quote-unquote ultimate portable Wii, which was a pretty cool portable Wii, all things considered. It was just a little rudely framed, I guess I would say. Anyways, there's a whole bunch of cringe stuff with him. And the contest was if you like place top 10, you would get money, like a fairly sizable amount of money. I think it was like $500. And getting first place didn't really matter. but he like made fake accounts to ensure he got first place, and
that's funny.
he got banned from the Element 14 contest because of it, which was very funny. Because afterwards he claimed that it was his family helping him, but when the accounts got banned, you could see like what usernames what were behind them, and one of the names was Easy Money, which was not terribly subtle. So, but that was a fun tale. That was why the Wave Rider existed, because Shockslayer also entered that contest, and created something pretty dope.
Speaking of Benheck replacements, thoughts about the very, very totally 100% successful replacement channel Element 14 presents.
Oh, what did they? I don't even know what they did after that.
Yeah, so they completely rebranded the channel. It's the same exact channel, so all of the old Benheck content's still on there, but they completely rebranded the channel, and now each video struggles to get even anywhere close to like 2K views of a video, because its content is just absolutely what's the word I'm looking for? It's just all over the place.
I maintain that Noah got high and turned it on before shipping it back. I mean, anything's possible, brother. I don't know. I won't complain about Element 14 too much, because I did manage to get a free Xbox out of them. Because like a year later or something, I don't even know why I was on the forums, but I think Boku D or someone like posted about it. And it was basically they were giving away like an Xbox they had used in a video, and you just had to like post about a project you had made recently and say what you would do with the Xbox. So I think I just like finished the Louis. So I was like, oh, I built this cool portable Wii, and if I get the Xbox, I will use the buttons and make resin casts out of them, and I will look into turning the Xbox One into a portable Xbox. And then I got it. I like won the contest, and then I promptly sold it on Craigslist.
Wow.
Based.
Because it was like an Xbox like One S digital version. Like, I'm not using that.
Yeah, that's upsetting.
So I gave it to a dad, or sold it to a dad who wanted to game with his son. Made like $200. It was high.
That's some real money.
Oh, especially back then. I had like just started like selling portables.
Difference between
What's the
Bluetooth
difference
and
between?
MX?
Yeah, so those are two different relocations. The MX is what controls like the real-time clock and some other like little things that are handy. Bluetooth is like an actual like Bluetooth module that lets you like connect Wii remotes and such. So they just have two completely different functions. MX is a pretty easy relocation to do. So like I do it on all my portables because I think the functionality is worth it. Bluetooth is kind of tricky. And I don't do it on any of my personal portables, but it is important for some people, so. Oh, yeah, there you go. You got MX on the left, Bluetooth on the right.
Yippee!
Alright, well, I am very tired, so I think I am going to dip here.
Alright, you can leave your shift.
Yeah, I think I'm done too, because I don't think I'm going to be building this Ashita, and if I'm not doing that, then I should
Might
probably
as well
be sleeping.
sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel
I'll
you.
still be here. But I'll probably just leave the call because I'm not going to be very interesting with nobody else in the call but me and you.
Yeah, I think I was going to leave the call for a bit too anyways. Fly solo for a
Alrighty.
bit.
Alright.
Alright, well, appreciate
Thank you
everyone
for having
coming,
me
chat
on.
for a while. Letting my voice
Yeah, it was-
rest.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with the rest of the stream.
Yeah, good
Thank
luck.
you.
Hasta la
Alright.
vista, gentlemen.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Peace.
Alright, finally. Got rid of those nerds. Okay. I'm gonna pretend to stop I'm gonna stop pretending that I'm working on this thing, because I've just been like poking around at joysticks for like the last 2 hours. And any gamers in the chat? I think it's time for some gaming. Do you approve the Lego Atari 2600? Sure. I don't know much about the Lego Atari 2600, but I assume it's cool. I've got the Lego NES. That's pretty neat. You can tell time with the clock. A few games use it too. Yeah, that's the MX. I have an idea. Tetris 99. I don't think... I would have to, like, fire up my Switch for the first time in a while. I think the batteries on it are, like, dead right now. Because I think I packed it up to, like, take on vacation during Christmas break, and then haven't touched it since. You should play Star Fox Adventures. I don't think that game is very good, from what I've heard. Oh, whoops. Okay, I just dropped my mat on the ground and I forgot that I had lots of screws in it. So I think I just launched screws everywhere. Alright, hang on. Let me switch to React Cam. Okay, don't leak the codes this time. And then move this. I don't think that leaks anything. Then we switch React footage to this one. Okay. I have not slept at all. We've been going. And now I set it back. Hang on, how do I... Oh, there's my mouse. Full screen. I think I can only do 65 hertz on this monitor. Oh. No, why'd you go back to that monitor? Maybe I just have to do like borderless windowed. Just go take a nap, go take a nap. You know, Ario, I don't think you have my best interests in mind. Well, maybe you do, actually. Can I just try borderless windowed? Nope. Yeah, I'm a big Spelunky fan. If you like 2D platformers or roguelikes or both, it's a very good game. All right, whatever. We're just gonna play with a little bar at the top. It'll be fine. No sleep for the wicked. I'm feeling a little wicked right now. That's for sure. Oh. Okay, this might be rough. Oh yeah. I usually play this on my 165 hertz monitor. 60 looks a little rough, but that's okay. So Spelunky is a roguelike game where you start from level 1 and you try to get to the end. And there's essentially 3 different endings to the game. And I've gotten the first 2. I can get the first 2 very consistently. Oh wait, you know what? I need to mute the YouTube music. Yeah. Ario, I'll be fine. I'm 22 years old. My body's doing alright. I'm feeling a little tired, but I'm not at risk of hurting myself. I promise that. A game where the goal is to play through the end? Well, the catch is that the last ending is way, way harder than the other 2. So once a year, I play for a few weeks, and I try to get that last ending, and then I give up. So I'm back on my Spelunky grind, trying to get that last ending. And you know what? Maybe this will be the time I finally get it. I've been playing better than I ever have before, but it's still tough. I'm pretty sure he told me that he regularly stays up for 72 hours. No, I'm not built that strong, unfortunately. I'm not built Ford tough. Though I wish I was. Okay, so there are shops in this game where you can buy items. So now I can, like, climb on the walls, which is hype. And if I really wanted to, you know, why not? I'm robbing that guy. I want all the stuff in the store. So. Bro, in 40, you always be tired if you not take a break. I don't know. Oh, I'm 40 maybe? Oh, here, let me edit the chat so people know what's going on. Set the size. Spelunky break. Feel free to still ask modding questions. Oh, I need text transform, alignment, center. Oh, let's go down to like 72. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Once I drove for 31 hours, definitely don't recommend. Well, the only thing I'm driving is this Spelunky gameplay, so I'll be fine. Crime is always a good option. See? You would like this game. Crime is always... Oh, okay. That was a bad move, but I didn't get punished for it. Have I watched the new Mario trailer? I think I watched it. It didn't have a whole lot of new stuff in it, but... You know, the movie looks... It's probably going to be good. I don't know. I probably won't see it in theaters, but... It'll probably be a solid movie. I want to ask intimate personal questions, like on a scale of 1 to 10, how attracted to Waluigi are you? You missed it earlier. But I brought out the classic. Which I believe you had some hand in procuring. But... So on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd have to be an 11, for sure. I'm watching your stream on my microwave. Oh, that's nice. I've always wanted to be microwave content. That's my goal. Oh, okay. Well, okay, since I robbed the shopkeepers, they're going to be cringe. And they're mad at me. So I now have to deal with that. But if I can get around him without hurting him, then we'll be in the clear. Although I need to figure out where a door is. It's up there. Okay. Come on, go on the spikes. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Yeah, okay, a life of crime did not work out for me. What's Waluigi's backstory? As far as that particular Waluigi, When I first got into building portables, the first portable Wii I ever built was called the Waluigi, and I made it purple, and it was a really bad portable Wii. But the joke being that I really liked Waluigi kind of stuck around. And so later that year, like the BitBuilt forums do like a Secret Santa. And so the person who got me as my Secret Santa sent me some like helpful modding things, and then also that pillowcase. So I got a wide variety of gifts that year. So that is why I own a particularly cursed Waluigi pillowcase. Yes, that was the first code. Yep, that's why it was the first code. And I've seen a lot of Waluigi stuff since then. I still don't know if I've ever seen a Waluigi picture that was as cursed as that one. So Herma really peaked early with that. Okay, so now I'm sacrificing people to the Blood Goddess. Because she will reward me if I do that. And I can't say no to rewards. What can I say? Can't wait for the Waluigi too. I will do one at some point, for sure. I also want to, like, remake the original Waluigi, since I don't have it anymore, and it never really worked. Whoops. So, that's on the... Oh, okay. That's on the list. Herma's base. Haven't heard from him in a while, but for, like, years after that, like, once a year, I would just get, like, a random Waluigi meme from him. And most of the time it was like old ones from like years ago, but he would just forward them my way. And you know what? He was thinking of me, and I appreciate that. But it's been a while since he sent me one, so the well may have run dry. Okay, turkeys guy. I mean, the turkeys are right here. I'll give them to him. I just guessed the first code based on what you said. Well, some of the codes are guessable. I will say that. So. Oh, whoops. That's how it works. Any pygmy that ever exists, regardless of timeline placement, rotates into your inbox. I mean, you're the pig guy, so you get what you get. I don't think there's anything up there. OMG, the sun is coming up. I think it'll be doing that for me soon. What time is it? 4:20 a.m.? Yeah. Yo, blaze it, blaze it. Woo! Next's code is Weeboy, I'm gonna guess. There's a code that has Weeboy in it. I don't think there's any chance that anyone here guesses it, but... Living off the same time as you? Yeah, welcome to, what are we, mountain time or something? Ooh, bombs. I like bombs. Those are hype. You've just been taking the pig guy mainstream? Someone's got to be the pig guy. It could be you. There's money to be made. Oh, okay, okay. Did not respond to my whip. Have you ever modded a PS Vita? I have not. It seems like they're relatively straightforward to mod, based on what I've heard. But I've never done one personally. Just came back to check what's happening. Yeah, we're taking a quick Spelunky break. If I go more than 12 hours without doing any gaming, my hands start to twitch. So, you know how it is. Okay, but I have to take the key to that chest because it gives me an item that will be useful later. Basically, the way Spelunky works is there's this big, long, like, quest chain that you have to do to reach the last world. And I'm gonna very slowly work my way through it. Hopefully. I'm also playing 16, 17 hours deep into a live stream, so my gameplay is gonna be less than stellar. And that's my excuse. Usually I'm incredibly good at Spelunky. I never make any mistakes ever. But you have to expect me to make at least a couple. Oh, whoops. like that. That wouldn't happen if I had fresh sleep, good sleep. I'll blow him up because he gives me a heart and some bombs. You're not making full walkthrough right now? How am I ever going to beat it? Hey, look, if you're lucky, you'll get the full walkthrough. But in theory, if I, like, somehow get a good run going, and I manage to get that final ending, it'll probably take me about 3 hours of Spelunky gameplay. And I can already tell, based on how I'm playing, there's no way. I have zero chance of getting that ending tonight. Oh, what's up, Yang? Looking for a key. Oh, we got another altar. Altar. Let's go. Oh, the kitty died. No. Oh, that guy's going to be obnoxious. Get out here. Alright, that's fine. I still have enough sacrifice points for the blood cup, which means I can now heal off of blood, which is really important if I'm trying to play for a long time. Has the Steam Deck affected your business or amount of requests you've gotten? Not really, but I'm also like never selling like at maximum demand. Like I usually like sell one at a time. And there's not like 10 billion people who all want my portables, but there's enough demand that I haven't really seen it like. There's not been like a sudden cratering in interest, as far as I can tell. But no, the next code is not Weeboy Forever. No more guesses. I'm not telling you anymore. Do you know any coding languages? I've done a little bit of coding in C, but I'm not well versed in any programming language. It's essentially, I took like a class in C, and I paid attention mostly. And that's about all I did. I don't know if I can make this. Oh, howdy. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, there we go. Oh, no. I can't get that guy. I messed up. I did use forever in a passcode. That's not the Weeboy one. Oh, okay, and Spelunky also has another thing that every good game needs, and that's gambling. Ooh, paste is good. I like paste. ChatGPT is a pretty good programming tutor. Certainly not the worst. Whoops. Alright, I'm not going to bother gambling for the camera. The camera sucks. Alright, we'll see if Doggy makes it all. Oh, he's going to go over there. That works too. Just initialize the YouTube channel to say hi? Well, thank you. Welcome to the non-modding part of the stream. C is the way to go. If you can master C, you can write most any language. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I could probably get back into it. I would just need to brush up on it again. I think I still have like all my old assignments and stuff, so it wouldn't be that hard. But I don't know, programming's tough. I would love to learn some more practical ways to use it, because like programming class I took in college, I mean, they don't really like, they're not teaching you how to like write code for microcontrollers or whatever. It's like, oh, this is a loop, and this is this kind of code, and this is whatever. Which is good, it's important stuff, but that doesn't help me build a portable Wii. Come on. Saw enough of the modding part before I went to bed? Oh, good. There'll be more modding later. I can't play Spelunky for 6 hours straight. I would go insane. Alright, dog. Fly free, buddy. Oh, I think I threw him straight to the door. That was really smart of me. Alright. I think we're good to move on. Some of it requires you to look more things up. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, send it. Ooh, almost died there. Good morning, still at it? Yeah, we got 5.5 hours left. I think we're gonna play some Spelunky, and then I'm gonna do some resin casting, and then I think I might just play test portables until it's over. But we'll see. Alright, let's go. You have very nice wrist. Oh, I forgot that the hand cam is up. That's good. That way you guys know if I'm cheating. Oh, I jumped right into that. Yeah, this is very poor Spelunky play from me. But now I have the cape that gives me a double jump, so that's hype. What game is this? This is Spelunky 2. 2D platformer roguelike. Very hard. Alright, we'll farm some blood off of those guys. And then we'll just dip. Good measure in case I get a speedrun record. Very likely, honestly. I'm one of the greatest to ever do it. Oh, you morons. Alright, well, I had 4 little buddies. I now have 0 little buddies. So, I mean, it's partially my fault because I accidentally shot one of them because I forgot I had them. But I don't think I could be held liable in a court of law. God is my witness. Playtesting games that people request? I might be down. As long as it's not a cerebral game. I need me a MASH A game right now. So I don't know why I'm playing Spelunky. But have you ever watched The Russian Badger? I don't think so. It sounds a little familiar. Like YouTube channel E. What do they do? Because maybe I like recognize like them off of their content, but I don't recognize the channel name itself. Oh, that was a dumb move, but we're okay. Are you an anime fan? I'm not a big anime guy. I don't watch much TV in general, so I'm not well versed in that particular form of art. Oh, uh-oh. He's a gaming channel, a pretty old one. Still uploads. Highly recommend. Good to know. Does he play Spelunky? Is that why you asked? Or is that just like a random bring up? I need to expand my game experience. This actually looks fun. I need a break from RPGs. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Spelunky 2. There's also Spelunky 1, which is easier. It's a little more straightforward. It's still hard. But Spelunky 2 is much harder. So Spelunky 1 is a good place to start. And I think it goes on sale a lot too. Because it's just an older game. It came out in like 2013. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. That's awkward, but we're fine. Spelunky 1 came out in 2006? I think Spelunky Classic might have come out then. But I think, well, I guess it depends what you call Spelunky 1. Because there's Spelunky 1 and there's Spelunky HD, which is essentially the same game, just with more polish. I've never played Spelunky Classic, but it's one of those, like, I probably should play it, because I really love the Spelunky series. But I haven't finished 2 yet, so why start another one? That was a cool boss fight. It's an alright boss fight. I have to do it like every time I play the game, and it does get old after a while. But yeah, especially when you're first getting into the game, like learning all the phases and stuff is pretty fun. (2008) Okay, yeah, that sounds right. Alright, come on, homie. I want you to stay alive. Okay, don't die when you're down here, please. Mama's going gambling. I'm curious, is this stream flickering every so often? Or is that just like on my end? Because I see like a flicker out of the corner of my eye every so often. I don't know what causes it. But I don't know if that's just like my OBS or if that's actually happening. There's been no flicker? Okay. It's just something on my end then. That's good. There's so many games that I haven't played. That's how it goes. Alright, well, this is kind of a weak gamble, but that's okay. We've already got pretty good items. Okay. That's all the gambling I could do. Did little buddy stay alive? Oh, he did! Good job, little buddy. Here, pick up the cat. Or go to sleep. That works too, I guess. Okay. You hang out up here. Bro, fish a tie room of Spelunky while reading comments. Can't even finish level 1 without having comments to read. Hey, Spelunky's hard, man. Also, the one nice thing about Spelunky is I can read comments in between a level and then talk about the comment like while I run. So it's actually isn't a bad stream game. You need to get one of those machines that force your eyes open. I think my eyes are doing all right. Whoops. Yay, challenge completed. Do you feel tired? I don't feel too bad right now. I was feeling like really tired at like the 12-hour mark. But I think I got a second wind. I'm doing all right. Oh, where'd little buddy go? Did he commit suicide? I think he walked into the clam. Because he ain't here anymore. Alright, well that's annoying. I really wanted him to stay alive. Not because I care about him. He's useful later. But that's okay, because we have another opportunity to get a little buddy. Power pack? That's actually not bad. If I had another little guy, I could... Yeah, pick it up, pick it up. Okay, now I pick you up. No. Come here, and then I put you here. Okay. I need to find somewhere I can lock you in, that you won't be able to kill yourself. You know what? I'm just gonna leave you to your own devices. If you die, you die. Oh, he's running around. Chill, homie. Wait, come over here, come over here. Come over here. Yeah, go in the hole, Oh, you moron. Why did you do that? Alright, here we go. That's perfect. You can't get out of there. Oh! Okay. So that's unlucky. So that little golden idol there, if you touch it, the ceiling collapses. And so I was very intentionally not going to touch it, but there just so happened to be an enemy that spawns there, that spawns poison bubbles, which move it. And I had no control over that. I did not react to that in time, because I've never seen that happen before. And so I just lost my extra life because of it, which is a bummer. It's not the end of the world, but it's a bummer. And that is why Spelunky 2 sucks. Alright, little buddy. Yeah, you just... chill. Gosh, this last 6-hour stretch is going to hit me hard, but I got to push through it. You can always go to bed, man. I don't know if those 18 entries are going to make a big difference, but if it's something you want to do, then you got to do it. Alright, so the reason why I had the homie carry the sword was because I needed to kill this guy easily. So I can get that item. Alright. Alright. This gun is called the clone gun, and I can use it to essentially clone anything in the game, which is very handy for a couple places. One of which I'm probably never going to get to, but if I do get there, you'll see why it's handy. Oh, okay. That's fine. No need to panic. Yeah, go get him, buddy. Okay, door is far right. It should be over here somewhere. And there we go. So this guy in here is named Waddler, and I can leave items with him, and they'll be available for me later. Okay, I think Homie killed himself. Unfortunate. Oh no, he's still here. Yo, chill out. Stop moving. You're gonna go to sleep. Yeah. And I'm gonna kill that guy. Because he gives me spike shoes, which is important. And then I'll kill this guy real quick. I don't really need the compass, but... Spunky's the game the more you know about, the more you realize you don't know anything. And yeah, I think I'm at like 250 hours in the game. And I still get to see fun new interactions that ruin my runs, like that one. But see, now I know. And so if I ever fall victim to it again, it is my fault. Alright. Okay. Homie, you're gonna chill right here. Okay, yeah, I'm not making it through this world. Like, I can just feel, like, the cogs in my brain turning. Yeah, there it is. They're the things that go up and down, and I went in between that and a solid wall, so I died. My kid needs music in order to fall asleep. Oh, maybe it's just a white noise thing. I sleep better with white noise. I don't know if rip and tear is better than, like, a fan, but it's something. Alright, and so since I died in World 6, I get to restart at World 1. But that's okay. Die. Come on, whatever. Yoink. Oh, I want to. Well, I don't really need to rob that guy. I'll let him keep his wares. Oh, that's gonna make him mad. Alright, that's fair. Sorry, you rat thing. I'm leaving you. Have I ever heard the honk version at Doomsgate? I have never heard it, and yet I can hear it. So I don't think I need to hear it. I'm sure there are all sorts of variants of that song. Oh, hang on. Oh. Okay, this is hype. Because we can now go for a very goofy run, which has... It's not really necessary, but why not? I now have an eggplant. There's a weirdly oh, okay. I had an eggplant. Unfortunately, the eggplant is incredibly fragile, and I accidentally dropped it off a cliff. So, rest in peace, eggplant. When has a run ever not been goofy? Spelunky does have a lot of goofy runs. I would agree with that. I think this might be a speedrunning Spelunky kind of night, because I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with, like, attempting the true ending. Oh, I'm out of bombs, man. Yeah, so since I didn't, like, hurt that shopkeeper at all, the shopkeepers forgive me. And so now they won't be pissed. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah, okay. Suffer for my entertainment? That is Spelunky. Alright, our goal is now to beat the game as quickly as possible. I'm not going for any secrets or anything. We're just looking to move fast. I don't need any of those items. Yeah, we're still going strong. Probably not as strong as we were at the beginning, but we are still going at the very least. Okay. Alright, we'll go jungle. I have not played the jungle in a long time. Oh, there's good old Nutty. Yo, there was a guy spamming Among Us earlier. Where were you? Oh, I don't have any money. My bad. So many big spiders, man. Oh. I missed the vine. I don't want to deal with that. These are going great. Never played Spelunky before? Well, there's always right now. Oh! How do I do this? I want both. Whatever. Skirt! Yeah, that's alright. My bad. Shouldn't have tried to go there. Just got so focused on, like, having the teleporter that I just immediately made the worst choice possible. Alright, come here, dude. I need you to tank a couple traps for me. Shouts out. Been playing Spelunky for 40 minutes? Has it already been 40 minutes? I should play more Spelunky. Time flies. Okay, it's not code time yet. I assume people would have yelled at me by now if it was. Oh, I saw the turkey. Didn't see the caveman. Okay. 24-hour Spelunky stream incoming. Oh, let's go. Oh, my bad, Chief. I wanted this one. Oh, he blew himself up. What a loser. Wait. This means... Hang on. Teleporter telepack. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Cry about it. I robbed you. Oh, okay. Okay, nice. Now those guys aren't mad at me. Bop! Bop! Oh, I'm sorry, doggy. I didn't mean to telefrag you. Okay, well, the one downside to the telepack is that if it catches on fire, it explodes. Which I didn't think about. That probably wasn't worth it. Telefrag is such a 2000s term. I mean, look, if you use a teleporter wrong in Spelunky, I think telefrag is the only correct word to use there. Okay, nothing good in there. How did life feel before colored TV? Probably really boring. Alright, whatever. Forgot to consider how the backboard would play. Bro, I'm fragging out. Oh, I believe you. You are nothing if not a gamer. Okay, nothing I really want. Want to bring back Ponage? I mean, it's... anything is possible in 2023. Sorry. Oh no, don't go to options. What's the right path here? Do I have to go this way? Oh, that sucks. I'll take those. Oh, cry about it. Okay. My bad. You're right. Oh, I got glasses. I agree. The noobs have had it do good for too long. Oh, let's go. Oh, wait. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, new goal. There's a funny skip I want to try that I've never attempted. We're gonna see if I can get to a position to use it. I do like square balloons by square breaths. Don't know how that would work, but I'm down for it. I'll fund that. Yo, I fell asleep for a few hours. How far along did you get with the builds? So I got 2 of them all built. I got 1 of them, or I got like 3 of them, like the front half assembled. But at this point, my brain is not fit for soldering. So we're doing a little Spelunky, and then we're gonna do some more chill modding. Some resin casting, some like play testing for a little while. Okay, oh, I don't have enough money. Damn. Okay, now I got enough money. Shades of Grey Matter has been here for a while. I think he's one of the elite few who will be here for the entire stream. Unless he's going to bed soon, in which case, fair enough. Oh, code time, code time. Okay. Secret codes. Only a few left. And we will replace the pinned message. Okay. You guys should be set for a while. Alright, 5-hour mark. That's something. Oh, let me... How to die in Spelunky 2? I mean, just throw yourself at the nearest, like, moving entity, and I think you'll find a way. Oh, sorry, buddy. Okay, dark level. Love that. That was risky. Oh! Yeah. I hate Spelunky too. Classic. Make a TV with a built-in Wii? I think Shank did that. He found a nice CRT and he put a Wii in it. Like a little Wii module that he can take out and play with, which is nifty. I don't really have anything better than that, so... Just got Crysis 3 and it made my PC cry. Never played a Crysis game before. Although I think they are notorious for hogging up PC resources. Whatever, I'm robbing you. Oh, worth! all the homies on pit. Can I set off traps with these? Nope. Alright, this is good. So now I can sacrifice Doggy. And we can get the blood cup. Oh, whoops. Okay. Are you speedrunning? I was speedrunning, and then I got an item I really liked. So now we're mostly doing a normal run. Where I'm gonna try to do a big skip at the end, and we'll see if I can pull it off. Oh, yeah, where's that? No, maybe I go jungle here. I'm less likely to catch on fire. Oh, I still got him. I'm crazy. Did we ever get close to winning in co-op? We got close to the first ending. I think we got to like the last level. And I think I did something stupid there. And then I tried to explain to you how to like beat the boss. But it's not a particularly easy thing to just kind of explain. But it was all your fault, so. You know I can make music, so if you want I can make a theme for your handhelds. Could be fun, but I don't know. I don't really have like, I currently just use like the Descendant of Shinobi song as like the Ginger of Oz song. And that does well enough for now, but if Square Enix ever squares up, then I might have to change that. Ah, cringe items. Modding is temporary, Spelunky break is eternal. Maybe. Okay, I don't think I need to go in here. Oh, yank. Makes the Xbox 720 as a joke. That'd be a tricky one, but it would be funny. Where'd the pickaxe go? Here we go. PS6 might be a bit beyond me right now, but it's a good suggestion. Yank. There we go. Have I heard of the N64 controller glove? I've heard of the NES power glove. I don't know if I've ever seen like an N64 variant, but I can imagine what that would look like. Oh, another altar. Is there a... don't have paste. I can't get to that rat very easily. I'm still here, and codes are working for me again? Ah, happy to hear it. Ooh, howdy, partner. Stupid monkeys. Where'd I get the Ginger of Oz name from? It was just something goofy I came up with in a physics class when we had to come up with a username for a website. And it kind of stuck. Okay, well this is interesting. I kind of got lucky. We're going to be able to go to the black market. Oh, you better not. Jerk. Die. Monkeys don't usually hurt you. They just, like, latch onto you and then do something random. And sometimes the random effect can be really bad. So, don't want to get unlucky. That website was the best teacher I ever had. Shoutouts to edX. And to our poor physics teacher who got bullied into giving up teaching. I don't think the head jet helps me at all with the skip I'm going to try to do. Make a game girl? What is the most number of entries? I think the most you can have in theory is like 85-ish. If you put in all the codes and you do all the other entries, I think that's the most you can get, but I could be wrong. You know what? I'll buy the present. What's inside? A boomerang. Alright. You know, you never know until you check. You know what? I'll buy the homie too. Come along. Really? Can you see me from over here? There's another one. That's lame. Don't go near the... Why? What is your issue? Okay, now you're dead. Hope you're proud of yourself. There's a third one? Alright, there we go. Not the cleanest solution, but we got through it. Do the boomerang trick to get the Wadjet? I've never seen the boomerang trick, but I also never ever go jungle. Like, this is my first time going jungle in like over a year. Oh, but I'm also gonna try and just do Quillin skip? I don't know how you pronounce the stupid creature's name. I've never done it before, but it's supposed to be pretty easy with the jetpack. So we'll see. How is he still alive? That's crazy. I also need to learn Olmec skip at some point. But that's a lot of work. Make a PS2 PC. Don't really care to. But that certainly is a project. What's my favorite Kirby game? I haven't played many Kirby games. I didn't grow up with Kirby, so I don't have a whole ton of appreciation for the Kirby series, but so you can teeter over the edge and drop a boomerang on the shopkeeper till he dies. Huh. That's a creative skip. I've never seen that one before. Oh, skeleton. But no, I always go like Vlad Cape route because the jetpack always explodes on me every time I use it. But you know, the jetpack isn't ever gonna not explode on me if I don't ever give it the chance. So, have you ever thought to sell your portable consoles on Amazon or eBay? I mean, it would be cool. It would be cool. The issue is that when I sell portables, I want to have like a direct line of contact to the person who's buying it. So that way if they have issues or something else, they have an easy way to like contact me. And also because I want to make sure whenever someone buys a portable, they understand what they're buying. Because when people sell through like Amazon or eBay, like sometimes you get like weird people who think they're getting like something incredible or something beyond what you're actually selling. And so that way when I sell to someone directly, I can be like, hey, here's what you're buying. Here are the flaws. Here are the good things. Does that all sound good to you? And then that way they can't get mad later, assuming I like, you know, deliver on my promises and whatnot. But opinions on Metroid Prime Remastered? I'm not a big Metroid guy, so I never played the original, and I haven't played the remastered. So I currently have no opinion. But from what I have heard, it sounds like it was a pretty good remaster, which is nice. I just have no personal investment into how good or bad it is. Alright, did that for a parachute. Let's go. What are your PC specs? I have a 3070 and like a Ryzen something 100X. It's nothing insane, but it's pretty good. Oh, homie, wait, just let me kill it, man. You don't gotta. Alright, well, whatever. You're going to the pit. Oh, more health. Alright, there we go. Gamba, Gamba. Ooh, that's a good Gamba. So if you like whack the dice while it's in the air, you're guaranteed to get a 1 or a 6. So it speeds up the process when you're just trying to farm items. There we go. And we're out. Okay. Oh, that's annoying. That's not gonna hit it. Oh, I don't have. Oh, I don't have enough money. How much does this cost? 25 grand? Okay. Maybe I should have grabbed the head jet. So I'm gonna have a. Oh no, I can get there. I can get there. rather not break the ghost pot. We can do it if we have to. Oh, right. Alright, back to sleep for me. If not, awake for the end of the stream. Great job so far, and good luck the rest of the way. Thank you, Shades. Hope you get some nice rest. Die. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot. Okay, we're good. We're good. We have enough money. Right. Which Call of Duty you like the most? I have never played a Call of Duty game. So I think that's yet another question I am not qualified to answer. Can you make your own console with Raspberry Pi? I don't know if you're asking if that's something I would do or if it's something that's possible. If you're asking if it's possible, then yeah, it's definitely possible. Lots of people do it. If it's something that I would do, I don't have a whole lot of interest in that. So I don't have any plans to do it myself. But it's a pretty common project. People do a lot of cool stuff with that. But I have no plans to do it myself. I don't know if I really have a favorite movie. Oh, wow, bombs. We're like loading up on bombs. Man, why you gotta be like that? Yeah, there you go. What giveaway? If you check the pinned comment, you'll get the details about the giveaway. Oh, howdy, howdy, I'm out. Okay, we're taking more damage than we should, but I have like 19 health, so I'm doing okay. Oh, favorite opinion? Oh, favorite opinion. That's a tough one. Okay. I don't know, there's so many opinions out there. Like, which one's the best? Oh, I know what my favorite opinion is. Mine! Opinion on handheld PCs that look like PS Vitas? The small form factor ones are pretty cool. I mean, it all depends on, like, how well, like, put together they are and what the, like, UI is like and such, but I don't have anything against them. Okay, so I have to be very careful here because this is the world where my jetpack is most likely to explode. So I might just invest a bunch of bombs to like get down safely. What's my opinion on the Steam Deck? I think the Steam Deck is pretty cool. I've got one. I've like installed a bunch of emulators and stuff. It's a pretty good bang for your buck thing. And since it's like built around like Steam compatibility, like all of my games and whatnot work great with it. So makes my life easy. Works consistently. Okay, so we're going for the 1 in 100 here. Surely Emerald Bat is the right one. Well, was I right? Unlucky. Okay, more health. Are you not tired? No, I'm definitely tired, but I'm not so tired that I'm miserable. Okay, so there's a skip here that I've never attempted. Hang on, let me get some practice. So the idea is that you just mash jump. Okay, I think that was good enough. And you just want to get as much height as you can. I think I want to be able to consistently, like, clear these 3 ropes. Whoops, okay. I don't know if I'm getting enough height on this. Whatever, we'll send it. Oh! I forgot I was out of jetpack fuel. Okay. Hello, where can I find guides and else to make my own portable console? You want to check out bitbuilt.net. Oh, where are these poison bubbles coming from? That's not cool. Oh! Okay, that's fine. I forgot that I ran out of jetpack fuel. Have you ever heard of a YouTuber named Scoot the Waz? No, unfamiliar. Sounds pretty cool though. Okay, wait, no, I need to save the jetpack fuel. I think I need to throw more ropes. Oh, if I get hit by that, I'm gonna be pissed. Dude, this sucks. Okay. Yeah, the hermit crab is really going out with the poisons. What's the highest you ever gotten on Tetris 99? I've won Tetris 99 before, but that was back when it like first came out, and so like there were all sorts of bums playing it. So I did kind of farm an easy win. Okay, so I had it, and I forgot you have to climb all the way up to the top of the rope at the end. If I literally just held up there, I had it. Aw, man. Okay, well that was hype. So now I know I can do it. I think I still had a fair amount of jetpack fuel left to spare. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. But you know what? It's okay, because we're still going to beat Spelunky. Die. Oh, I forgot she does that. Okay, well that makes my life harder. Oh, this is the little buddy who's being annoying. Oh, I'm low on health. Might actually lose here. Box Throne. I never fight this boss. I don't really know how to fight her. Oh, that might work actually. There it is, there it is. I'm holding on to it for too long. Hey, alright. With shotgun slash freeze ray? Yeah. Look at that, guys. I beat Spelunky. I got the ending I wanted. But it's good to know that I can do that skip. And that it's not that bad if you have plenty of ropes. And that'll help me get to 799 quicker. My only issue with it is that it means I have to use the jetpack in all the later levels. And the chances of me losing the jetpack are really, really high. If you have spike shoes? Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about that. Alright, well, shout out to Derek Yu for making the game. Along with his team. Alright, we got a win in Spelunky. We took some L's in Spelunky. I think we'll do some resin casting now. Okay, I have to sit through the cutscene real quick. When you get injured, are you the Ginger of Gauze? Potentially. I do have some rolls of gauze sitting in a closet. Yeah. So I was able to get there in like 20 minutes. And usually it would take me 30 to 40 if I did like the full path. Alright, well, I guess it's a good route if I find an early jetpack. If I don't find an early jetpack, then I just do my normal route. Okay. Well, thank you all for hanging out for Spelunky time. I know it's not my main content, but I do enjoy it. Oh, Kitty, where were you? Were you just hanging out under me that whole time? Okay. Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I'm going to grab some resin casting stuff. In the meantime, I don't know, watch the Wee Boy Color video, I guess? Oh, that is loud. React cam. Drag this over. Hang on. Let me take that out of the way. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. This is the Wii Boy Color. It's a fully portable Nintendo Wii, designed to fit the form factor of a Game Boy Color as closely as possible. Despite its small size, it's a fully fleshed out device with a full feature set, rather than just a novelty. This tiny portable actually houses a real Nintendo Wii that has been cut down to the bare minimum in order for it to fit in this case. The Wii is a fantastic system to have portable due to the vast libraries of games it can play. Wii games obviously run perfectly, and since the Wii is backwards compatible with GameCube games, this portable functions as a fantastic GameCube portable as well. The Wii's Virtual Console allows for many popular retro titles to be played, and homebrew emulators allow for even more games from other consoles to be enjoyed on this tiny device. Making a portable Wii this small is possible because the Wii motherboard can actually be trimmed very small. Some relocations are required to restore full functionality, but by hacking the software of the Wii to remove the need for the disk drive, a board this small becomes very possible. The rest of the parts for the build are sourced from a variety of locations. The screen is meant to be used as a car backup camera, the case is 3D printed, and so on. All of these components are combined with custom circuit boards of my own design to create a complex assembly that allows so many great games to be played anywhere you'd like. On the front of the system, there's a 3.5-inch 480p IPS screen which allows these games to look better than they ever have before. The controls on the front of the system are a combination of DS Lite buttons and Nintendo Switch joysticks. The actual controller circuitry inside of the portable is a GameCube controller, rather than a Wii remote. For playing the Wii games, software hacks are used to allow the GameCube controls to act like Wii remote controls, including simulating the shaking needed for many Wii games. It's not a perfect workaround, but more and more features are being added to this hack through updates. The front also has a single speaker, as unfortunately there just wasn't space for two in this build. The back of the portable has the fan intake, as well as 2 triggers and Z buttons. The side of the portable has the power button and 2 additional buttons to control the volume. And lastly, the top of the portable has 2 ports and an LED. The port on the right is a simple headphone jack, which provides beautiful audio without any clunky adapters. The LED is used to indicate the battery level and charging status of the system. And the USB-C port is used for both charging and data transfer. By plugging the portable into my computer, I can easily add more games to the portable via a USB stick hidden inside of the portable. Games run off of the USB rather than physical disks because, well, yeah. I can also plug the portable into another Wii, which allows me to play my games and continue my saves on a big screen with more standard controls. While this may not be as cool as direct video out on my portable, it works just as well. The last major advantage of USB-C charging is the ability to use portable battery banks to power the device if I need more battery life. The portable gets between 2 and 3 hours of battery life all on its own. With a beefy charging bank, I can easily tack on another 4 hours of playtime. And of course, to suit its name, this portable has the same maximum dimensions as a real Game Boy Color, if you don't count the triggers. I opted to 3D print the case rather than try to transform an original Game Boy Color shell for a couple of reasons. First, I wanted the ability to have screw posts wherever I wanted, in order to make mounting everything a simple process. This also made removing sections of circuitry a lot easier during the troubleshooting process. 3D printing the case also allowed me to make some tweaks to the shape of the back of the shell, in order to accommodate batteries with a little bit more oomph than AA's can provide. And lastly, designing my own case allowed me to easily test assemblies as I went, rather than cutting up a single case and praying for the best. Overall, I'm really pleased with how this portable turned out. It's quite comfortable to hold and use despite its size, and I packed in enough features to turn it into a complete product. After closing this one up, I've got a few minor tweaks I'd like to make before selling these, but if you have interest in making a purchase on a Wii Boy Color or another portable design of mine, then feel free to message me through Instagram, Twitter, email, Carrier Pterodactyl, or Discord. Due to the intensive labor involved and the high cost of parts, I do have to sell these at a premium. If you just want to see sneak peeks of upcoming projects and the cool commissions I do for cool people, then feel free to just follow me on Instagram and Twitter. I've got more projects I plan to make videos on, so if you'd like to see more videos of my projects, then be sure to hit the... Oh, hang on. Yep, I'm a failure. Don't hit any buttons. Thanks for watching. I won't see you next time. Alright, so that was the Wee Boy Color video from 2020. That is an old one. Although I suppose at this point in time it is a classic. But if I could go back and redo one video of mine, it would certainly be that one for a variety of reasons. Why did you cover your feet in the video for with socks? Look, I knew where the internet was going, man. The audio in that video is terrible. I got a lot of comments asking if I was recording while my parents were asleep, and no, I wasn't. I was recording while my aunt and uncle were asleep, because I was staying at their place, like, in between, like, housing spots, while I, like, lived on campus. And so I was trying to be really quiet. I think I rushed certain parts of the video. I also did not give enough credit to a variety of people who needed it. Because, like, all the boards I used were essentially open source projects. And I just kind of, like, skipped over, like, giving credit. And did a lot of I designed or I made. When in reality it was I used other people's work in it. So I took some heat for that, justifiably. And in future videos I've been a lot more careful about giving credit. And yeah, I think the Wee Boy Color was a really cool project. It could have had a really cool video. And I think if I were to, like, make the video for it today, the video would probably perform even better. I never get credit for literally inventing Wii portabilizing. You know, when I do the history of portabilizing video, you'll get the most screen time, I promise. This is why Shank is my enemy now. Oh, that's good. Someone's got to keep him humble. But yeah, so the goal of that video, kind of like the Louie, was generate interest in people buying Wee Boy Colors. And it worked too well. I think over in the weekend the video released, I got over 2,000 like individual DMs that I had to respond to, and it did not ease up. I don't know exactly how many DMs I responded to, at least 5,000, and it was miserable, and I did not enjoy any second of it. And then I took on way too many Wee Boy Color commissions all at once, and had a miserable year working on getting those assembled and shipped out. And yeah, that was how I decided that I didn't really want to do commissions anymore. But yeah, Wee Boy Color is a cool project. That video it could be so much better, but alas. Well, this thing is amazing. What did you expect? Well, I expected it to be kind of like the Louie, where I got, you know, hundreds of DMs, a few hundred. It was very manageable. But one big mistake I had there was saying DM me if you want to buy one. What I should have done was said, check the description for a Google Doc, or go to my website, or something else that wouldn't have required me to individually respond to hundreds and thousands of people who just wanted to know who all had the same question: how much is a Wee Boy Color? And then I would tell them the price, because at the time I think it was $12.50. That was my price for a Wee Boy Color, and that was way too much for like 99% of the people who were interested initially. So yeah, that was what burnt me out on commissions. That also kind of burnt me out on like responding to DMs in a timely manner. If you have DM'd me on Instagram or Twitter within the last like year, I probably didn't respond. And I apologize, but you were probably asking how much a portable costs. And I have answered that question so many times that, I don't know. Having to answer it again hurts. But I've since set up like a website and am now much better about being like, hey, here's how much it costs. Heads up. I'm sorry if you're mad. Sue me. And so that has helped a lot. I now get much fewer DMs. Although I still get probably a dozen DMs a week from people asking how much a Wee Boy Color costs. So, despite my best efforts, still get them. But yeah, the Wee Boy Color was my best performing video. But I think it's being outstripped by the Fate GameCube portable, which I'm happy about. Because that's a much better video that I'm a lot prouder of. So, that's nice. What did I miss? You didn't miss... Well, I don't know when you left. But the last few hours, I spent a little time working on Wee Boy Colors. I did a little play testing on one. I played some Spelunky. And now I'm getting ready to do some resin casting. Let's see, let me bring back the music real quick. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's almost 6 a.m. It's almost time to wake up. Did my Firefox crash? Uh-oh. Oh, wait. There we go. We're back. Amazon getting some great free advertisement. Yeah. I probably need to get a new, like, mat to resin cast on pretty soon. This one's got its fair share of colors on it. So, resin casting is just the art of making molds out of buttons and then making new buttons with those molds. And it's how I make all the custom buttons for the Wee Boy Color. And how I make buttons for other projects too. So I'm currently cleaning out all the buttons from my last run of like molding that I did. Which I think was mostly white buttons for Wee Boy Colors. I think I got the mixture wrong last time, because they have not hardened as quickly as they should have. But Firefox is not good these days? Yeah, that might be true. Just what I've got installed. When will you post your next YouTube video? I don't know. It'll probably be a while. Because I'm doing my last semester of college. Not my last semester, my last big semester of college. I'll have a small one during the winter. And I've been mostly focused on getting ready for like this 24-hour stream and Wee Boy Color stuffs. So I'm hopeful to be all done with this Wee Boy Color extravaganza by the end of March. And so, I think that's when I'll really start working on my next video. And it'll probably take at least a few months for that video to be ready. So I'd expect a video early to midsummer. Ginger, say pencil. Pencil. There you go. Oh, wow, I did not align that mold at all. I don't know if you could see, but like molds are supposed to be like squarely right next to each other, and this is very clearly not that. Oh, it might still be usable, honestly. Oh yeah, that'll be plenty usable, except for the Z buttons. Those are too malaligned. Maligned? Is that the word? Whatever. Oh, final and answer my personal questions. Fate GameCube Portable is probably the coolest portable that's come out in the last several years, IMO. Okay, Shockslayer, that's a good opinion. You should have more like that. But yeah, I'm really happy with it. Someday we all got to get together outside MGC and do like a real history documentary. Documentary? Oh, what are you doing in college? Okay, I missed that one. I'm doing marketing. I was doing electrical engineering initially. But it turns out electrical engineering isn't as fun as building portables. So I switched to marketing. Which also isn't as fun as building portables. But the job prospects don't make me sad. So, well, okay, some of them don't. There's still a lot of sad job prospects as a marketer. But I'll just avoid all of those and only take the good ones. Misaligned? That might be the word. I don't know. It's 6 a.m. Can't expect me to know words. Please help how to create own buttons. I will show you in a little while. Okay, I think we're all cleaned out. Yeah, okay. Let me go grab... I need some more stuff for buttons. Let me go grab some of that. Alright, I got some colors. I'm gonna go grab some more things. Moving the whole resin casting setup is a pain. Okay, more fun stuff. I am out of room on my desk. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, let me go try and find a piece of cardboard. Where's my box cutter? Exacto will work. Okay. Should have brought all this stuff in here before the stream started, but I was in a rush this morning. Didn't get around to it. No, don't call me a lemon eater. Let's not chill. I slept and woke up and bro is still streaming. I don't know why you guys all seem shocked by this. Like, do you not understand how long 24 hours is? That's a long time. You know, maybe this is why my videos aren't doing well. My viewers are morons. They don't appreciate my genius. Don't even know how many hours are in a day. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to touch the camera while I do this, because my hands are gonna be all sticky and yucky. You're talking like how I would talk? This is not a good sign. Did I, like, fall down the Shock Slayer rabbit hole or something? The longer I stay up, the more I become like you, huh? Dude, I love pigs. Anyone else? I did say the real Ginger would come out. I don't know, I'll be honest, if some of the people who were being annoying earlier came back and started being annoying again, I would probably flame them now. My patience is definitely lower. But hydration check? My water bottle's over there. I can't drink for like the next 30 minutes while I do this, since my... Oh, I can take off gloves at some point to drink if I need to, but... Okay. Okay, I can't use this mold right now. I'm gonna put it off to the side. Not using that one either. Pigs are so cute. True. Alright, so epoxy resin is really icky stuff. It's super sticky, really bad to eat, not great to smell. So that's why I'm wearing gloves. And I think the stuff I'm using, it's one of those maybe I should be using a respirator moments. But, I mean, people only come on stream to see my beautiful face. So if I cover that up, I mean, what do I have left? But how do you get the molds? That's a good question. So you make them. So basically what you do is, if it's a 2-part mold, you like squish a button down into some clay. Oh, hang on. People are going to be annoying. I'm switching the code. So that way I don't have to deal with people yelling for 30 minutes. Perfect. But you take your resin. No, you take your silicone and you like pour it over your buttons. Yeah, and then these come out. It's pretty wild. Okay, new code is up a little early. Everyone rejoice. Alright. Should be good to just resin cast now. Why do you need so many codes? I think it might have been smarter to do one every 2 hours. Because, yeah, 24 is a lot. But I feel like people would never remember, like, is it the odd hour or the even hour? And I'd have people yelling at me all the time, so... It's every hour. But there's only a few left. Oh, you meant to say molds. Well, sometimes you want to make a lot of buttons, and so you need a lot of molds. And so I have all sorts of different molds here. So like these are GameCube buttons. This is DS Lite buttons. These are Wii Boy Color buttons. This is a weird Switch D-pad thing I use sometimes. I've got some Switch ABXYs here. And this is only like half of the molds I have. I've got a bunch of other molds in my closet, but this is all I can fit right now, so... Oh, I need stirring sticks. Hang on, one more thing. Okay, sticks acquired. Where did I put my X-Acto? Okay, it's just right there. We're good. Yeah, so look, my brain isn't working well. I'm not going to be able to coherently describe how to make silicon molds. If you really want to learn about it, and if you think resin casting is cool... Why is the music so loud, man? Shut up! There we go. I don't remember what I was saying. I was saying something about silicon. Yeah, you like pour half of the silicon in and then you like spray it with like... Yeah, I give up. Can you make a portable PS1 or PS5? That's a wide range. Portable PS1s are possible. Portable PS5s, not so much. Okay. Lame, we liked it loud, then we didn't have to listen to you? Well, it's too bad that I'm in charge of the ship. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and give this a nice shake. Welcome back, Bart. I do remember you from earlier. I read out something you said. Okay, so one important thing when you're pouring resin is you want to know exactly how much you pour. So I'm going to be paying attention to the weight I get when I pour some out. Okay, so I poured 3.4 ounces of part A. So if you divide that by 10, that's 0.34. And then if you multiply that by 3, that's 1.02. And so now I need to pour, oh, I guess you can't see what, I guess you can kind of see. So now I need to pour 1.02 worth of part B. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully I'm doing the math right, or else all my buttons are going to turn out like gumballs. Oh, look at that. 1.015. Can I just get like one more drop in? Okay, we'll take that. 1.018 is probably close enough. And so now we take our stirring stick and we do a lot of stirring. Can you help me schematic for my own console when I need help? Probably not. You're probably gonna have to work through that on your own. I can't really, like, just help everyone with schematics for their own portables. And oftentimes a schematic doesn't really help. Please response. Ask your question again. I think it scrolled too far. Every time I check back on the stream, you're doing something random. Yeah, that's how it goes. Did you relocate the Wi-Fi module in Ashita? No, I did not. Not worth the effort. The Wi-Fi module is a somewhat difficult relocation, but it's more so the effort to, like, reward that just makes it not worth it, in my eyes. Will you do more streams? Yeah. I've done more streams in the past, but I did them all on Twitch. As far as future streams go, I don't really know if I'll use Twitch or YouTube. I like Twitch better as a platform, but I mean, I clearly get more viewers on YouTube. But I'm not sure how many more viewers I'll actually get if there's not a giveaway associated with it. So I might do like one more stream on YouTube, like no giveaway, just raw stream to see how many people show up. If the numbers are comparable, then I'm just going to go back to Twitch. Because then I know it won't like mess with like my YouTube recommendations for like my videos and whatnot. How many storages in a Wii Boy, please? The ones I'm building right now have 256 gigs of storage. I put 128 gigs in all my personal ones because I think that's plenty. Plus, you don't even use Wi-Fi on the Wii anymore unless you're using Wii. Yeah. The Wi-Fi chip would be nice for retro arch achievements, but you know, the points mean nothing. Yeah, that's kind of what it is with most of the Wi-Fi stuff. There's a lot of really niche use cases that some people care about, but I don't care about any of them, so I'm never going to really bother. Let me try to do the stirring on camera so there's at least something to look at. Would you and the crew be up for doing a trimming demo or something at MGC? I mean, we're probably going to trim at least one Wii at MGC. I don't know if there will be like a public time announced, but if you're there, like, I don't know, show up as soon as you can, and we can like try and give you a time where we'll trim a Wii if you really want to watch it. Also, good morning. Good morning. I guess East Coast, it's like 8 a.m. Like, people are actually awake. Why are you making buttons? Because I want to. I've got some projects coming up that need some custom buttons. And so this is mostly just going to be experimental buttons. I don't have anything that I absolutely need right now. But I think we're just going to play around with some colors, some various glitters and whatnot. And see what we get. Speed trimming contest would be funny. Yeah, up until Shank loses 2 fingers. That's a little less funny. Compelling answer. Well, it's the truth. Is it epoxy? Yeah, so this is 2-part epoxy. I use Epoxicast 690. It's just a solid resin for making buttons out of, because it's really, really clear. And you can see how it moves. It's a little bit thicker than water, but it's still pretty smooth. Also 7 a.m., been working for an hour now. Oh, nice. Kitty's pissed again. Wants me to go to bed. Is there any good OLED screen for portable Wii? Unfortunately, the answer is currently no. Maybe someday. But right now, like small form factor, like OLEDs, in like a way that you can interface a Wii with, just don't exist. Honestly, last night I was just trying to say weird stuff, Lamau. Yeah, that checks. Aren't you tired, lol? What's the stream at? 20 hours? We've been live for 20 hours? Yes, I'm a little tired. I'll be honest, it's gone by, like, fairly quickly. Like, I'm tired, but there hasn't been a point where it felt like it was, like, slogging along. Like, I think that would be the killer. But I've been able to shift and bounce back and forth between enough things, and I had people in the call accompanying me for, like, what, 12 hours? 10 hours? A while. And so that helps. Yeah, we want you to sleep so I can have my free Wii Boy. Yeah, some people in the chat were a little less subtle about that earlier, but... You say Lamau? Lol, no way, that's a first. There are other people that say Lamau. But when you make custom buttons, do you make them out of clay or do you 3D print them? So when I do like a custom button, like for something like the Wee Boy color where it needs like custom triggers that don't exist, what I do is I get the buttons resin printed. So there's a 3D printer that does like really fine detail well. And so I go and I get them printed on that. And then I'll sand them and polish them up so that they're super, super, super smooth. And then I'll make molds with those. That's the best method I've got for custom buttons. Why current screens that would fit in a Wii Boy don't work with the Wii motherboard? Yeah, the screens don't have like VGA or composite. They're like meant to interface usually with like phones or something. Which it might be possible to figure out how to like drive those properly and like use a Wii with them. But it's not a simple like drop and play like other things are. My cat is very keen on saying good morning to me. Yeah, my cat does that too. She used to wake me up at like 8 a.m. sharp every morning. And I think she got tired of doing that. Now she just chills in bed until I wake up. And then when she realizes that I'm like awake, she then really wakes me up. Most are MIPI, MIPI? I don't know what that means. I'm not going to pretend to know what that means. But I'm going to assume that means not easy to interface with on a Wii. Yeah, so you would need some sort of special middleman between the two. Okay, I'm essentially stirring until there's like no more streaks, until it just looks like I could take a sip from it like water. Which we're getting there. It takes longer the more resin you've got. And I've got a lot of resin, so. So what are you actually working on overnight? I mean, I've got some portables to play test. So we'll do that. But we're going to be doing resin buttons for a little while, because resin is fun. And I need to kill time. You should use a vacuum chamber to get rid of the bubbles? Yeah, that's a good way to do it. A pressure pot will also kind of accomplish that, assuming you've like sprues for extra resin to flow in through. My cat only comes to me when he's hungry. Yeah, my cat's similar. She's definitely a lot more interested in interacting when her food dish is empty. Yeah, I do really want to get a pressure pot at some point. I think I'm going to get that before I get a vacuum chamber. But yeah, that would really help. And that would also allow me to do more complicated things like GameCube triggers and joysticks and cool stuff like that. But pressure pot's kind of expensive. But once I sell all these Wii Boy colors, I'll have some money. So, I accidentally missed the 12 a.m. code. I don't know what time zone you're in, so I couldn't help you even if I knew the codes. These look like weird versions of those little baby toys where you put the shape in the desired shape hole. I guess it does kind of look like square hole, circle hole, triangle hole. Except the shapes are a little more complex. Do you only make consoles or do you also do repairs? I mostly just do handheld Wiis. I'm not a repairs guy. Don't send things to me to fix them. I suck at repairing things. I'm really good at taking them apart. Yeah. What's the curing time on the resin you're using? So it's supposed to be about 24 hours, but the resin is a little old and I live in a basement, so it's a little chilly down here, which means the cure times are longer. So realistically, I have to wait about 48 hours, especially during the winter time, to have usable buttons. But if I was using fresh resin and it was summertime, probably 24. Why pressure pot instead of vacuum chamber? Vacuum chamber is really good for popping bubbles initially. And it's kind of helpful when you're like making molds. But the pressure pod is just so much better at getting bubbles out and like expanding the range of products you can use to like make buttons with. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't make much sense. I don't know. That's what the GameCube controller modding people say, and they probably know what they're talking about. Where can I buy one? They'll go on sale on Twitter and Instagram in a few weeks. Follow me there if you want to see them. They're going to be really expensive, like $2,000. They're not worth that much, but they'll sell for that much, and I'm a slave to capitalism, so whatever. How many of these are you making, or are you only making one? I've got like 7 Weeboy color cases. So I'm gonna build 7 of them. There'll be 7 up for sale eventually. Yeah. I put 2 together tonight, and then I did some assembly on like another 3 or 4. But I still got a decent time to spend off stream, like continuing to build them. How do you do your Weeboy, by the way? That's a dumb question. That doesn't mean anything. Like, I take a Wii and I cut it up, and then I put some custom boards in it? I don't know. Maybe you just missed the earlier parts of the stream and I'm being mean. If that's the case, I'm sorry. But yeah, how many more Weeboys do you have to make? I think I got like 5 left. Even pressure versus pockets of air being vacuumed out. Yeah. I don't know. To be clear, I'm not an expert on resin casting. This is like something I like poke at and like Unga Bunga monkey glitter in. Ooh, shiny, shiny, ooh, shiny, ooh, candy, put candy in it. Ooh, candy will look cool. It's not... I am by no means an expert on resin casting. So, take everything I say with a grain of salt. It's also 6 a.m. I'm losing coherence and I'm using a knife. I'm focusing more on not stabbing myself than anything else. I know nothing, definitely a ooh shiny too. Yeah, okay, see, you and I, we are the same. I mean, like, oh, why do you make the Weeboy? I made it at first because I thought it was cool. Like, the G-Boy had been around for a while. I thought the G-Boy was a really cool project, and there were smaller Game Boys out there, so I was like, oh, I could make a smaller G-Boy. And so I made the Weeboy Color, and it was cool. And then as for why I continued to make them, money. At the time, I still really enjoyed doing commissions, and commissions paid the bills for me. Oh man, my wrist is starting to hurt. Probably need to go to bed. And so I was like, okay, I'll make this design, I'll make it really good so I can build lots of them. And I made the design really good. And I built lots of them. So mission accomplished? Question mark. Except then I hated commissions, so... G-Boy versus Weeboy, which is better? If you mean Weeboy Color, I mean, I'm the only one who can build Weeboy Colors. And as for which one is better, that's just going to be personal preference. Weeboy Color is smaller. G-Boy is probably more comfortable for some people. Yeah. They're very similar. Chances are, if you like one, you'd like the other. 6 a.m. for you, it's like 8 a.m. over here? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I should just go to bed. I should just give up and be a little sissy boy. Okay, I'm gonna import. Okay, so we're gonna do something a little goofy right off the bat. So I've got a portable coming up that I want to make. I want to make it like candy themed. Yummy. Everyone likes candy. So I've got some nice M&Ms. And I tried making buttons with M&Ms in them, but they got really bubbly and didn't work very well. So somebody recommended that I submerge the M&Ms in epoxy for a little while. And then that should get the bubbles out. And then I can put them into new buttons. So we're going to try that. But honestly, I do want you to get to the end of these 24 hours. I appreciate it. I think at this point I'm probably going to make it. I would have to get like hit with like a migraine or something to give up at this point. Boop, boop, boop. And see, look at that. I made M&M soup. Yummy. Yummy. Alright. You know what? I'll drop in some chocolate chips too. I don't know how I feel about M&Ms and game console buttons. Someone's got to do it. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Edible buttons. Yeah. If you ever need a snack, you just crack open the buttons. Good old Pepsi. I got no clue what that's in reference to. Good morning, Teal Flip. We are, in fact, still going. Okay, so now I've got candy. I don't know where to put this. I'll put it over here for now. Oh yeah, I got this fun. I want to try like some metal-y buttons for something. And I have this cast magic copper. Cast magic copper is to be inhaled. Sweet. So we're gonna try and make some coppery buttons. I remember I used this before. I don't remember how it looked though. Isn't epoxy exothermic? Won't the chocolate melt? So because, that's a good point. But this epoxy takes a long time to harden. So it gets a little bit warm, but not warm enough to like melt chocolate, I think. Because when I put M&Ms in the old buttons, the M&Ms didn't melt or anything. There were just a lot of bubbles. Just 17 hours out of sleep, your judgment, memory, and hand-eye coordination skills are all suffering. At this point, irritability is set in. I feel like you just made that up. I don't believe you. What did they say about 26 hours without sleep? Melt in your mouth, not your epoxy. That's a good tagline. You should pitch that to M&Ms. One day we'll make edible motherboards. Yeah, that sounds yummy. Something about graphics for 100 years. Can't read that one anymore. I like your contents. Also, I want to know can I get the Weebo color? Because I feel like I want to get it. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter. I will post when there are Weeboy colors available for sale, which will probably be end-ish of this month. I got no clue how much of this I'm going to put in. That looks like enough. Let's try that. Ooh, shiny. Sunlight or hot cars, though? I don't know, actually. I guess it's possible that M&Ms could melt, like if they're in direct sunlight, like even when they're encased in epoxy. I guess I'll just never go outside and then it won't be an issue. No, it's not. It's not diarrhea epoxy. It's copper. This is copper. Look at that. See, it's all nice and shiny. The dye might melt out of the M&Ms. It's possible. I don't know. I mean, I resin cast some M&Ms a long time ago, and they've held up fine. It's just they had a lot of bubbles in them, so they didn't look good. Thought your M&Ms melted for a second there. Yeah, I got nice chocolate swirl. Okay, well, I mean, this looks kind of cool. If the button has the same like swirliness to it, I think that'll look sick. But I have a feeling it's all just gonna kind of meld together. Rip portable Wii Fit. Well, the portable Wii Fit works great inside too. Flamin' Hot Cool Ranch Doritos. Is that a real flavor? Isn't that just their two main flavors? You're just making up Doritos flavors. Don't lie in the chat. Does the portable Wii Fit still work? I think so. I'll be honest, I haven't... Well, no, I fire it up every day since the video. To grind and build muscle mass. Nope, I don't believe you. I'm not Googling it. So yeah, it still works great, I think. Unless it broke in the last, like, 24 hours. Okay, so now we're gonna let this sit for a while and let all the bubbles hopefully, like, rise to the top and pop. Oh, okay. Looking at it from the side, I think I can tell what it's gonna look like. It's just gonna be kinda... I don't know if it'll be metallic at all. But whatever. What else should I do? First color I see in chat. Go, 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 go. Pick a color, pick a color, pick a color. Give me a color right now. I need a color. No one's giving me a color. I'm getting mad. Teal. Blue. What color is teal? Is that like greenish blue? I don't know what color teal is, man. Like a bluish green. Okay. We're gonna make teal. Wait, we're not gonna make teal. I'm gonna cheat. One sec. Oh no, they're right here. Never mind. This looks teal-y to me, right? Is that teal? Kind of like a minty green. Yeah. Okay, that one guy said yeah, we're using that one. I think that's the most teal-y one I've got. So this is mica powder. Mica powder is cool because it's really shiny. So we'll make some teal mica powder buttons. Can't really go wrong with mica powder. It just kind of always looks sick. Okay, I might have put in too much. Oh, I need another stirring stick. That's more turquoise, but it works. More blue? I already dumped it into the resin. I do think it's the most teal resin I've got, or teal, like, coloring I've got. Because everything I've got that's bluer than this is very blue. Micah is what tricked my dad into thinking he found a bunch of gold? I'll have to hear that story later. That sounds like a good one. Okay, I gotta go. See ya. Alright, Xavier. Thanks for stopping by. Eat something and drink something, bro? I should drink something soon. I am thirsty. But, I don't know. This delicious mica powder smoothie Ooh. Yummy. Okay. I think I'm going to put a little more in. I actually don't think I put enough in. There we go. There's gold in them consoles. Maybe. I've got some fun, like, gold, like, powdery stuff. I could use that. I don't think he ate. No. I mean, I have eaten during the stream. I had a big lunch a few hours in. I had a big dinner at, like, 9 my time. And then I had a snack at, like, 1 a.m. So I'll probably eat something once I'm done resin casting. Although it might just be, like, a banana. Because I'm not super hungry, because my body just, I think we're just at like the give me sleep or give me death point, but just take a break if you need to. No, I'm good, I'm good. I'm good. I might go vibe with Kitty on the floor for a little while later, but I'm doing alright. Oh, your name is Teal Flip. That's why you picked teal. I figured it out. The timer's over? You can end the stream now? Timer doesn't look over to me. Unless I'm going crazy. I think it still says I got 3.5 hours left. Okay, so now we're going to let this chill for a while. Okay, I predict this. I'm going to knock it over with my elbow and ruin the carpet. Let's go ahead and move it. I've got enough for like 2 more buttons. The amount of self-control to not drink the epoxy right now. I wonder if you could mix mica powder in with like water. Are you digestible? There's only one way to find out. You smell like pizza goldfish. That sounds mean. Yeah, that is mean. I took a shower before the stream. What about making the next project the graphical AI pick design? I think it can be fun if you pull that. I think I plugged like portable Wii into Dolly Mini? That was the AI one, right? Where it would like make pictures. I did that a couple times and it produced some like moderately goofy results, but nothing that would be like cool to build. And a video that made like, oh, I made a portable Wii that AI. Arg, 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 arg. So, yeah. I did try it though, so it's a good suggestion. So clear epoxy. Oh, the sun's coming up. That's hype. Make watercolored epoxy. Making stuff look like water is hard. Because what would you put into resin to make it look like water? Because I've tried this before and I've gotten mixed results on a few different things. Nothing. That's actually probably the best suggestion. Because it already kind of looks like water right now. But the issue is if I just like pour this into like a mold right now, then it just comes off as like a clear button. Bubbles, but then structure issues? If you can center the bubbles towards the middle, it's perfectly fine. But I don't have like a way to control where the bubbles go with my current setup. So bubbles is also a good idea, but I can't really do that. Yeah, so what I've tried in the past is a very light blue. Like just a teeny tiny bit of light blue dye. But the issue is in thicker buttons, like the light blue is, it's like light blue for so long that it turns into dark blue. So, these are all things that I've tried, aside from the bubbles. We could try light blue again. But I don't know, I feel like water is like in motion, you know? And it won't look very in motion. I have too many options. I don't know what to use. Ah, sprinkle buttons. Screw it. Blub, 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 blub. Oh, wait. I want to pour a little bit of clear stuff in before I dump my sprinkles in. I think that's the strat. Now I get to pour my sprinkles in. Whee! Oh. That's too many. Nope, I lied. That was just the right amount. I'm really good at this. Vacuum? You guys don't want my vacuum to be playing over the mic. That'd be miserable. Okay. And now we pour in more resin. And then it's going to slowly seep into the buttons. Or seep in through the sprinkles. So I'll need to top it up later. Or else I'll have giant air bubbles. More sprinkle! Oh wait, no, I need to... Temperance. Pour in some epoxy. And now sprinkles. By the way, is he a student? Yes, I am a student. I am in college. I am at the end of my spring break, so I don't have to worry about classes too much right now. But I do have to return to class on Monday, so I'll have to reset my sleep schedule by then. I fell asleep when watching your stream, though been enjoying the stream very much. Happy to hear it. I'm starting my spring break today. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoy your break. I spent my break prepping Wee Boy colors, so not the most fun that can be had, but could be worse. Okay, let's start pouring some resin. We got our nice teal here. That's the color we're working with. I guess it looks a little more emerald than teal at this point. Yeah, this looks like a almost like a different color than what well, whatever, we're getting green buttons, green buttons. So when pouring the resin, you just want to pour it in there. Yeah. Going slowly, I think, can help with bubbles, but really only if the bubbles are really big. Which, I mean, I've let it sit for a while, so the big bubbles should be all dissipated by now. Okay, D-pad. Explore. Oh, I need to be really careful to not leak resin anywhere. So how do you make these buttons? After putting the resin in, does the resin harden or do you need a pressure chamber? So a pressure chamber would help a lot. It would help the buttons come out more consistently. But I don't own one currently, so my current strat is just to mash the two halves together and pray for the best. And it works out most of the time for things like GameCube buttons. But a pressure chamber is the right way to do it. Okay, yeah. Thanks for telling me I'm cognitively impaired. How about I impair you from posting in the chat, buddy? That'll shut you up real quick. Oh, I spilled a drop. Dang it. What about 3D printed joysticks and buttons? You can make those work. If you have a resin printer, that works pretty well. But I only have like an FDM printer that I have like easy access to, which is like a normal 3D printer. Probably what comes to mind when you think of 3D printer, probably, is what an FDM 3D printer is. So that doesn't do like fine layers or like smooth parts very well. So you can like 3D print buttons on an FDM printer, and then you spend a long time like sanding them down and polishing them. But that's a lot of work. So I don't do it. Wow, I went to sleep and came back. Why are you all shocked? Why are you, is every single one of you shocked? Did I come off as that weak? Do I need to be more manly so people will take me seriously? What a cruel world. They didn't believe you. I knew you had it. Wow, Skinny Ginger's still going. Thanks, Roxvo. Hope your fat ass is doing well. What else should I make green? Oh, these buttons might work well for the Shrek portable. Hang on. I'll pour them into some DS Lite stuff. They look kind of swampy. The what? You should have been here at 1 a.m. I found an ugly green Wii Boy color case, and someone recommended turning it into the Shrek portable, which is the best idea I'd heard for that case, so that might be what happens. Don't give them content. Dank Paws and Ginger of Oz collab when? I don't know. I have very little experience with like audio stuff. But he makes cool videos. Then again, he's an Aussie, so they just have like an inherent buff for YouTube content where it's like, oh, cool accent. I grew up in Oregon. I get no such cool accent buff. Although I could start faking having an accent. That's usually really cool. People love that. Would you believe that it's snowing in Amsterdam right now? I thought we were in December, and soon it's a Christmas. I mean, I live in Utah. It's been snowing for like the last 3 months straight, so I'll believe you. Just this once. I think I may have made too much resin. Yo, free resin giveaway. If anyone wants half-hardened resin, stop by my home address right now to get yours. Which part of Utah? Northern Utah. Which street in Utah? The street with the number on it. Utah is weird. It's like laid out like in this perfect grid everywhere. And so like someone's address will be just like, oh yeah, I live at 675 East, 6400 West. Or North. Because you can't live both East and West. But it is kind of nice because if like I have an address, I don't really need Google Maps to get there. I can go, okay, there's 300, 400, 500. Okay, I turn on 600. And you can navigate most places. I guess but there are still places where the streets are just like, oh yeah, this is Lincoln Avenue. It's like, alright, what was the point of the numbers then, man? Why are some places numbers and some places words? It's like algebra, man. I don't like that. We phone when? Tomorrow. We phone drops tomorrow. And that's a Ginger of Oz guarantee. By the way, just hot aired MX Ship Crystal off some shrimp scraps. Gonna make fine specimens for measurements for a cat footprint. Yep. Sounds like a plan. Oh, one thing I will say is one recommendation when you're making like your footprints, you might want to consider making your MX chip footprint a little bigger than you might think you'll need. Because I think I took my measurements based off of like how it fits onto like a Wii, like the Wii motherboard, like those pads. I measured those pads, and it is kind of a pain to like hand solder to pads like sized the way that the MX chip is. But I mean, you can also do like a test run of boards, and then if they're too small, like mine were, you can fix it. Oh, this isn't gonna work. It's broken. Okay, whatever. I don't know where to put this. Whatever, put it there. Pads. Yeah. Ginger, you smart. Can you help me with my Maz? JK, lol. I mean, I used to do a lot of math stuff. I was an engineering student. I got through like differential equations before I quit and became a marketing major. That being said, you're also talking to 21 hours of streaming, Ginger, so that probably puts me squarely in the business student realm. Alright, let's make some coppery buttons. Shploop. So you're noticing I'm overfilling a little bit, and that's because I can't tell how much I'm actually pouring. Partially, and partially because some of it's going to leak out, and so I just want to have like extra in there to help ensure I get like a complete button at the end. Alright, CO Tato Pui. Thanks for stopping by. How many blueberry colors have you made during stream? I completely assembled 2 and partially assembled a few more. I didn't get very many done. Because I had to test some things. And my cat's beefing with a piece of string. But yeah, I was hopeful to get like 3 or 4 done, but we'll settle for 2 and a few halves. Because by about the 12-hour point in the stream, I was done with fine soldering. And you can't really build portable Wii's without doing some fine soldering. Yeah, I have way too much resin. This is bad. This coppery one is a fun color. I don't really know if it's coppery, but it's something. Yeah, you had to be there during when the codes showed up to enter them. That's kind of how it was supposed to work. Now, that being said, there was a moment during the stream where I managed to leak every single code all at once. I don't think too many people spotted it or reacted to it, but that was unfortunate. My phone vibrated. It doesn't do that very much because my phone won't give me notifications recently and it makes me mad. Anyway, I'll just make some DS buttons, I don't care. Code's coming up soon. It's taking a while to resin cast buttons. I didn't think it would take this long. How much resin do I have left? Oh, okay, maybe I didn't pour way too much. Maybe just a little bit too much. I'll make some D-pads, I guess. Whatever. Hey bro, is it possible that Xbox 360 be a future idea? Yeah, sure. There's a guy named Benji, Milo Maker on YouTube. He's French, but he's cool. Yeah, he's building an Xbox 360 portable. He like figured out how to trim it and stuff. It's cool. Check it out if you like Xbox 360 stuff. I don't know if I'll be building one soon. Actually, I know I won't be building one soon. But that might be a future project. Raffle will be announced. You'll get an email. I'll post it to Twitter. The raffle shows like personal information, like your name and your email address. So like, I don't want to like show that on stream and dox someone. Yeah. Happy belated 100. 100 what? Thanks though. A 100 has happened a few times? Oh, 100 viewers. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, I'm famous. Splorp. Okay, morons. I'm letting you know now. The code is going to be delayed. My hands are sticky. They have resin on them. I cannot go to my keyboard and type in the code, so you will have to wait. The code will be posted, I promise, but I will be banning every single person in the chat who screams about a code, okay? Wait 3 minutes, you little goblins. Squish, 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 flip and squish. Can't ban either with the sticky hands. I will remember your name. And I will see to it that you perish in the eternal fires of muted in my YouTube channel. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna swap gloves and post the code now. These gloves are sticky, and I need to find like a pair of tweezers to like fish M&Ms out with. So you know what? You're getting the code early again. I'm a generous god. Everyone post thank you, Ginger of Oz, and then your credit card information in the chat. Here we go. Yeah, this is a good code. Boom. There you go. Gloves. Oh, I'm gonna go to drink of water real quick. I'm thirsty. Alright, I'm gonna go find a pair of tweezers. I better see some funny digits on the back when I get back. Okay, I've got this old like pair of like broken tweezers that don't work well for fine soldering, but should work fine for fishing M&Ms out of epoxy. Just cut off your fingers. That shows something. Maybe a coffee. Snooze. I don't know. I got 3 hours left. Man, what am I supposed to do for 3 hours? What am I gonna do, kitty? Yeah, you're still mad. That's fair. Okay, M&Ms. We can see we got our little candies. There's still a lot of bubbles attached to the. Oh, wait, that's interesting. The M&Ms have all developed like a single crack. How quaint. Clear resin. Oh, I poured too much. Been talking to the M&Ms in like an hour, trust me. I mean, I gotta know how they got the crack. What happened to them? What is their story? Are they okay? One M&M. Two M&M. Three M&M. I don't know if 4 M&M is worth, but why not? Orange M&M. Orange. I think that was too many M&Ms. Put in a blue M&M. Oh, kitty, don't come up here. I do not want Kitty to get resin in her fur. That would be very bad. And I usually do my resin... No, Kitty. You gotta wait a few minutes. I do my resin casting in a closet where I can, like, control where she's in and out of. To ensure that she doesn't, like, step into it. No, okay. Yeah, go ahead and claw out the chair. That's fine. You can do that. Yo, grab an M&M Stop it. Don't pull on that cable. You're going to pull a monitor down on yourself. I need you to stay unflattened. Flattened kitties do not get views on YouTube. I'm really just doing kindergarten art projects? Oh yeah, M&M, Hershey Kiss, sprinkles. Whatever. Oh, okay, kitty. You gotta go. I'm sorry. I will hang out with you in a little bit. Blort, more M&M. M&M doesn't fit there. That sucks. Okay, good enough. Let's see, I need to squish a couple more together. You get squished. You get squished. I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna squish that one. That one will remain unsquished for now. Okay, mission accomplished. We've resin casted some buttons. Kitty, stop eating wire. Alright, I gotta give my cat some attention once I get all this stuff moved back. Cause she's reaching that point where she's just chewing on things. I don't want her to do that. Oh, it's sticky. No, don't eat. Not food. Why are my hands so sticky? I was wearing gloves. Oh, did cat come through? Alright, let me move the rest of this. Anything else? Candy. Why are you guys still yelling about the cat? She's in the other room. We want cat. Okay. I just gave her breakfast. But after she gets breakfast, you know what? I'll try doing brush time with her. She doesn't like the brush. But I'll brush her on the floor over there, and you guys can watch me brush her, okay? I think that's a fair trade offer. I'm not going to interrupt her when she's eating food. I'll just make her mad. She's already mad. Okay. 2 hours and 50-ish minutes left. And I've got little screws all over the carpet now too, because I accidentally dumped them on the floor. Wait, did you switch headphones? Nope, I've been wearing the same headphones. Hands are still sticky. I'm gonna go wash them. Okay. Gingerbread man has a gingerbread cat. That's stupid. What's your cat's name? My cat's name is Kyrie. Although I mostly call her Kitty, because there's no other cat to confuse her with. Okay. Let me see if I can do brush time. Did you get any sleep? No. You know you don't have to stay up. Yeah, Matthew, I'm sure you'd love to sleep tight tomorrow knowing you have secured a wee boy collar. Unfortunately, that will not be happening. Probably. Okay. I promised people I would try and brush my cat on camera. So I'll give it a shot. We'll see if she bites. Kitty. Where'd you go? Oh, hey. Want to do brush time? Brush time? Oh, come here. Yeah, let me get all the old hair out. Oh, good kitty. Yeah, you like brush time, don't you? Good kid. So soft. So nice. I know I've been kind of ignoring you for like 24 hours. I'm sorry. The next couple days I'll be all yours. Don't worry. I won't have all these mean chatters. Oh, yelling about codes and calling me mean names and actually being mean to my friends. Wouldn't that be nice? It'll be just you and me and the brush. Aw. Okay, sorry, that one hurts. I know, sorry. Good kid. Doesn't this make you want to subscribe? Doesn't this make you want to fork over your hard-earned income? Oh, she's so cute. Oh. Come on, look pretty. Look cute. No, don't be vicious. Don't attack my leg. That's not cute. What do I pay you for? Oh, there you go. Rub your head against me. That's cute. Good job. Good job, kid. Okay, all done. Thank you for letting me brush you. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, you lost it. Where'd it go? Okay, you sent it into another dimension, Kitty. I don't know how you do this. Alright, there we go. That was Kitty brush time. It's our daily segment. We'll be back again 7:18 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Yeah, cat. Yep, she loves her treats. Can we kiss your cat? You can send kisses. She will ignore them. She doesn't really care what's happening on monitors, and you guys don't exist. So, You're all simply digital cretins meant to make my life worse. Isn't that right, Kitty? She agrees. Crazy how realistic it looks. So, fun fact, that is a real cat. But when I adopted her, she signed away her likeness and the sound of her meow to me. So, in the event that she passes away, I will still be able to recreate a digital Kyrie to continue on in her legacy, to continue to farm income and views, and to be the mascot for the channel. And it'll be great because I won't have to take care of a cat anymore. So, just know that's in the cards. Expect to see that in the next, 20 years. She's probably got a long life ahead of her, but yeah. Alright, we can go back to top down. That's the way to make her pay you back? Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I gotta pay for her food. I gotta pay for her water. It's a good thing I like her. Using a dead cat as money? Wow, so mean. Using a cat that I took care of for many, many years for money. There's a difference. Yeah, she does nothing in return. Like, look at that. She just sat there on the floor and I brushed her. Like, oh, wow. Great content. How many portable have you made so far? I have completely built 2. I have partially assembled a few more. The song is played 6 times. Shut up. We'll listen to this one. She does give me love. She's a very friendly cat. She's very affectionate. She takes care of me. After 20 hours, you run out of music? Yeah, I am pretty much out. How old is Kitty? She's 2 or 3 years old. When I adopted her, I think she was like 2.5. So she's probably almost 3 now. I need to figure out when her birthday is. But yeah, I adopted her, I guess. So she went to the shelter, like, she was like born at a shelter. Because her mom had kittens at the shelter. Her mom was like abandoned or something. And so she and all her siblings got homes. And then she went to a couple really crappy homes. So the first home, they just weren't taking care of her. Because she's got like long fur. So she has to be brushed daily. You have to like check her to make sure she doesn't have like stuff stuck to her fur. And she was just malnourished and not taken care of. So she was taken back by the shelter. And then she went to a new home where the owners took care of her for like a year. And then they got a dog. And the dog was really aggressive towards cats. And he tore her up pretty badly. And so the owners said, okay, I guess we'll get rid of our nice cat instead of our clearly having issues dog. So they gave her back to the shelter again. So she's got a couple scars from that. And then I adopted her. So now she lives at a YouTuber's house, which is, I mean, that's the worst treatment a cat could have. I don't know how it gets worse than that, but for the most part, I think she gets to live a pretty chill life. I don't make her do anything for videos, just to be clear. Like, when she shows up in my videos, she's just a curious cat. Like, there were times I had to, like, re-edit something or, like, do another cut in the video. Because she would, like, show up in the frame. And I was like, Cat, you've been here. You're in the video too much. I don't want you to be permanently in the video. But it's great because I can put something on the floor and, like, poke at it. And she'll come over and check it out. And it's like, oh, perfect. Picture taken. I've got my content. So, Sunshine? Sure, we'll play some Sunshine. I think it's going to be like 5 minutes of cutscenes, but color palette looks amazing. Yeah, I do love, you can't go wrong with GameCube color palette. It's just a classic. So my plan through the end of the stream is probably just to play test portables. Because I'm tired. Kind of need something that I could just like look at the chat, respond, do something simple. And that's gonna be what I do for a while. My boy's mother abandoned him in my best mate's backyard, but I discovered him and took him home. Yeah. Poor kitty. Guys, get Ginger to leak upcoming projects. He's tired and will slip up. I think I've leaked like at least a half dozen ideas for upcoming projects. So, I think you're a bit late to be trying to do that. How does the pressure work with those stubby little triggers? So, the trigger has 2 button presses in it. There's like a light one, and then there's a hard one that like clicks. So the light one is essentially the equivalent of like holding down the GameCube trigger almost all the way before you get the click. And then the full press is like the click of like a GameCube trigger. And so it's not like as nice as like full on analog triggers. But it still lets you like run around and spray water as Mario and stand still and spray water as Mario. So it works well enough. But analog triggers are cool. Not many portables use them, although the Ishida is a thing nowadays, so. Support for my arms. Oh, I just tried to play like Mario Odyssey movement. Do you think it's realistic to make one of these as a beginner? I wanted to make one a couple years ago, but didn't have the right tools yet. I'm wondering if you think it's even possible. It kind of depends what you mean by one of these. If you mean a Wii Boy Color, the Wii Boy Color is a really hard build. Like, it uses a small Wii trim. The wiring is very tight. So the Wii Boy Color is not a good beginner build. If you're talking about like portable Wiis in general, doing a portable Wii as like your first like soldering project is tough. It's a hard project to do. You'll need to practice soldering on something else first. But doing a portable Wii as a first project isn't like unmanageable or impossible. It was my first soldering project, and it didn't go very well, but I got good eventually. Oh yeah, sorry to hear that, NG Theater. My cat she's very similar. Like she's in whatever room I'm in, that's the room she's hanging out in. If I haven't paid attention to her in a few hours, she lets me know. But yeah, she's a very sweet cat. I don't know why people are mistreating her. Like, I was a little worried, and it was like, oh yeah, this cat's had 2 previous owners who have both returned her. She's a great cat. Where'd you get the G-Boy case from? I thought they were discontinued. Oh, I almost said yes. So this isn't a G-Boy. This is a Wii Boy Color, which is very similar to the G-Boy. But it's a little smaller, a little different, and whatever. So this is my own design, so I have all the case files and stuff for it. If you're talking about like the G-Boy kit I post in the announcement video for the 24-hour stream, that's just one I bought like a couple of years ago or something. And I just haven't put it together yet. So I was like, you know what? I'll use this as part of the giveaway. Or if whoever wins it in the event I don't go for the 24 hours would rather have an Ishida, they'll do that instead. I think the screen might be too bright for the camera. Let me lower it a bit. That's a good problem to have, though, when your screen is too bright. Oh, okay, wait, hang on, the OSD is up. Where's the shine? Ah, I knew it. It was right here, where I was jumping, like that. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that your cat is not very good, Fox Schroeder. My first soldering project was creating a line voltage reducer so I could play PSO on my Dreamcast using the modem. Nice. That sounds like a classic mod. Never heard of that one, but I'm not a Phantasy Star Online guy. Oh, yeah. House full of lots of cats isn't always the best. A part of me wants to get my cat like a kitty friend at some point, but I think she hates like other animals, so I probably won't. But I do think she could use a companion, because she gets really sad when I'm gone, and freaks out when I come back. Maybe if she had a friend she'd be happier, but I think she'd probably be more likely to make an enemy than a friend. Where can I learn to make custom circuits and attach them to boards? How would I know? I mean, if you want to learn that stuff, I use like when I wanted to learn how to build circuit boards, I found a guide online for Eagle. If you want to learn how to design circuit boards, I would use KiCad though, KICAD. That's like the go-to CAD software for circuit boards. Yeah, if she hasn't grown up around other cats, it's hard to adapt into a house with multiple cats. I mean, she had siblings, like, when she was a kitten. Like, I think she had, like, 3 or 4 siblings. But I think they were separated, I don't know, whenever you can separate kittens. I'm not an expert. Unfiltered, unbiased opinion on PCBWay. I would buy many of their products, even if they didn't sponsor me. I really like their clear cases with the paint on, or the dye on them. That's a really unique look that's really hard to get with other printers. And I am lazy, and so I would rather pay them to do it for me. But if you are like a high school student or a college kid and you want to get into building portables, then you should just do cheaper 3D prints. Those work fine. That is my honest opinion. The reason why PCBWay like sponsors so much of my stuff is because I don't feel bad about recommending them. And so I'd rather have a sponsor that I can be like, yeah, these guys make good things and I like them. Rather than a sponsor that's like, I mean, it's a little sketchy, but like they're giving me a lot of money. So I think those are my unfiltered thoughts on PCBWay. Like the cases they sent me, they genuinely look good. I'm not like hiding battle scars or they're not secretly wearing out after 20 minutes or something. Yes, and as always, PCB stands for Portable Console Build. Exactly. Is it possible to portabilize Wii Family Edition motherboard? Yes. Actually, Family Edition motherboards are really good. Because Family Edition boards are guaranteed to be 4-layer boards. And when you build portable Wiis, you want to use a 4-layer board because they use less power and they can be trimmed smaller and they generate less heat. They're just better. And so Family Edition Wiis are great. Those are guaranteed 4-layer boards. The Wii Mini is a little different. Don't use the Wii Mini. Wii Mini's weird. I'd love to win one of these, but I have zero idea how I'd assembled it. Yeah. It's a learning process. That's also how I feel about sponsors. If we're gonna only accept that they're actually good, not just solely pay me money. I mean, look, realistically, I would sell out. Like, I'll be honest. If a company offers me a lot of money and their product is okay, as long as it's not a scam, I will probably take it. Because I think, like, on YouTube, people are pretty desensitized to, like, sponsorships. But, again, maybe that's the wrong mentality to have. But if a company will pay to, like, fund lots of projects and ensure that I can, like, pay rent for a while, I'll probably take it. But I would never take a sponsor that, like, offers a bad product or is sketchy or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, VPNs are, like, on the line for me. Because here's the thing. The honest answer about VPNs is they are great if you're pirating stuff. VPN is a great tool to have. It's great if you want to hide stuff from your, like, ISP. But, like, most of the talking points is like, oh, VPNs give you crazy security. Whoa. Well, they don't do that. They don't really do that. The whole, like, coffee shop, people steal password. Ooh, scary, you're in public. Doesn't really apply anymore with, like, VPN stuffs. It's like protocols have gotten better or something. I don't know. I watched a Tom Scott video, a couple other videos, and it was like, oh, okay, that's not great. But, like, I like VPNs. I use one. It's nice. But I can't be like, in the ad read, be like, Yeah, VPN's great if you're gonna pirate stuff. Because VPN sponsors don't like that. But so if I ever take a VPN sponsorship, remember this moment. These are my true unfiltered thoughts. Where did Shadow Mario go? Man, where is he? Is he over here? Oh, I found him. Only VPN I've ever liked was Mulvad or whatever it's called. I think I currently use like Nord. But literally the way I choose my VPN is I use like the super cheap like subscription service that you get through like YouTube sponsorships. And then like I was using Surfshark for a couple of years and then it ran out. So it's like, oh, okay, who do I watch that has a VPN sponsor? And it's like, oh, someone's got Nord? Okay. I'll use Nord, I guess. But I'm not an expert on like security or what makes a good VPN a good VPN. You got a lifetime subscription to one? That works too. I don't think that happens in the game, Kodalish. I think you're lying. And I don't like liars, so I'm going to hate you forever. I could just triple jump here, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3. What's your real name? Is it Ginger? No, it's not Ginger. I don't know if I've ever met a man named Ginger. I've known a couple women named Ginger. I don't know if Ginger's like traditionally a boy's name. Nah, my parents gave me a dumb name. But I'm stuck with it forever. Is it Oz? No, it's not Oz. My last name isn't even like Osborne either. Are people actually named Osborne, or is that just Spider-Man? Did they make it up? His name's Archibald. My name is not Archibald. That would be rough. There's Ginger the talking cat. Okay, but that's a cat. That's not a person. You could name. I guess you could name a boy cat Ginger, probably. I'd believe it. I mean, if it's a red cat, you have to name it Garfield or Hobbs or Tiger or Ginger. Those are the 4 options. You like The Wizard of Oz? Not really, to be honest. Well, I don't like hate it. I don't dislike it. Like, I read it as a kid, and it was like, oh, cool, it's The Wizard of Oz. And, like, I watched it in school. Oh, cool, it's The Wizard of Oz. I just thought Ginger of Oz sounded funny. So I named myself that. That's pretty much the extent of it. You look like a Tom. Not a Tom. Not a terrible guess, though. I could be a Tom. Oswald. I hate the name Oswald. Oswald is a funny name. I kind of like it. No, Of is a good guess. Actually, it was OF, but then OnlyFans came out, and it was getting really awkward, so I had to change it. What level is this? Oh, down with PD Piranha. I don't want to kill PD, man. Can we just, like, chill together? Are there shoulder buttons? Yeah, hang on one sec. Let me... Boom! Shoulder buttons. They're a little small, but they work. As you can see, I'm clearly playing Mario. So, thus the triggers work. Is there a big hole? There's a big hole. I'm going to jump over it. Randall, Travis, Reginald, Timmy. No, I'm not Timmy. Randall? I'm not Monsters, Inc. purple guy, man. Yes, English is my first language. I speak a little bit of German. No, I'm not even going to say that. Actually, let me rephrase that. I took German for 2 years in high school. So, basically an expert of all things Deutsch. Oh, I forgot there's a speedrun strat here, I know. You can, like, go to, like, the little skitterbug. And you can jump on him, and he'll go way up high. And that's easier than dealing with all the slime. Hey, look, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm always happy to farm impressions off of Reddit. A giant blob of water named Randall. I'm like, what are humans, like 50% water or something? So I guess you're like 25%, right? If you call me a ball of water named Randall. I think it's 70%. Oh, well, you guys are way too much water then. I'm 50%. I'm chilling. I was playing Sunshine last night and a friend made fun of me for taking too long to kill Petey. Well, that is kind of cringe of you to do take too long to kill a Mario boss, so. Oh, I'm 0% water? Oh, he's ascended. So what kind of portable projects, or any project, do you recommend for beginners to get good practice for building a portable Wii? So for soldering, you can get like practice soldering kits for pretty cheap off of like Amazon. And I think those are a good way to start. I don't have any specific recommendations because I've never bought or used one. But at some point, like I do want to like sit down and like get a bunch of those and like sit down and solder them and be like, I think this one will teach the young ones the best. So that there's some sort of official recommendations. But the trick is just getting good at like soldering small stuff. In my defense, I was multitasking while playing it. That's my excuse. Oh, wait. There we go. My excuse too. I'm 100% me. Shoutouts to Walter. Keeping it real. Oh, good morning, Iceman Sam 44. Welcome back. Oh, dude, Petey. Chill. Stop it. Oh. There's like some way to like backflip and just like fill them with water. I don't really know what it is. Have you watched Breaking Bad? Yeah, I watched Breaking Bad for the first time earlier this year? Late last year? I don't know. Sometime somewhat recently. It was a good show. I liked it. Sup, Walter? Jesse. Boom, 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 boom. Nope. How do you stay mentally sharp through these 24-hour streams? If I seem mentally sharp, then something's wrong. My brain is fried right now. Water, water! Come here, Petey. What? I mean, during like the middle portion of the stream, I had like a few people in the call with me at all times who were also like working on things and talking about things. So I was able to just kind of chill for a couple hours and not contribute too much. So that helped. Do you like food or do you photosynthesize like the rest of us normal people? I'm a food enjoyer, unfortunately. That's my bad. What is the cat doing now? She was doing her morning window stare. I think she went off somewhere else. If I had to guess, 7:45 a.m. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not usually awake at 7:45 a.m. Usually she's like hanging out in my bed, chilling, hogging the blankets. Are you able to listen to music on the Wii Boy? Sure. I mean, like, there are MP3 like player apps, like homebrew ones for the Wii. So you could put your music on there and listen through that. It'd be a little jank, because like battery life on portable Wii isn't like all that much longer if you're using it as an MP3 player. The Wii's power consumption is pretty consistent no matter what it's doing. But sure, it's possible. In fact, actually, you know what? I will leak a Ginger of Oz secret live on broadcast. Sometimes, when I'm working on a project, I need a very specific thing filmed with a very specific timing. And it's hard to do that, like on a portable Wii, and do like multiple takes. And so what you can do is you can make a little video file of whatever I need the Wii to do. And then I could just play the video file and make timing things to that file much easier than reacting to it raw. So for example, like the fake GameCube portable I built, when I have the montage where like the GameCube intro plays, it looks like I turn on the GameCube portable and then the boot intro plays from the GameCube. But that was a lie. There is no boot video on it because that particular version of the homebrew software can't do boot videos. So all I did was play a clip of me pressing the button, and then I cut to a frame where it was playing the GameCube video. Oh, it's doing it again. Mario has free will. Mario has free will. He's running on his own. Oh, he wants to die. Oh, that's sad. I'm unsubbing? Yeah, so I've used that trick a couple times to help like time specific things. Dude, why does that happen? This happened earlier. I was playing like Thousand Year Door and Mario just was like, alright, we're going left now. And now we're going down. I mean, if this is what Mario wants, then... Mario alive. Oh no, game over. Okay, it won't even let me continue, man. Okay, but here's the weird thing. If I exit out and I go back to like the game select menu, the stick works fine. So why is it doing that in the game? Is it resetting the Wii that fixes it? Exiting to RV. This could be an MP4 file too. He's right. There's a possibility that none of my projects have ever been real. They've all been lies that I have fabricated to farm views on my YouTube channel. Now you guys are going to be doubting, always. He rehearsed all these inputs. You don't know how long it takes to rehearse inputs this well. What do I want to play? Get a real load screen. Dang, Mario Sunshine was nice, but I'm mad because Mario quit on me. Oh, Double Dash is too much thinking. You know, let's just watch two level 9 CPUs go at it for a little while. The cat is an MP4? No, you weren't here. That's her eventual fate. That's what she'll become in the future when she can no longer survive within her feline confines. That sounds right. Medal of Honor? I don't have Medal of Honor installed on this one. I don't even think I have a copy of that game. Versus mode. Melee. Okay, here you go. You guys want to see some nice MP4 gameplay? Alright, here we go, guys. I'm playing Ness. I got the best Ness in the world. Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, look at me go! Dude, I'm so good at this game. I love Melee. Oh, did you see that? Oh, it's too easy. It's too easy. Look, I'll play it backwards. I'm going to be up a stock. Oh, look at that. Oh, yep, look at that. Already you got a sick combo. Oh, wait. No. Ignore the fact that my percentage is at 0. That's normal. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's an MP4. This is all pre-recorded. I don't take suggestions. Sorry. I am really good at pressing play on MP4 files. Like, I found this, like, little strat where you can, like, hit the space bar instead, and that also starts it. And that's easier than, like, going over and clicking the start button. So. Wait, didn't I? Oh, yeah, they call me Umbrella Joe. The way I do sick umbrella combos on my Ness. Man, I still have to go for 2 more hours? That ain't fair. What's up, Joe? Yeah, that's me. I'm Joe. Alright, let's see the final score. I think I played that pretty well. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. 0 death? Oh, I actually had 0 deaths. Yeah, that's. I mean, I knew that. Okay. Okay, you know, my Ness is really good. But you know, I've really been cooking up something with my DK. Let me see how my DK does. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. I forgot my DK is actually my best character. Oh, I'm saucing on this level 9 CPU. Do level 1 CPUs... Okay, they do attack. Does he do other attacks? I mean, level 9 CPU. This is the hardest one they have. Yeah, easy. Oh, hold on, let me taunt on him. Ooh, got him. Skirt. Can we add our own games to the Wii Boy? Yes. I don't like put games on like any portables when I ship them, because that would be illegal. Because I would be distributing IP that I do not own or something like that. I don't know. The lawyers would be cringe about it, so I don't do it. But yeah, it's pretty easy to put your own games on. There are good ways to back up your own games. On his behalf, 100% yes. I am not represented by Good Ol' Nutty in any way, shape, or form. His remarks do not represent the views and beliefs of Ginger of Oz Corp. We are sorry for any inconvenience or concern Good Ol' Nutty may have caused. I'm good at Smash and I've never lied in my life. Those are two very true things. Realistic though, I have played zero Melee ever. I spent more time playing it on a portable just for a few minutes to test it than I have actually playing with a real GameCube controller. So pull out the portable PS2 and play Persona FES? I could pull out the portable PS2. I think it works. Oh, Kitty's back at the window. Alright, that's enough Melee. The best Smash player ever. Yeah, that's my next YouTube video. No, Wind Waker's got a lot of cutscenes. Let's play that for a little while. Thanks for the $2, Ronald. $2, Ronald. Hope the portable Wii kit comes back soon. I wouldn't bet on it. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and the people who worked on the original one have gone separate ways and have no interest in building another kit, to my knowledge. But if you want to build a portable Wii, I'd recommend looking into the Ashida. It has a really nice BOM, so it's not a kit. You can buy all the parts. They're all listed out nicely and have links, so you can acquire them pretty easily. The battery's getting low in this guy. I'm gonna have to switch to a new portable. MLB The Show, NCAA football. I don't think I've got that one. Build more portable PS2s. Nah. One portable PS2 is cool, but I have little interest in building more of them. I've always wanted to try to assemble, but I never got the chance. I kind of like to play GameCube games on Game Boy. Yeah, and if you want a Game Boy shaped one still, the case from the G-Boy kit was open source. Somebody remixed it into something usable. I don't know where it is on the forums, though. But it's there somewhere. Max temp on Wii Boy Color? Probably around 50 degrees Celsius. It shouldn't get much hotter than that, under normal situations. I think if it gets hotter than 70, it'll automatically shut off to keep itself safe. Yeah. What if there was a portable with a disk drive? It would exist. Did the person who found the PS2 motherboard cut thing make a Wii portable kit? Yeah, I think you're talking about G-Man. G-Man was the one who did a bunch of research stuff into good PS2 troops. And he was also one of the creators of the G-Boy kit. He's the guy who developed the G-Boy. That's why he's called the G-Boy, because his name is G-Man. So G-Man, G-Boy. You should build a portable GameCube. Game Boy. Nerd emoji. Yeah. The only appeal I've seen in portable PS2 is the Vita homebrew still can't emulate it in a consistent way. Yeah, I'm not an expert on like how powerful a Vita is, but it seems like it's not enough. Okay, there's a new code. Where is it? Control C. What's a code? You use them for the giveaway. There's a new one every hour. If you plug it into, there's a spot in the giveaway for it, and it'll give you like 3 entries or something. I don't know. There's a way to incentivize people to watch. Is there only one code left after this? I think I might actually. Well, let me check. Do I have 1 code or 2 codes left? I have 1 code left. Alright, we're in the end game now. Yeah, the giveaway's international. You seem tired. I recommend playing the game Parappa the Rapper. I think I've seen like task playthroughs of that game where the task just makes him say funny things by mashing buttons in a certain way. Kitty, come here. Let's hang out. You want to hang out? We aren't getting free portable. Well, you never know. I could just like fall asleep right here on stream. Come on. You know, I could just leave and go grocery shopping and leave the stream on. I just had to stream for 24 hours. Didn't say I had to be here. Don't worry, the hitman is en route. I think there's a disclaimer that if I perish while on stream, the Wee Boy color is null and void. Yeah, co-drive a mode, right? Yeah, you're right. And you know what? I'm gonna take a few beers first. What? You're telling me I watched that whole cutscene and the controller isn't working? Huh? Dude, who built this thing? This thing sucks. Good morning, glad to see you're still up. Well, thank you. We should play Hotel Mario to keep you engaged. Give a broken Wee Boy to the winner. That would be kind of rude. And I think a broken Wee Boy is worth a lot more to me than it is to... Okay, wait, no, the controller is just bugging out. It might just be because the batteries are low. That would be my guess. Red Bull gives you wings? Yeah, maybe. The clock is 0, spike it in the ground and give that away. Have you seen Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? Yeah, I watched it on a Discord call with some friends. I think like last week. Might have been this week actually. It was pretty good. Solid movie. It was worth my time. Okay, I'll be honest, that portable is the only portable out of the Wii Boy colors that's in, like, complete enough shape to, like, play test. All the other ones have some pretty major issues that are gonna need some time. I mean, we could react to the rest of my YouTube videos. We got through, like, half of them. Roblox time. Oh, yo, Roblox time? Are you able to make portable things non-portable, like turn them into a console? I mean, sometimes. Some consoles or handhelds are harder than others. And sometimes you can get like a cheap one working that kind of good, but not very good, or you can go expensive, very hard route, but it works really good. And I will not elaborate further. Oh, thank you for the $1, Phantom Snake. You play any Minecraft? Not in a while. Once every couple of years. Someone in my friend group will start a server and we'll play Minecraft together for a while. And then inevitably everyone gets bored. And then we don't play Minecraft for a couple years. Play Shrek Super Party? I do actually have that one. I could play that one. Here, one sec. I got a lot of interest in the PS2 Eclipse while I was streaming today. So, let's see if it works. I haven't turned it on in a while. Alright, it looks like it works. Oh, stain. What's that? There's a weird stain on the screen. I don't know what that is. I gotta clean that up at some point. Alright, now I gotta remember how to like launch into games. Because this is kind of a mess. I think I go... You launch Elf. And then I go File Browser. And then I go Mass. And then I go Open PS2.elf. There we go. Okay, here are the games I got. Some of them work, some of them don't. I kind of remember which ones do and which ones don't. If we see a game you like, yell it out in the... Wait. Oh, you can't see. Okay, wait. Okay, wow. My camera... Can I get the polarizer off? I'm pretty sure it's the polarizer that's making it... Oh, wait. Okay, now it's readable. Here are the games. Parappa the Rapper. I don't have Parappa. I'm sorry. RE4, GTA 3, Persona 3, Persona sucks. Shut up. GTA, Monkey Ball, RE4. Alright, we'll try RE4. I've never, like, played much RE4. Options? I don't remember what the options are supposed to be. Let's see if it works. RE4 might not work. I don't ever actually like remember seeing it run. Huh? Final Fantasy X, please? I know Final Fantasy X doesn't work. I remember that. The controller doesn't work with it, because the controller in this thing sucks. Yeah. Create a save file. Oh, strong... guys, strong language? I don't think we can do it. You got DMC3 on it. Was Devil May Cry 3 a PS2 game? I didn't know that. But no, I don't think that's on here, unfortunately. Oh yeah, it looks like the controller works. That's a good sign. Oh, lore. Just skip the cutscene? I don't... What button do you press to skip the cutscene? I'm pressing all of them. Alright, well it looks like the Umbrella Corporation is being cringe, so... It looks so clean. Yeah, this one turned out pretty good. Just all black. I'm a big fan of this vent. I think that vent is like the coolest part of it. IMO. And then we got some buttons on the bottom. But yeah, this is the last case I ever painted myself, I think. I don't think I painted one since. The paint job turned out pretty well. You can kind of see, if I wiggle it back and forth, in the top right corner, there's some like not great paint stuff. But could have put an OLED screen in this. No, they don't make OLED screens of the right like type or size or compatibility for portables right now, unfortunately. Maybe someday. I've thought of upgrading the PS2 with the Raspberry Pi for network game loading. Oh, I have heard about that. I think there's also a different method that lets you like load over a memory card now, and I think that's like supposed to be the nice balance between simplicity and like good runningness. Because this portable runs the gameplay just fine, but because the cutscene movies load off of USB, they run really poorly because why does it look so bad sometimes? Like for me, this screen looks perfectly bright. Like I got no issues, but it's looking super dim over the camera. How do I get the polarizer off, man? I just like twist. FMVs run like poop on memory cards? Oh, really? I thought they had... I thought they ran better. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I supposed to just like pull it off? I don't want to break my camera, dude. Alright, maybe I just have to hold it farther away. It's looking alright now. Yeah, what's this dude's name? Leon? Just matter transfer speeds of a USB 1? Right, yeah. What about God of War 2? I think God of War has issues. I think it's the controller again with God of War. Leon, yes, okay. He's so cool. Is this 480i or... It's either 480i or 480p. I think it's 480p. I don't remember. PS2 video is weird. What controller set this is used? This is like a really old version of PS2 Plus, which was not good. I think PS2 Plus got an update sometime after, like, I built mine. And it's supposed to be a lot better now, a lot more usable. Someone went through and, like, revamped all the code, added new features, fixed some stuff. Because, like, the version of PS2 Plus in here, like, half of the games don't work. The joysticks are super jank and don't work sometimes. It's an on combination. Oh, wah, 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 wah. I don't care. Where's a zombie? Kill the crows. Crows are chill though. Why would I kill them? Some games do options for 480p. Nice. That sounds right. Oh, yo, it's a dude. Surely he's gonna be chill and be like, yo, thanks for coming to my house. Oh, yeah, look at that. He's being nice and chill. Alright, like, isn't that a nice picture? Look at the pretty lady. Oh, I think he's being mean. I can't hear the dialogue. Oh, come on, man. That's not gonna work on a smooth guy like me. Oh, what's the mood? Oh, here you go, Busta. Bam! Oh, I'm crazy at this game. Hold up. Boom! Oh, let me go for the headshot. Oh, how do I crouch in this game? World record pace? I mean, it only took me 3 bullets to kill one guy. If that is an efficiency, then I don't know what is. RE4 is getting a remake soon, right? Blah, 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 blah. Shot or die, who cares? X check. He's not a zombie. What about now? Alright, whatever. What? There's a VR version too? Yeah, I think I've heard about that. I think Facebook was advertising it everywhere at some point. Handgun ammo. I don't need more ammo. Can PS2 Eclipse hold more battery cells than Wii Boy Color? Maybe? I can't remember if there's 2 or 3 in it. I think there's 2. So I think it holds the same number as the Wii Boy Color. I think it gets comparable battery life. I think Wii and PS2 use like similar power consumption. Sorry for Remake PC is trash, needing mods just to upscale the textures. Is that the one that hasn't come out yet, or are you talking about something else? Yeah, it just goes to show you how much denser Wii portals can be. Yeah, so the reason why this one is so much bigger but doesn't have like much more battery is because the PS2 trim is pretty big. Even once you trimmed it. Like, it's usable. Like, obviously I've built a relatively compact handheld here. But it's tough to go smaller than this. Not impossible, but it's a much harder trim. It won't budge. What? Dude, I hate when games don't tell you what to do, man. I have to look out the window? See, I skipped all that dialogue, and now I don't know what to do. And I blame the game. Oh, he's talking about a mod. No. I was talking about like the full-on, like, top-to-bottom remake. Well, I've officially been awake for 24 hours straight, because I woke up at 8 a.m. And it's 8 a.m. for me again. I should have just started the stream. Oh, jump out. Okay, here we go. Oh. Oh! Yo, you guys see that? Oh. Oi, put that down. I did not hit oh, now there's that guy. Oh, okay, come on. Be chill. Okay, can I run? Okay, I'm just gonna walk away. How do I move the camera? Oh, bot. Oh, bot. Oh, bot. Look at that. I did it. Wasn't even close. You got money. Oh, more ammo. More money. I saw MVG's video on this handheld. Is it the AliExpress one? It might have been an AliExpress one he did a video over. I don't know. I'm not sure like which one he covered. Yo, where's the extra hearts? How do I get those? When box looks like it can be broken, am I supposed to shoot it? Okay, I'm losing it. Tree! Use? Oh, I'll use the green herb, alright. Oh, that's healing. Thought he was gonna smoke weed. That's lame. Nothing. Treasure. Oh, typewriter. Oh, save. Can't see what's going on. I think the camera's out of focus. Oh, no, I have to like angle it a certain way for like the screen to be bright enough. That's a little weird. And I'm tired and trying to figure out how to play a game I've never really played before. So it's an all-around bad combo. Yeah, I don't think Modern Vintage Gamer did one about like my portable. Because I'm the only one that's built like this specific portable. Because it's my own design. They're definitely similar looking ones though. There's the green with the yellow and the red to give you a big health recovery plus more health, if I remember. What? What happened? Why did he fall? This has to be miserable to watch for people who like know what RE4 is. I got no clue what I'm doing. I'm wandering. Oh, come on, man. Just chill. Yeah, got him. You didn't drop any loot. Okay. Watch out for bear traps and tripwire. Why are there bear traps, man? Like on the trail? Of all places? You don't put bear traps on a trail. You're not going to catch any bears. You're going to catch children. No one wants children. Not nearly as cool to, like... Did I turn around and go... Oh, wait, no. Oh, yo! Oh, what happened to that guy? Okay. Thanks, Leon. I don't... Better find her fast! Yeah, Leon seems hype. Oh, so I'm definitely starting to nod off. I need... Oh, another dude? Oh, come on, man. What? Oh, I gotta reload. Uh-oh, uh-oh. What? Oh, kick? Yeah! Oh! Okay, wait. Maybe this game is good. Kicking is hype. How much battery is left in this thing? Okay, we're at yellow. Which means an hour, maybe? I don't really know. Definitely not an IPS with that viewing angle. The viewing angles actually aren't bad. It's just my camera that's being particularly bad. Like, I can see, like, from this angle, like, this is a bad angle. I can see the game pretty well from this angle. Actually, wait, I'm curious. What if I... Is that better? Not really. It's a little better for me. Kicking is God in RE4? Much better. I think it's a little better. I think it's mostly I'm holding it at a consistent angle right now. What type of the screen? It's a 5-inch 4x3 panel. Oh, a door. Open. The knife helps to preserve ammo in the beginning. Makes sense. What else can I say about the screen? It's pretty good. It's fine for what it is. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Womp, 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 womp. Playing manual. What? Reloading. Okay. Kicks, punching enemies that are either stunned or on their knees will allow Leon to perform kicks. Okay. Changing inventory screens. Use the L1 and R1 buttons to switch back and forth between the weapons. Recovery. That's too much information. Oh, I can read it later. Oh, info on Ashley. Who's Ashley? Oh, it's the daughter of the United States President. Oh, I'm in Europe. Oh, I'm learning so much. What a good game. Use all the ammo you can early on, you get so much later. Yo, I'm so glad I have my moderators here to look out for me. Oh, zoom. Enhance. Okay, we got a dead guy. We got a guy moving a wheelbarrow. We got a guy moving some hay. We got... lady. What am I looking for? Looks like a relatively normal town, aside from the guy being burned at the stake. Can I, like... Oh. Okay, I can stop looking. I understand. Surely these guys are bad guys, right? There's no way they're just casually burning someone at the stake and being good guys. Oh, come on. Kick her, kick her. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Guys, I think the game glitched. I don't know what happened. You can kill one-shot most enemies with a knife to the head until the parasites come into play. I don't know how to use the knife, man. Only when they're stunned. Oh, I'm all the way back here. We'll call it enough RE4 for now. I don't think I'm in the right state of mind to be playing RE4 or probably any video game for that matter. You fresh? Yeah, fresh off of 22 hours and 40 minutes of streaming. Oh. Okay, we can play another PS2 game. I saw people requesting a lot of GTA earlier, which I also don't know how to play GTA. So mass. I go circle. I go. Oh, we could play SNES games on here, guys. That's what you guys want to see on the PS2 Portable, right? Why did you name it that? The PS2 Eclipse? Oh. Oh, what was that? Alright, I don't know what that was. I named it the PS2 Eclipse because it was all black. And I was like, oh, what's like a darkness? Eclipse. PS2 Eclipse. Ba-boom. Solved. So you can see the name on the back. PS2 Eclipse. And then lots of copyrighted PlayStation stuff, which they could sue me for. Okay, GTA. Which one's easier to figure out? 3 or San Andreas, or are they the same? Yeah, it's edgy and cool. That guy knows. San Andreas, 3, San Andreas. Alright. We'll try it. I played a little bit of GTA on this thing when I was filming stuff. Not a whole lot. Turn off the music is copyrighted? It should be fine. I don't think the music is loud enough to be picked up by the mic right now. Rockstar Games. Rockstar North. Does it play Burnout 3? I don't know if I ever tried Burnout 3. It'll definitely boot Burnout 3, but the issue is the controller in this isn't very good. And so some games don't work quite like they should. No, I don't think I'm doing 48 hours next week. Any recommendation for a PSP game to play? I have not played many PSP games. I bought a PSP because I wanted to play Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. And I got a little bit into it, and then I wasn't having a whole ton of fun with it, so I just kind of stopped playing. So I don't recommend Crisis Core. Although I did buy Crisis Core when it came out on PC. And it was... eh. If you like Final Fantasy VII, then it's okay. But it's like Final Fantasy VII if it was like really bad. Valkyria Chronicles 2? I don't think I've ever heard of that one. But Ape Escape, I have heard of that one. American Dad on PS2. I don't got that one. Chris Core remake is better, I think. I mean, it looked a lot prettier. I'm not sure what like the gameplay differences are. I heard people complaining about the voice actors, but like I wasn't familiar with who the original ones were or what the voices should sound like. So like, I don't know. I wasn't bothered. Turn-based strategy game? Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a God of War on PSP. Crucial 480p game next to see how that looks here. I know Ratchet and Clank 3 supports that. Sure. I'll try. If I have Ratchet and Clank 3, I'll boot it up, see what happens. Oh, a bike. To pedal, oh, hold down X. Oh, I'm a good biker, I promise. Can I just take this guy's car? This is GTA, right? Let me in. Yeah! Skirt! Wait, how do I open them up the map? Do I like... No, that changes like camera angle. Or square, does that open? No, that reverses. No. Wait, is it D-pad? No. Alright, well, I don't really know. Oh, wait, I see. There's CJ on the map. I gotta go to CJ. Dude, I have to tilt this, like, so far forward for it to be, like, for you guys to even tell what's happening. Oh, that was a sick trick. Okay, I gotta take it back. I asked yesterday, but when are we gonna see a Wii inside of a Steam Deck? I don't know. Seems like a lot of work for like just to build like a giant portable Wii. So probably not soon. What was your childhood games? I grew up with a GameCube and an NES and eventually a Wii. So I played Super Mario Bros. 3. Was a classic. I want this guy's car. Okay, I'm chasing after the car. They're gonna come back, I promise. Oh. Never mind, he's now man standing emoji. Oh, how about this car? I have to like get in the car. What else did I play? Oh, someone's getting in. Oh, come on. I just stole that car, man. Oh, a bike. What? Busted. Oh, that was a cop. I played a lot of Zelda Wind Waker. I played a lot of Mario Party 5. Oh, now it's telling me more stuff. I don't care. Didn't pass the Turing test. Which one is that? Is that the shopping cart one? This game is slow. I don't know why it puts every like text box on screen for like 30 seconds at a time. Like, look, I know I've been awake for 22 hours, but I can still read faster than that. Yo, taxi, taxi, what's good? Wait, get in the car. How do I punch someone? Oh. Alright, well, we'll get it next time. 90s crime simulator in 2004? Maybe. Armored truck? Yo. Really? He didn't lock his doors. Yeah, that's on him. That's on him. I didn't do anything wrong here. Okay, so I see CJ. CJ is the other way. And the stream for a cookie? No, not today. Oh, you guys might be in luck. I think Hammer Time might be returning. I hear the drill. But don't get too excited. They might not start hammering again. Consider becoming a VTuber? I feel like it'd be weird to like watch a modding stream where someone's like physical hands are in view, but they have like a VTuber model. Although it would be funny if I just like showed up to a random stream and was like, yeah, I'm an anime girl now. What's up? Oh, owie. You know, they don't build doors like they used to. How far away is CJ? Problem is I'm seeing reactions to something in the chat, but I don't remember what I said. So hopefully it was funny. I think I drove past CJ. Oh, we're going the secret path. Can I boost? Oh, nope. Oh, you being an anime girl. Right, right. That would be hype. I would certainly farm up a certain audience. And isolate the rest of it. How do I get out of the ditch, man? Oh, I got a insane fact. The Cray 2 supercomputer from 1985 would need 5,000 of them to match an iPhone 13. I don't know what that is, but that sounds like it was like a cool big computer at the time, now far outstripped by better technology. What's the song? Persona 5? I think it's just the Beneath the Mask, right? I think it's just like Beneath the Mask instrumental version. I think I soft locked myself. I don't think there's a single way I could possibly get. Oh wait, can I just get out of the car? Come on, you got this. Yo! We try Burnout 3 on this soon. I don't have Burnout 3 on it, so I don't think that's going to be happening today, unfortunately. Maybe another day. Yeah, and I stand by that. Wait, this thing runs discs? No, it runs the games off of a USB drive. CJ at the pawn shop? Yo, get out of my way. Are you CJ? Like around it? Oh, is this his house? Walk into the red marker to continue. Oh, okay. Alright, mission 1 complete, guys. I think it's a new world record. Oh, whoops, I skipped the cutscene. Probably wasn't important. Oh, wait, is that the number 9 guy? Whoops, I skipped the cutscene. Yeah, well, look, I just have a habit of, like, mashing, like, buttons. And, like, on most modern games, they'll give you, like, a, okay, you want to skip the cutscene? Press this one weird button to skip it. But this one, you just mash X. Oh, yeah, look, I did it again. Oh, he's Big Smoke, and you're CJ. Then why did I go to CJ? That's confusing. Oh, okay, hold on, we're shooting stuff. This is hype. Oh, I think our car got blown up. That's not hype. Oh, get on the bike! I mean, I did. What's the problem? Too far away, stay with Sweet. You can do bunny hop by pressing L1. Oh, yo. Oh, dude, I look at the chat for 1 second, and I see someone flaming me, and then I fall off of my bike. What a terrible world we live in. Why did that car hit me? Stop shooting me, man. I'm just trying to get to my friends. Okay, I won't skip this one. Oh, okay, it was just a guy waving to me, okay. You know what, I hope everyone who likes GTA is loving the gameplay. How? How did I get stuck on that? Currently playing 20XX Hack Pack on my Wii U gamepad. Nice. PS2 is a GOAT console no matter how old it becomes. Yeah, I didn't grow up with one, so like most of the games on it. Oh, what? Okay. Ooh. I don't have a whole lot of like attachment to, but I mean it's like the greatest selling console, second greatest. I don't know what it's at this point. What? I can't do the half pipe? So I must have done something right. That's not how people ride bikes. What is he doing? Okay. I need to go use the bathroom. Actually, you know what? This is perfect. While I run and use the bathroom, you guys can watch the story of the portable I was just playing. That is a good idea. And I'll be back in like 10 minutes. React cam? Yeah. I'm Ginger, and this is the PS2 Eclipse. What? But you can't be here yet. You need to head back to 2018 to see where this all began. This tale begins with a spur-of-the-moment purchase of a PS2 setup off of eBay. I was hot off the heels of my first portable Wii disaster, and was considering making the PS2 my next victim. I'd never owned or even played a PS2, but it had a few games I was interested in. When the console arrived, I did a bit of research into the process, and then, like all good hobbyists, put the project on a shelf. For 3 years, before seeing it again, and deciding that I should really just do something with it. Now that the awkward guilt of an unfinished project has set in, the first step here is to get this PS2 motherboard shrunk down as much as possible. This means violence, as this board isn't going to get any smaller without cutting parts of it off. I would still like to keep this board alive though, so I need to figure out what's actually safe to cut. And just like in all things, the easiest way to figure something out? Just let someone smarter than you figure it out first. In this instance, that person is G-Man, a longtime portabilizer who back in 2017 declared a ruthless war against the secrets of the PS2, and came out of that conflict as the clear victor. From his efforts came the definitive PS2 trimming guide, a document which covers trim lines and wiring points on certain PS2 Slim models. So now that I'm armed with this knowledge, a PS2 motherboard, a Dremel, and the necessary safety equipment, it's time to actually cut this big guy up. Now, I'm a pretty seasoned veteran of the console trimming sport. I've built 50 portable Wiis in just 2 years, and I've dominated the coming in second place category in many of the portable building contests I've entered. So trimming this? Piece of cake. Yeah, I botched the trim. The Dremel bounced, hit this thing, and the board doesn't boot anymore. What? Blood for the blood god. So back in I went with a new PS2 board, but this time the cutting process went smoothly, leaving me with this board that still boots after being trimmed. With this success, it's time to begin work on the housing of the system. Even though the PS2 board is trimmed, it's still the largest thing I'll have to design around, so I picked a screen with similar dimensions to help decide the shape of the overall case. I actually started a design that uses this screen last year, so I tracked down those CAD files and decided to use them as a base point for this project. From there, I've worked to select components that fit inside the rough shell and slowly fleshed out the inside, while doing periodic test prints to make sure I'm still on the right track. Once I had a design I was happy with, I fired up my printer and tried to do the final print. The front half turned out great, but these grips on the back make it so I can't get a print that leaves both sides of this piece looking clean. Since my own printer isn't up to the task, I've gone ahead and ordered the back from a company with a fancy enough printer to do it justice. While working on the case, I also adapted some open source designs from G-Man into 5 custom circuit boards. I'll break these down pretty quickly, as I understand that this part isn't super interesting for most people. With time starting now. This board houses the PS2 controller emulator. This board has some controller buttons and all the necessary circuitry to handle converting the raw sound signals from the PS2 into audible sound through speakers or a headphone jack. These boards have a few more peripherals for the PS2 controller, a headphone jack, and extra buttons for controlling other assemblies in the portable, and this final board handles the storage for PS2 games as well as USB-C fast charging. And all of these boards are manufactured by PCBWay, who's been generous enough to be the sponsor of today's video. PCBWay is a great circuit board manufacturer whose products I've used for several years. Their boards are high quality, priced as low as $5 for 10 boards, and come in many different colors, so you can almost always get your boards to match the rest of your project. And I know that for many of you, custom circuit boards might be a bit outside your interest range, but how would you feel about getting something 3D printed? Maybe even in all clear? I've been trying to find a place that can do good, transparent prints at a reasonable price for years, and PCBWay has finally delivered. If you've got a project that you'd love to have in clear, or even just something dumb like a prop for a D&D game, then plug your STL file into their 3D printing page and place an order with these settings. So thanks again to PCBWay for sponsoring this video and manufacturing all of these great boards for me. Oh, not this though. This is just the board from a PS2 memory card. But it's an important memory card, as this is what allows the system to run games without the disk drive. On this memory card is a program called FreeMCBoot, which allows homebrew programs to be run on a PS2, including ones that let you run games off of the USB drive rather than the disk drive. I've gotten a lot of what I'll call constructive feedback on my portable. Nah, people are mean. Shut up, I'm not putting in a disk drive. That run games from USB rather than the disk drive, so I'll quickly explain why I have to do this. The first reason is because this entire portable is smaller than a disk, let alone a disk drive, and I think I prefer to supersize my fast food orders rather than my portables. The second reason
there's the orange boy. There he is. That's the you were here earlier. We were talking about this thick case. This is what it got used for.
The second reason is that a disk drive uses up a lot of power, like as much power as a PS2 motherboard does on its own. The goal here is to make a system that's as small and efficient as possible, and a disk drive will do nothing but hold you up in those regards, which is why you won't find any modern portables that accommodate them. The last ingredient to this PS2 soup is the PS2
Korean rice
PMS,
for dinner.
a G-Man board I bought, which handles all the voltage regulation and charging stuff needed for the system to run. I've got to let my soup simmer for a while, so I'll take this time while I wait to do a paint job. I've decided to paint it completely black, because I don't own any black portables, and I can only get these PS Vita buttons in black. In order to prep the case for painting, I'll first wet sand the outside of the shell with rough sandpaper, and then move to smoother and smoother grits to make the finish as clean as possible. Once it's completely even, I'll hit it with a coat of primer, followed by a couple coats of metallic black paint, and finally, a smearing of clear coat to help keep the paint from fading away. With this color scheme in mind, I've decided to name the project the PS2 Eclipse, because that sounds edgy and cool, much like myself. So, with everything all laid out, I went ahead and proceeded with the final assembly. This process went perfectly. There were zero issues. I did not have to troubleshoot various dumb things for days. And at the end of all that not troubleshooting, I finally have a working system. It's time to close it up and show off what it can do. And who could have guessed? It plays PS2 games. Although, it turns out there's no Mario games for the PS2. So...
True.
The portable actually plays these PS2 games at full speed, because that's the whole point of using the original motherboard in here. There's no emulation here, only perfect compatibility and the screams of the damned. I've started a playthrough of Kingdom Hearts on here, and this game sucks, but the portable is doing a great job of running it. The audio system in the portable is fantastic, with full digital audio, the 2 speakers on the front, and the headphone jack on the bottom. The bottom also has buttons for controlling the volume and the settings of the screen. Moving to the back of the portable, we've got 2 air vents to prevent it from melting into a pile of goo, as well as 2 thicker grips to help make the console more comfortable to hold. On the top, there's an LED to indicate the battery level of the system, as well as a USB-C port for charging and data transfer. By plugging the portable into my PC, I can use it as the world's most over-engineered USB drive. Or, I can just add new games in Homebrew to the internal memory. There's a variety of Homebrew softwares I've been experimenting with, including emulators for other consoles, so once I've played through all 4,000 PS2 games, I can rest assured, knowing that the portable can still play Super Mario World. And lastly, the portable gets about 2.5 hours of battery life, which isn't anything crazy, but it's enough time to work through most of the bizarre plot of Super Monkey Ball. Now, this all looks great, but is the project really perfect? Yes, you moron. Never speak to me again. But if there were a few things that could be critiqued, then I guess I would start with the loading times. USB loading is the most convenient method because of how simple it is, literally just 4 wires, but it does come at the cost of slower load times and occasional jittery cutscenes. This is just because the PS2 uses USB 1.1, which is a USB protocol that's older than I am.
Well, the codes are.
I'm
Look
not
at the
bothered
codes
too
after the
much,
video.
as
We're
I've never
watching a
experienced the
movie.
normal
Watch
load
the
times on most
movie.
And I'm the kind of guy
I
to
worked
skip
hard
any
on the
cutscene I can,
movie.
but the slowdowns can be
And then I'll give you guys a
particularly
code.
brutal on
Last
some
code.
titles. An issue that's bugged me quite a bit more is the fact that the controller doesn't get recognized on quite a few games. It's not a permanent issue, as I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's the
someone
issue I
will
was talking
eventually
about.
take the time to figure out why this happens and release a fix for the code. For now though, if there are any of your favorite PS2 games that you haven't seen featured yet, it's probably because trying to play it resulted in a screen that looks like this. And one minor thing I'll address: the Switch joysticks, as they are notorious for drifting. I'm well aware of the issues that these sticks have, but I honestly have yet to wear out the sticks on any of my portables. And even if it happened, I'd much rather open it up to swap out the joysticks once every 6 months, rather than trying to design a portable around these beasts. And, finally, to answer the question I'm sure many of you have commented without watching the entire video. How much to buy one of these from me? $1 million. This is because I'm tired of taking commissions on portables. I've done 50 of them in just 2 years, and while I'm thankful for the opportunity I've had to do this for a living, building that many portables to order is just miserable. So, starting now, I'm going to try to make the switch to making a living off of doing videos over new projects, rather than being a portable producing robot. I will probably still do some sales on some portables for a bit, but these will be ones that I choose the theme and design of myself, and only put up for sale once they're completed. If you'd like more information on what the portable buying process is like, then feel free to check out my website, gingerofmods.com, which covers the process in detail. There's also a page on there that will point you to resources to help you get started on your own portable projects. If you'd like to support me in my content endeavors, then thank you. The best way to do that is just by subscribing, because that helps get my videos in front of more eyes and draws the interest of potential sponsors. And if you're rich, then I've also got a Patreon, with the Discord server where I post updates and ideas about upcoming projects. And I think that's all I've got. My next project is going to center around the GameCube. I've got a few ideas. It should be really cool once it's finished. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again soon.
Okay. So that's the PS2 Eclipse video. You'll notice that this marks the shift from I want to do commissions to I don't want to do commissions. This also marks me figuring out, mostly, how to use a microphone so that it doesn't sound awful.
Yeah, looks like art to me.
So, and that also marked like the shift into like more, I'm in front of the camera, I'm much more of a part of the video than before. Okay, whatever, we can leak the codes at this point. Actually, I shouldn't do that. Someone's gonna get mad. I forgot that the giveaway is live for a couple hours afterwards because I put in the wrong time zone. I'm not going to change it. Okay. Okay, the last code. There it is. Final code. There will be no more codes. There will just be 55 minutes of content. And then it ends. How old is that video? I made that video in 2021. Yeah, that video came out in summer of 2021. So that video is still pretty good. Like, I watch it back and I'm like, yeah, that was pretty good. I could definitely do it better. Now, there are some like weird like rhythms to it that I don't like. There are like some pauses that are too long. The conclusion is way too drawn out. I needed to like just kind of pound out. I'm not doing commissions anymore. Commissions suck. Follow me. Give me money. Ding, 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 ding. And then move on. But yeah. Okay, so here's the deal. We have 54 minutes left. We have two options. We can either go through and watch my last two videos, which is the Nintendo Fate Cube and the portable Wii Fit board. And you guys can get director's commentary. I'll try and pay attention and comment on things that are interesting or were fun or sucked. Or I can just find another portable and play it for an hour. Which one do you want? Keep playing portables or director's commentary last two videos? Last two videos, show your Switch. Last two videos, videos, director's commentary. Okay, wait, someone posted the same thing 3 times. Okay, that looks to be pretty overwhelmingly videos. Okay. I'll do my best to like, not just like, I'll try to like pause and provide moderately valuable insights. Okay, so PS2 Eclipse came out in the summer. And then in March of the next year, I dropped this fine video. Let me bring up the chat so I can answer questions. Here we go. When I first saw this portable GameCube mock-up years and years ago, my immediate thought was, I need this. Of course, that was a difficult feeling to grapple with because this thing is very fake. I think that's lame. So today, I'm going to figure out where this picture came from, create a real design based on this render, and then put that design together to finally turn this concept into a reality. Good intro. It was quick and to the point. But first, we need to get a bit existential. Why do you exist? He's not particularly chatty, so we'll have to ask someone else. I found out later that's apparently a Germa bit. Like, apparently he did a thing where he brought out like a big shiny microphone. So I got compared to Germa a lot, which isn't the worst comparison to get, but well, I was
the first place
unexpected.
I ever saw this picture was in the film Future Gen Consoles, Wii 2, PS4, Xbox 720, a timeless YouTube exclusive produced by renowned filmmaker Mr. Adam Dude in 2008. I'll roll a quick taste of it for you here, with the copywritten audio dubbed over by yours truly. Let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the... I can't believe they haven't copyright struck me for that yet. Hey, look, I killed it. You. Now, this video is clearly just a compilation of other people's renders and not the original source, so we'll have to continue our search elsewhere. I've scoured internet forums, flipped through old gaming magazines, slogged through gaming journalism websites, and have found almost nothing. One interesting tidbit that I have found is that there's actually a second image to this mockup that just doesn't get shared nearly as much. Behold! Evidently, whoever made this mockup was a big fan of MP3 players. We've also got the name of Nintendo GameCube Advance, which is a bit of a mouthful, but it makes sense. The one useful part of this image is a low-res date in the corner of May 18th, 2005, which should be a clue as to when this image was created. With this info, fellow modder MP3, who's not related to this MP3 player, was able to find a backup of a now-defunct gaming website called Joystick, with an article on this mockup from May 5th, 2005.
there are some funny comments to mock here, including this one from Draken4299, who said, okay, so one thing there with the comments, those are all real comments and like real like usernames, but I did attach my own profile pictures to each of them because it was just like a blank default profile picture, except Draken. That Mario profile pic is the default on like the back of the website for whatever reason. Said, it is real. There is a guy that takes apart consoles and makes them into handhelds. So what you all have said about it being fake, I'm sorry to say that you're wrong. And you know what? In 2005, Draken here may not have been the brightest bulb. But today, I'm going to turn him into a prophet. I will try some nefarious research tactics later on to get the full story on this guy, but for now, let's move into the design phase. Alright, so one weird thing about this video was the way I shoot the video is all out of order. I think by the time I was filming this, I had managed to track down the guy, but I had already like written in lines about not knowing who it was from. And so at the end of the day, I was just like, whatever. I'll just pretend to like I figured it out later. It was confusing. I think it probably would have been better if I would have just like reworked the entire video and had the story in from the start, but we'll get to that later. So the first thing we need to do is figure out how big this thing actually is, which shouldn't be too difficult given that the artist put a GameCube disc in pretty clear view. I took some paper and used the highly technical method of looks about right to decide that the rough dimensions of the build should be something like this. Conveniently, the screen that I used in my portable PS2 is about the same size, so we're gonna just throw out the paper and use this screen as a base for the project. I've got my own 3D printer, so I'll be designing and printing each piece out to make sure that I haven't accidentally designed a loaf of bread instead. I'll start by designing the holder for the screen, as the size of this will decide the shape of the bottom section. People got mad about the bread. I got a few well, okay, some people got mad, some people thought it was funny. Some people were like, wow, that's a really big waste of 3D printer filament. But I think I still have the loaf of bread. Yeah, it's on the shelf. I don't know if you can see it. It's like underneath the Waluigi hat. It's still chilling up there. I'm getting some good use out of that bread. I don't really understand the design choice of the Mickey Mouse ears on the corners, but I left them on there to stay true to the render. That's another thing people got mad about. Apparently I misinterpreted like this curve here on, I don't know if my mouse shows up. But like the curve in the picture, in my eyes, those look kind of like Mickey Mouse ears, like it was sticking out. But it was actually just kind of like this bezel that went like inside the frame, so there'd be a way for like your fingers to lift it up. And so I did misinterpret that, is what I would say if I wasn't a genius and just saw the image in a different way than everyone else. However, this picture is just a little bit too out there for my taste. So we're just going to pretend that it doesn't exist. Like, look at that. That looks like Mickey Mouse ears. I think that the top of a GameCube will suit this portable better in an age free from the tyrannies of MP3 players. I've never built a device that folds before, so I'm doing my best to understand how these bizarre contraptions called hinges work. It's really not going well. So I'm going to open up my little brother's DS and look for some answers. I like that one. Answers. That was a good bit. One side of a DS screen has a hinge piece that goes between the screen and this little piece. And the other side just has a hollow ring to run wires through. All I need to do is recreate these holes and let this funny hinge piece work its magic. This works great, but if you have eagle eyes, then you might notice that this hinge design is different from what the mock-ups got. So we needed to find some formal rules of this project, which are legally binding, with a federal prison sentence if violated. The primary goal of this build is to create a real, working portable GameCube that follows this mock-up exactly, unless doing so is impossible or would ruin the build completely. The first build ruiner happens to be this hinge design. It can definitely open to that position and close from that position without any issues, but here's the thing. Nobody plays a folding system like this. You bend the screen back and play your 3DS like a proper member of society. Unfortunately, the mock-up's hinge layout doesn't take proper society membering into account, hence the changes. 2 hinge pieces are enough to keep the screen solidly locked in one spot unless I really start shaking it. But this shouldn't be an issue because we're building a portable GameCube but not a portable Wii, right? I've actually got a confession to make. You might want to take a seat for this one. The heart of this system is going to be a Wii motherboard instead of a GameCube motherboard. I know that's probably really hard to hear, and you want to take some time to process that, but
I just want to tell you how stupid it is to build a GameCube portable.
True.
The GameCube motherboard uses a lot more power than the Wii motherboard. It can't be cut down as much as a Wii motherboard. It can't be software modded as easily as a Wii motherboard. And it just has so many other flaws that all add up to this world where almost nobody has built a true GameCube portable in years. So why is it okay for me to use a Wii instead? Well, it's because Nintendo made the Wii backwards compatible with the GameCube, which means that a Wii doesn't pretend to be a GameCube, a Wii just is a GameCube. Wiis can read GameCube discs and play the games just as well as their blocky brothers, so almost nothing is lost by using the Wii's motherboard. The only significant things we might miss out on are the GameCube's iconic boot screen and blocky purple menus, which is a bit sad, so I'll make you a deal. I will add in some of that certified GameCube menu look and feel to the custom software of the system, and in return, you won't leave any angry comments about how I lied about using a GameCube. Can we shake on that? Hey, I knew you'd come around. With the hinge system all figured out, I can start to design the main section of the portable, starting with the controller slate. The controls have a couple of changes that I need to make because, well, we'll avoid this by using 3DS sliders instead of joysticks with some custom capside model to keep that signature GameCube look. I'll also be recessing where the controls go rather than popping them out just to be 100% sure that the screen can close properly. Speakers will go in the corners just like in the mock-up, although I'm going to be dropping the massive Wi-Fi logo because I don't like it. And what are you gonna do? Make me put it on there?
Yeah, what are you guys gonna do? Make me give out the giveaway?
The buttons for the build obviously need to be GameCube shaped, but unfortunately GameCube buttons are a little bit too big for this project. To fix that, I've gone ahead and designed slightly smaller buttons that fit the size of the case perfectly. The mock-up also doesn't have any sort of start button or triggers, and so I've designed those along with screen control buttons to make sure nothing's missing. And that's pretty much it for this piece. The other half of the bottom is going to have a little bit more going on and a little bit more stuff to fit in. I need to somehow cram a trimmed Wii, some batteries, a cooling system, triggers, the Wii PMS and USB-C charging ports from 4-Layer Tech, a headphone jack, all this junk here on the side, and a disk drive into this little rectangle. I think you can tell that one of these things has no chance of fitting in this project. That's right, Mr. Headphone Jack, we're gonna have to ask you to leave. No, but seriously, there is no way I'm fitting a disk drive in this thing. The disk drive system for a GameCube is this.
I think I'll talk about it later in the video, but this thing does run pretty hot. The cooling system is pretty small. It runs fine, but it's definitely warmer.
It's big, and the disk drive from a Wii is this big. The case is this big. Erasing the disk slot completely, though, would be an unforgivable sin, when it's one of the central features of the mock-up, and so I will at least be keeping a slot that discs can slide into, even if there's nothing there to read them. With this in mind, I need to figure out what batteries I'm going to use and where they're going to fit, which is tricky. I've gone through dozens of different orientations and placements for all the parts with all sorts of batteries, and I think I finally have one that works. I can put these batteries in the bottom half, which gives me just enough space to place the Wii in the top right and the power boards in the top left. These batteries are enough to get a whopping hour of battery life. It's a lot less than I would have liked, but it's as much as I can fit in without making the bottom half super thick. The upside is that these batteries line up perfectly with the disk slot, which is excellent. Cooling vents are somewhat critical, so I modeled this GameCube vent, shrank it a bit, and lined my heatsink up with it so that it looks invisible from the outside. It's a nice touch that some of my other portable...
It's actually crazy that the random heatsink we use has the same number of slots and virtually the same dimensions as the GameCube heatsink. That's just, I don't know if it's there's a heatsink ratio thing out there or something, but I thought that was wild.
Could really benefit from. And that should be it for case design. All I've got left is a bit of circuit board design for the controller stuff on the front. Once that's finished, I'll go ahead and order the circuit boards and final case from PCBWay, who just so happens to be the sponsor of today's video. PCBWay is a manufacturing company
I'll skip to
that
the bit
provides
in the
all
video.
the option to
You guys
have
already
prints
watched the
painted
PCBWay
or
show.
dyed
You guys
in
are
virtually
any
any
good.
color you give them, which is very convenient for me because it's snowing outside, which makes doing a paint job myself somewhat troublesome. So, I and see what
I
we've
like
got.
that bit.
We've got our circuit boards.
The
and
case was
all the parts
actually
of the
insane,
case.
though, that they gave me.
And this case
it looks
fantastic.
Yeah,
The colors
it
are pretty
was
much dead on to the
really,
render,
really
and
nice.
I'm really excited to finally put this guy together.
Like, I
The
got
circuit
hyped
boards
when
look
this
to be
case came in.
precisely what I need as well. The glossy black PCBs were a great choice. It's pretty much time to put this thing together, but
Yes, that was
before I
the M
get
from the
too
PS2
deep into
Eclipse
the
video,
assembly,
you're right.
I need to cut up a Wii. It's going to be the smallest trim I've ever used due to how little space there is for it in the case.
Really similar
Relocating
trim to what the
Wii's
Wii
NAND
Boy Color
storage inside
uses.
the trim lines
Little
is
smaller.
the trickiest part, but it's a lot easier with this flexible circuit board. After that, I just need to move around a couple of minor things and then very carefully cut out this bizarre shape. After some sanding and cleanup, I wired it up to power, and it still boots. I'm going to set the Wii off to the side for now and begin assembling the screen half of the build. This should be pretty straightforward. All I need to do is slim down the screen and its control board as much as possible so that the two screen pieces can fit together nicely. Shaving off the plastic screen housing indoors ended up being a really dumb idea.
That was a
because
disaster.
This white dust
I don't
has
even
now
think it saved
coated
enough
my
space,
entire
or like the
workbench.
space I needed.
To make this seem intentional, the first person to give an accurate count of every single white plastic bit seen in the rest of the video will receive
Post guess now,
slightly
post guess
used
now.
Bass Pro
No one
Shop
has the
gift
card yet.
So be sure to post your guesses in the comments below. After cleaning up some of the dust, misfortune struck again when I tried to trim off a piece of the case and accidentally snapped off a piece of the lid in doing so. I really don't want to have to wait for an entirely new lid piece.
Yeah, that was a bummer. If you have to like cut something off of like a resin case, don't use flush cutters. Because resin is pretty brittle, and if it's like a fissure in the wrong spot or you push too hard in one spot, it'll do that. So that was a bit of a bummer.
So I've carefully superglued the broken bit back into place. It's an unfortunate flaw, but these things happen. Next up is to assemble and test the big circuit board. The soldering here is pretty straightforward. I just need to attach a few connectors, a GC Plus board, which acts as the controller for the build, and the audio amp, which operates the speakers and headphones. This is all looking good, so now I need to get my hands on all the buttons for the build. Obviously, we're going to need a bunch of different colors, so I'll make molds of these 3D printed buttons and then pour various colored
Hey,
resins
look.
into my molds.
You guys remember that? I
It'll
was
take
doing
a
that
day or
earlier.
two for the buttons to fully cure, so we'll move on to assembling the bottom half in the meantime. While I had designed the bottom half to be printed in just 2 pieces, I ended up breaking it into 3 to get the proper silver and black paint job. The scary part is that I need to very carefully superglue 2 of these pieces together without misaligning anything.
I am shocked that I did not
That went
botch this
okay.
part worse.
So once I was sure my glue job wouldn't fall apart, I was able to drop in the batteries, power boards, side stuff, and cooling setup right in and connect them all together. The heatsink was a little bit too long at first, so I bought the finest hacksaw Walmart had to offer and spent 20 minutes sawing through it. But
You cannot
it fits
describe how
now.
miserable that was. That was awful.
With this all set up, it's time to drop in our trimmed Wii and pray that it all works. This is by far the most nerve-wracking part of the project, because if nothing happens here, then I am in for a world of troubleshooting pain. But that's a relief. At this point, the project is in full go mode. The rest of the buttons have come out cleanly, and everything else is ready to go, so it's time to actually put the thing together. The controls slide into place and feel great to press. The controller board lines up with everything. All my wires go between the halves, the screen slots into place, the hinges work flawlessly, all the tests check out. Oh wait, the controller isn't working. Oh, let me just spend 12 hours taking it apart again and troubleshooting that. Okay, it works now.
Controller issue was miserable, and I was barking up all the wrong trees. The issue was that like resistor array wasn't like grounded properly because of how hard I had trimmed. So what exactly does a heatsink do? It's a big piece of metal that absorbs heat. That is what a heatsink does. So it was one of those things where if I had just looked for the right thing, I could have solved it in like 10 seconds, but it took way too long.
Last screws are buried, and finally,
Wow, what a really well put together montage with no cheating whatsoever.
well, was it worth the effort? This thing is so cool. This is easily the cleanest portable I've ever made, going off of looks alone. In terms of how it feels to play, it is a bit of a mixed bag. This design isn't super ergonomic,
And while I wouldn't say that the weird grips ruin the feel of the portable, I would certainly say that it would be better off without them. The screen is 480p, which might not sound great, but it looks quite good, as that's the resolution these games were meant to run at. Audio sounds flawless through the headphones and speakers, and the volume slider works as intended. The power boards from 4Layer Tech also add some convenient features, like the ability to tune the charging speeds, see the exact battery percentage, and know the exact temperature inside the portable. And thanks to the Wii inside,
Yeah,
all
Bowser,
GameCube
that's what I
games
did
run
for that.
flawlessly, at full speed, exactly the way you'd want them to. There's a lot of good stuff packed into this little guy, but I have two substantial issues with the build. The first is that the battery life is less than an hour and a half long, which is laughably low by any standards. I can work around this by using a portable charging bank, but it's a pretty lame solution.
I'm hanging in there.
The other
We
problem
got one more
is that
video
the
to
case
react
is
to after
glossy
this,
black,
so we
which
should be in the
looks
clear.
phenomenal from a distance, but this thing is just an insane fingerprint magnet.
Yeah,
I'm willing to
smudges.
live with these flaws though, because the goal of this project wasn't to make a perfect product that I could sell, the goal was to make this GameCube portable. And I feel like
True.
I accomplished that. There is one thing that I did fail to accomplish though, and it's that I never found out where the 2005 render for this guy actually came
Stop
from.
fighting the phone.
So after attempting to extort answers from the render through torture, I had finally exhausted all
Okay, setting that thing on fire was a mistake, because that's not paper. Well, it is paper, but there's a coating on it that caught fire really quickly. And I was just trying to burn like a little hole in it. I ended up burning a big hole in it. Like, I saw like the news article flash before my eyes. Like, idiot college student sets piece of paper on fire as joke for YouTube video, burns down house. But it was okay. But be careful when you're lighting big pictures on fire.
ethical ways of trying to find an answer to a question. And so, at a heavy cost to my conscience, I asked for help on Twitter. And thanks to a boost from my friend Shank, a user named Emergency Pants took all the links in history I had found to make
Oi.
one final discovery. An archive of an
alone.
artist's webpage from 2006 with
This is clutch.
very exciting preview image. This backup didn't have any other pictures, but it did have the full name and email address of someone I hoped was the artist, a guy named Demond. The email address was long dead, but thanks to the incredibly scary power of the internet to find out anything about anyone, I was able to track down his Instagram. And in a wonderful turn of fate, I discovered that he already follows me.
That was crazy.
One DM later, I had confirmation that he was the guy who made the render, and he was happy to tell the story of the image, so here it is. The first thing I asked was why he made the render. It turns out he made the mock-up just for fun. Demond was studying traditional and digital art in college, and came up with this concept while practicing product rendering in 3D Studio Max. He posted the image online to see if people would think it was legit, and it got picked up and swirled around in 2005 internet fashion. A couple of people did manage to tie the project back to him, and he ended up getting paid to create mockups and renders for some phones and emulation devices. Since then, Demond has worked at a variety of video game companies, like Ubisoft, Epic Games, and Squanch Games.
Oh.
After the GameCube render,
Squanch
he
Games
did a
is
few
rough
more
now.
for fun renders that have also gained some notoriety, such
Not
as this
Demond's fault.
PSP mockup. And lastly, I asked if he still had the project files or any high-res photos of this render. He does have those files on a hard drive, but unfortunately, that hard drive is dead, so the files are unreachable for now. And that's the full story of this image. I'm really grateful to Demond for providing the original inspiration for this project and being willing to share the story of it. It was awesome to finally have this all come together.
Okay, so the one thing I forgot to do there was, because I got in touch with Demond, I told him I was building it, but I never said what his reaction to it was. And so Demond's reaction to it was, he thought it was really cool, he was stoked to see it built. So yeah, he was happy to see it. But yeah, it was cool that he followed me. It was crazy. It was like, oh, I need to DM this guy. Oh, he follows me. Oh, this is easy. Alright, we'll let it finish
After
out.
building so many portables, the magic of seeing Wind Waker on something I can hold in my hands has definitely worn off quite a bit. But this project felt really special, because it had a set goal that I could see from the very start, and it's got that same feeling of, wow, this is real, that my first portable Wii had. It may get terrible battery life, it may have a crack, and it may get horribly smudged every single time my greasy fingers touch it. But it's real, and in my hands, and that's super cool. There are plenty of other fake renders out there that I could use for future projects, but none of them hit home as hard as this one. So I'll be sticking to my own original projects for now. If you want to make sure you see those, then subscribe. You know how this works. And if you want to funnel me money directly, then I've got a Patreon, where I post details and plans about upcoming projects so that you can see the stuff I'm working on before anyone else. Anyways, that's all I've got. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you again soon with whatever I come up with next. Forgot it was a Wii? Yes, it was in fact still a Wii. I think I saw someone ask, this got asked in the comments a lot too, if I would send like one of them, like a copy of it to Demand. The answer is no, because it's not a well-designed portable. Or it's not good to like actually use and have. Here, hang on. So first of all, this thing is very like wiggly and loose, is how I would describe it. It's not at all like a tight build. The triggers are pretty bad. What else is wrong with it? The bottom scuffs up really easily. I can't really tell if I'm in frame or not. Oh, hang on, let me switch back to a different scene. The bottom is super scuffed up at this point, just because it just kind of rubs against things. I mean, it's dusty at this point. But I just have no faith in this thing, like, withstanding anything. Like, I think it could just kind of fall apart at a wrong touch. And the one bummer that I've got right now is that it isn't working right now. I kind of left it alone for a couple months and didn't do anything with it. But it doesn't turn on anymore. And when you plug in a charger, it should have rubber feet. Yeah, that probably would have been smart. When you plug in a charger, the LED just kind of bugs out. So what I hope the issue is, I don't know for sure, but I'm hopeful that the batteries inside like somehow got way too low and the PMS just can't charge them anymore. And so it's just acting all wonky. I don't know if it's a short circuit, but I can't get the thing to turn on. Charging it makes it have weird behavior. So at some point I will take it apart and see if I can figure out what's going on. Probably sooner rather than later, so I can have it ready for MGC. But yeah, so that's the current state of this guy. Currently not working, but I am optimistic about getting it working in the future. I don't think it is perma-dead, like the Waker of the Wind is. This one should be fixable, and I hope it's fixable, because I really, really like it. As far as like my thoughts on the video are, now that it's been like a year since I uploaded it, I'm still really happy with that video. It did really well. I think it did a good job overall. It's got a couple like pacing things I would probably go back and change, but I think it was really well done. Happy with it. I don't feel any like strong regrets about it. Oh, Ronald asked, will you do a PO box someday? We could send fan mail. Maybe. I don't know. PO box is kind of a weird thing because I don't necessarily want just stuff. I don't know. It feels almost presumptuous to be like, yes, I deserve fan mail. Send me your fan mail. I don't know. If you have something you want to say to me, you can always email me or send me a DM. I do read all of that stuff, even if I don't respond. And if I don't respond, it's not because I hate you. It's because I hate everyone else. Spam his mailbox with optical drives. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get hate mail. That would be a problem. Okay, we got 26 minutes left. That should be plenty of time for our last video. So this is the one from a couple months ago. This one went a little bit off the rails. Let's take a look.
Very serious problem, and it's that I'm sitting here enjoying a nice meal,
but there's no way for me to get any exercise. Now I'm here at the gym, but I still can't get any exercise.
I'm here, running through the woods from some guy with a knife, but I refuse to get any exercise.
Oh, we
because-
can't see the video. Because I choose. Sorry. What, you guys? This is the video. This is hype. Stop being lame. Okay. React cam. Okay. Restart. My bad. I have a very serious problem. And it's that I'm sitting here
How
enjoying a nice
embarrassing.
meal.
Shut up, loser.
But there's no way for me to get any exercise. Now I'm here at the gym, but I still can't get any exercise.
I'm here, running through the woods from some guy with a knife, but I refuse to get any exercise because.
Because I choose to exercise exclusively through the medium of Wii Fit for the Nintendo Wii, as it's the only exercise system that rewards me with fun digital points that make me feel good about myself.
Yo,
But
nice
due to the lack
shirt.
of power sources out in the wild that can handle both a monitor and a Wii, I'm generally only able to play Wii Fit from the comfort of my own home, and this just isn't enough for me anymore. It's time for that to change. So today, I'm going to figure out how a Wii Fit board works, and then... Ah, that's what a gym looks like, says Haley. Look, Haley, I went to the gym. There's a gym on my campus 3 times. I was like, surely there is a time of day where I can like stand in front of like bench presses, say one line, and not be weird. But every single time I went, like, it was just like constantly flocked by people. It was like, I'm not going to be the guy that sets up like a phone camera, goes, I'm at the gym and I'm not exercising, and then leaves. I'm not going to do that. So I just went to like a corner where there was an elliptical, and I was like, whatever, good enough. It was like the last thing I needed to film for the video. So, shut up, I tried. And put a screen, some batteries, and an entire Wii inside of one of these pancakes. Okay, my bad, Haley. Enable me to become the world's fittest man. I'm tired. I spent
Don't take
countless
anything
hours
too
in
personally.
Photoshop fleshing out a potential design for this build, and I eventually settled on this rather inspired layout. Unfortunately, I don't know if putting a screen here is even possible, so I need to figure out how a Wii Fit board works to verify that cutting a hole in it won't destroy any sensors. A Wii Fit board is pretty easy to take apart, and it looks like there are just 4 weight sensors built into the 4 feet of the board, which makes sense. When you play games that involve leaning, the board just takes measurements from each of the 4 sensors, and then does a bit of simple math to figure out where your weight is actually distributed. The important thing though is that there aren't any sensors in the middle of the board, so I should just be good to plot my screen down there, at least from an electronic standpoint. My one concern is that cutting a big hole there might ruin the structural integrity of the board. See, the main section of the Wii Fit board is actually 2 pieces of plastic that slot together and are reinforced by this metal frame, so there might be some potential for the board to flex a bit along the seam, which would be bad news for a fragile screen sitting along there.
I don't know why I used
a
that
smart
clip art.
person would probably take some measurements, model the Wii Fit board on the computer, and then run a fancy simulation to know for sure whether the screen will survive or not. But I'm not a smart person. I'm a genius. And so I'm going to take the even smarter approach of just saying, I only weigh 130 pounds, it'll be fine. And then rely on my editor to remove that last take if everything isn't fine. Let's be honest though. It's been at least a decade since either of us last stood on one of these, so we need to fire up Wii Fit again to answer a few important questions, like how many Wii Fit. I'll be honest, it has been so long since I put a Wii into a disk drive that I didn't even know that was the wrong way, because I've just been using broken disk drives for so long. And I got so many comments lighting me up. And, you know, half the people assumed it was a joke, so I think it was a really funny gag from me. Expect to see more like that in this video. Exercises aren't going to work if I can't put my full weight where I want to put the screen. And do I actually need a sensor bar in order to play Wii Fit? And does my fate as an individual in this world have a predetermined outcome set in stone through the actions of everyone around me and the whims of the little worm that lives in my brain? Well, the only way to find out is by playing a lot of Wii Fit.
What do you guys think?
And so, on one fateful Friday, I locked myself in to play every single game Wii Fit has to offer in a single sitting / standing / lunging, and honestly, it wasn't nearly as bad as I had expected it to be. It only took around 3 hours to try out everything in Wii Fit Plus, so I've now got a pretty good idea of what all is needed for everything to be playable. First, there are basically no exercises that force you to put your entire weight right in the center of the board. The only one I could find is a warm-up exercise that expects you to balance on one leg, right where I want to put my screen. Every other exercise is totally fine with your entire weight being on one side of the board or the other, so I think I'll consider my 99% compatibility rate to be acceptable. Now, unfortunately, I did find a couple of exercises that try to turn you into a little teapot of the short and stout variety, so I will be taking precautions while using this board in public to ensure that everyone knows that I am a big, strong man and not a teapot.
That guy's a hunk.
Moving on to the sensor bar, it turns out you can do almost everything in the game without actually needing to plug one of these in. The D-pad works just fine for navigating all the menus and making selections.
First time using a green
but
screen.
You have to use the sensor bar
Went
to
okay.
apply a stamp to this calendar after your daily check-in. This stupid stamp means that I'll need to carry around a wireless sensor bar, but I've taken the liberty of
Shockslayer, you
securing
gotta
a couple
chill,
of
man.
Velcro straps to it, so that it can be used on trees, my arm, or high voltage power lines if needed.
I
Finally,
realized
for the question
later
of how deeply
that there's a camera, like... Where is it? There's like a camera, like when I'm throwing like the Wii like up at the
or
voltage
high voltage
lines.
power lines if needed.
I wonder if anyone ever like looked at this and wondered what I was doing.
Finally, for the question of how deeply
But-
free will impacts our opportunities in life, it turns out I made a small mistake. The back of the Wii Fit game has a little blurb about what I thought was fate, but it turns out it was actually fight, and this is just a section in French that tells you how to weigh your dog on the Wii Fit balance board. I don't have a dog,
True.
but I do have a cat. Her name is
True!
Kyrie, and she's very fitness oriented. So I need to build this portable Wii Fit project
She
to
hates
get
the
both of
billboard.
us into shape. So here's my plan. The Wii Fit board has this opening on the bottom that is normally used to access the AA batteries inside of the board, but I'll be powering the Wii Fit board without disposable batteries, so I can just remove this section of the Wii Fit board and put whatever I want in here. My plan is to 3D print two pieces, one that acts as a nice mounting board for all of my circuitry stuff, and then a cat piece that fits nicely into the battery hole. This piece will hold the cooling system and a bunch of buttons to help
That
cut
piece
down
was
on the
such a
number of
pain.
holes I'll need to drill myself. Having my own 3D printer is very handy for iterating on and nailing down a design.
Yeah,
but for
it
the
took me
final
so many
piece,
tries to
I'm
get
gonna
that to
want
work.
a professional print for the cleanest look I can get. This is where PCBWay, the sponsor of today's
Okay,
video,
you guys have already
lends
watched
a
two
hand.
PCBWay ads.
I'll
Hang on,
cut
let
to
me-
the chase. PCB
Okay, wait,
Way's
actually
3D
some of these
printing
portables are
services
really
have
pretty.
made
You have to look
beautiful
at these.
shells for many of my projects.
That clear
like
case is
this
hype.
one, and this one,
That green case is hype.
and this one,
That one was
and
hype.
this one.
That blue one was
They
hype.
offer painting
Okay,
and
that's all you
dyeing
guys need to
services
see.
with a massive range of color options.
Yeah,
so that
lots
you
of
can get a
colors.
high quality custom 3D print that's ready to
PCB
go.
Way's great.
PCB Way from
They
the
do good
link in the
things.
description.
I like working with them.
While I wait for those
If you want
boards to
clear
arrive,
cases,
I'll
you can
spend
get
my
them from
time
them.
working on the other parts of the project. I'm allergic to AA batteries, so I need to find a different way to power a Wii Fit board. I went ahead and diagrammed out the voltage lines on this main circuit board and came up with a genius plan to power the board with a Wii instead of batteries. And my genius plan failed. My idea was to bypass the onboard regulators and use a 3.3 volt line, which did work up until the board tried to read the non-existent battery voltage and threw a fit about low batteries. So instead, I just said, Unga bunga, voltage time, shoved 5 volts in through the stock battery terminals, and that just worked. That's all the nerdy battery stuff we're going to need from the Wii Fit board, so now let's make the really cool move of using dangerous power tools to cut a big hole in this brand new Wii Fit board that I got off of eBay for $50. That's a surprisingly cheap price for an unopened video game accessory from 15 years ago, so I guess other people just don't appreciate fitness as much as I do. Although, now that I have this thing in my hands, I am starting to reconsider whether I should destroy it just for a silly project of mine. It's in such immaculate condition, and it just looks so clean. I don't know if I could actually bring myself to...
Okay, that's loud.
Just
My
kidding.
bad.
I'm crazy.
Now, cutting through the board did take quite a while, because you have to clear out all this lattice work before you can actually cut the final hole.
Oh, that was awful.
But after inhaling enough plastic dust to become an honorary sea turtle,
That's probably
I'm left with
one
these
of the
pretty
worst things I've had to do
rough-looking
for a
halves.
portable.
I've opted to superglue the two halves together to help make sure I sand all sides evenly,
I love
which
3D
proved to be
printing
a
so
challenge
much.
on a test piece I did a couple weeks ago. To make the process a bit easier to nail, I 3D printed these little sanding
Oh,
paddles
it
that
was
are designed to be
miserable the whole
nearly
way.
the exact length as the sides of the screen hole,
It took
so that I
so
can evenly
long.
sand across an entire wall at the same time.
I was a
And
genius for
these
coming up
helped
with
a
those
lot.
paddles, though.
At the end of the sanding process, I'm left with a screen hole that looks pretty good overall.
Okay, minor thing. Whenever you see me like use a still image or something I zoom in on, when it's something like that I should have been able to film a video for, it's just because I forgot to film something. Like I got to that point in the project and then I just moved on to the next point and I forgot to film. But I like snapped a picture for like my Patreon or something. And it's a good thing I have that Patreon because if I did not take a picture there,
I don't know what the next phase would have been. So I need to be better about like filming everything, because I felt like I filmed everything and I still missed stuff.
There are some minor flaws here and there, but it's a result I can live with.
Okay, well, I'm glad it's not just me. Oh, and people were asking about the blue case earlier. Yeah, it's their transparent option with a blue dye. I think it was just like the first blue dye option they have. It wasn't anything specific.
The biggest mistake I made was when I accidentally mixed up the air in and air out ports on my shop vac and blasted 30 minutes worth of sanding everywhere.
Yeah,
That was an absolute joy to clean up. So,
Kitty,
a
you
word of
can't go
advice
outside.
if you want to cut up your own Wii Fit board like me. Don't.
True.
Just about everything for the final assembly
one
is all
should ever
figured
do
out at this
this.
point. To help relieve stress on the screen, I went ahead and put an outline of white foam around my new hole for the screen to rest on. To mount the screen and speakers, I designed this little cage to hold them, which
I'm a
latches
big
into
fan
the
of
board
that cage.
just like this. There's no screws
That
or
cage
glue
was hype.
used to secure this piece. It'll just be held down by the metal frame in the final assembly. I also went ahead and drilled the holes for the speakers, and went with this rather avant-garde offset of the outer speaker holes to help bring a sense of a curve to an otherwise rigid.
Yeah, I botched that. Like, I was practicing drilling holes, but I didn't practice like lining them up properly so that they would be right next to each other. And I drilled that second hole, and it was a big groan. And then thankfully, I was able to match it pretty well on the other side, considering I couldn't just line them up straight. So all in all, bag fumbled and
project.
resecured.
And if you think I'm just coping because I completely botched lining up the drill on the first set of holes, then I guess you just aren't sophisticated enough to appreciate a master artist's vision.
That
Must
is
suck to be you.
true.
Trimming a Wii was a lot more comfortable for me than drilling holes into plastic, and initial tests on this trim are looking good. Now, there are 2 relocations that this trim needs in order to work properly for this project. The first one is the Bluetooth module, as this is what allows the Wii to talk to wireless devices like Wii remotes and the Wii Fit board. I'm sure a wired GameCube controller would work wonderfully for Wii Fit given enough practice, but I don't think I'm brave enough to pioneer that method of play just yet. The second relocation that's important for this build is
For anyone concerned, that was an incredibly cheap third-party silver GameCube controller that was broken. So don't be shocked that I was willing to stand on it.
a component called the MX chip, which keeps track of the Wii's clock even when the system isn't powered on. This is critical for my project, as I need the Wii Fit calendar to stay correct for the years of use that I'm definitely going to put into this thing. My PCBWay circuit boards have arrived, so we're all good to proceed with the final assembly. I've superglued a 3D printed battery holder to the bottom of the board, I've installed the 4-layer tech suite to handle all the power management and audio stuffs, I've made sure that the charging setup works, and I've modified the Wii Fit power button and LED to make it work for the Wii too. So the system is getting really close to being done. The Wii fires up and runs games perfectly, but I didn't go to the effort of putting a Wii into a Wii Fit board just to play a boring game like Super Mario Galaxy. I want to play Wii Fit. So, it's time to finally see if this system can support my weight, or if I'm going to have to do an entire redesign after this screen shatters.
Ooh.
Okay. That didn't look very good.
True.
My initial analysis was correct. That wasn't good. The screen itself didn't actually break, but the Wii it was connected to refused to boot up again after this.
This was
So I
devastating.
went back to the workbench, tore it all
I was
apart.
done with
couldn't
it.
Find any obvious breaks.
I fired it up to like I have the full video on my second channel, Ginger of Oz, but I fired it up just to do like a quick showcase because there's the bit built building contest every year where everyone can put together their portable, they submit it, and that was my submission. And so literally in my submission video, I was like, oh, this will work great. I played on it a little bit before this. But yeah, it broke while I was filming that, which was, I'm glad. At the very least, I am so happy that I caught that on camera. Because if I had not caught that on camera, I would have been devastated. It would have all been for naught.
And then just put it back together.
And some good news, it does still work. For about 2 minutes before that happens.
Wow, what
and the
really
system
good
becomes
timing
completely
from me.
unusable until
Must
you
have
turn
taken
it
a
off
lot
and
of
let it
shots
cool
to
down
get
for a
that
while.
right.
Now, I always like to look on the bright side of things, and the bright side here is that I have developed the world's first ever Wii-powered artwork generator. It can make art for any prompt you give it, so long as that prompt is somewhere along the line.
Yes, I did submit the video, and you know what? I got 3rd place. Bronze. Yeah. The other 2 projects that beat me were cool, so I'm not mad about it at all. Just
Lines of
very bitter.
computer in pain. Unfortunately, my portable Wii Fit machine can no longer play Wii Fit portably, so I think we're going to need to cool its artistic inclinations at least a little bit. So, what exactly
This was a
broke?
goofy issue.
Well, I don't know for sure, but judging by its behavior, I'm pretty sure something broke inside of the Wii's GPU. It seems like the Wii works fine while the computer chips are cool, but then when they heat up, something expands and causes a critical point to lose connection. The good news is that I have a theory on what might have caused the break. First, this 3D printed part that everything mounts to has a lot of flex to it that I didn't think about. Motherboards don't like to bend, so it's possible that the board flexed and broke the big GPU as a result. If that's what happened here, then in theory I might be able to fix the issue by blasting the GPU with heat and putting some pressure on it to try and get those broken joints to flow back together. And to my great surprise, this actually worked. The Wii now runs for extended periods of time without gobbledygooking, so I threw it back in the Wii Fit board, made some adjustments to keep everything from breaking again, and this time...
I didn't really go into depth there, but I think the issue was there was a lot more force being placed on like the Wii chips themselves, not just because of like the flex, but because I didn't leave enough tolerance between like the heatsink and the fan and the actual like Wii chips. And so like the entire weight of the Wii Fit board was likely at times like pushing into the Wii CPU and GPU, which is very bad. And I am shocked that I got this board like, well, okay, spoiler. We'll see what happens next. But I am shocked. What happens next will shock you. I think that was the most
This
anxiety-ridden
is my
hula hooping
masterpiece.
anyone's ever done.
The world's first ever hula hoop proof mobile exercise system is finally complete. So to celebrate, I'm leaving my house and exercising wherever I want.
Look, just give me a couple weeks and I'm there.
At the end of the day, this has certainly been...
So the reason I did the montage was because my initial thought was, it's like, okay, I could put a Wii inside of a Wii Fit board. That could be a funny YouTube video. And then what? And the only logical conclusion I could come to was it would be funny to reenact the Rocky scene with me running around with the Wii Fit board. And so that is what I did. And I was dead set on that happening throughout. I don't really know if that was the best way to have the video climax, but it was fun. So,
a rather goofy project. The screen is a bit small, playing Wii Fit is always scary, as one loss of balance could shatter the project, and it's not terribly portable, seeing as it takes up a lot of space and weighs more than the rest of my projects combined.
yeah, it's big.
But this wasn't meant to be a particularly serious project. I've
Oh,
done plenty
really?
of those in the past, so I figured it was time to mix things up a bit. Now it's also time to figure out what I'm going to do with all these extra Wii Fit boards. because they were dirt cheap at the local used game store.
That was another
And I
instance
didn't
of
break
Kyrie
nearly
walking
as
in
many of
frame.
them as I thought I might. I've tried a few different things, and my best idea so far has been to start converting the Wii Fit boards into jumbo-sized playing cards, which work wonderfully for both high-stakes poker and high-risk 52-card pickup. If you'd like to support me financially for when 52-card pickup lands me in the hospital, then you can do that through my Patreon, where I post updates and ideas about upcoming projects before anywhere else. And if you just want to see more of my finished projects and the crazy gains I get from grinding Wii Fit, then hit the subscribe button down below. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next year with some projects that are a little more practical. Maybe.
Did you actually throw that board? I did. But I took all the weights out of it and stuff. So it's just like the Wii Fit board shell. So it was slightly less risky than it could have been. Oh, and that is the full lexicon? Is that a word? I feel like that's for books, but that is the full lexicon of Ginger of Oz content. So, the Wii Fit board video is a weird one, because I thought the video was good. I was really happy with it. I thought it was on par with like the Fake Cube video, but the video performed poorly compared to like my other videos. Like, that being said, it still got 261,000 views when I have 150,000 subscribers. So that's really good for like any YouTube video. But it just didn't perform as well as all my other videos. And so I think it's either because the format was a little wonky. It could have been, I don't know. I have a problem where I get attached to like the formats of my scripts, when realistically I should be ready to scrap it and like start from scratch at any point. I think I might have spent a little bit too long explaining Wii Fit, explaining what needed to be done. The intro, while it was fun, it didn't perform well because you wore socks. Oh, problem solved. But if there was another issue, I think people, like most of my thumbnails, it's like, oh, here is a cool project. Do you want to see more about this cool project? And usually people go, oh yeah, I want to see that cool project. But this one was like, oh, I have this weird project. Do you want to see this weird project? And I think people didn't want to see a weird project, which is lame. I need people to watch my weird projects, because that was a lot of fun. And that video was definitely more, like, out there, because, like, the video was a joke. Like, the Wii Fit board, I saw, like, 10 comments of people asking, like, serious questions, like, oh, isn't the screen small? Wouldn't that hurt your neck to look at? Yeah, it's a stupid project. It's not meant to be, like, some life-changing, cool thing. It was like, oh, this is stupid. This will be fun. And you know what? Stupid and fun are great. It didn't pay the bills that time. But that's okay. Oh, Kitty, I'm almost done. I promise. And so now we are... Hang on, let me close this out the right way. Okay. Oh, so we're now in like what? The final 3 minutes? Final 2 minutes? Congrats on lasting 26 hours awake. Yeah, we went the full 24. Show the cat. You gonna nap after this? I am going to nap after this, most definitely. I don't think I'm gonna sleep for too long though. So if I could wake up and kind of sit there for a few hours. Show cat. Okay, Kitty. Come here. The people want to see you one last time. Oh, she brought me her mouse friend. This is her mouse friend. Come here. They're going away forever. You have to say goodbye now. Oh. Alright. Well, thank you to everyone who watched. Thank you to everyone who hopped into a voice call with me for a little while. She hates this. Come on, go ahead. I appreciate people who donated. Some of you were very generous. Very grateful for that.
I think this might be an anti-annual Ginger of Oz 24-hour stream. It was fun to do once. I'm glad I did it once so I can say I have done it. But I don't think I'm going to do it again. At least that's how I feel right now. Well, it's not impossible, but I don't know if the stakes would be the same, because now you all know I could go 24 hours just fine. Well, I could make it 24 hours. So, I'm happy to have done it, and you know what? I'm feeling pretty good right now. I know the giveaway, if I made it the full 24 hours, was going to be just for the Wii Boy, or just for like a kit. And then if I ended early, I know people were praying on my downfall, hoping they would get the Wii Boy color. And so I am excited to announce that absolutely nothing is changing. You losers are stuck with the kit. It's going to be given away. I'll announce on Twitter or something who won. I am keeping that Wii Boy color and selling it because I earned it. I am sorry. So farewell. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be doing more streams eventually. And there it is. See you later.